Parkville and Gladstone down to, maybe the north side of Overland Park. So Stony Point right now, if you look at the 435-70 intersection right there, would be there's Edwardsville, so just north of Edwardsville. So we're on the Kansas side right now. That's going to be the most likely area for severe hail. And right tracking along I-70 is where that one looks to be going. Okay, Warren, earlier we were talking about the flood risk. And seeing if we had anything new on the modeling coming out, or if you've got anything else that's showing up on your side. We've got the flood advisory, flash flood warning. Tell us about that. What are you seeing?
Yeah, absolutely. So becoming a flooding issue, excuse me, into this morning. The green that we have here is a flood advisory. The red box that I have right here, that is a flash flood warning. That is for Leavenworth County, and that is going to be until 9 o'clock this morning. Too much rain falling in a short amount of time, multiple inches of rain. The ground can't absorb it that fast, and it all just becomes runoff. So that's going to be an issue, especially now it's 4 o'clock, and the heaviest of the rain is really just now moving in to the Kansas City metro area. And we want to look at some future rain. This specifically has been just a 6-hour total, and this is where I'm seeing some of these greens. This is again through Atchison County, Leavenworth County, so the St. Joe area, maybe upwards of 4 to 5 inches in some spots, but a lot of 2 to 3 inch readings. So that's just 6 hours. That doesn't include what happened yesterday evening. So already too much rain, and this is going to be expected rainfall moving forward. So this doesn't even account as to what's already fallen. So when you drag this out, this is one of our best high resolution computers. Honestly, it's handled this overnight thunderstorm activity very well. So we put a lot of trust in that, especially as now we are in the event. And this updates quickly for us, so if there's any shifts or changes, it usually picks up on them pretty well. This is the forecast rainfall potential, and you're seeing a lot of 1 to 3 inch widespread numbers, but I would say I think there will be pockets of even more than that, maybe 3 to 4 extra inches of rain on top of what we've already seen. So that is a big concern of mine here. Thankfully, we're early enough in the morning that I do think that we could see that evolve. But again, for now, thankfully, a lot of people are off the roads. We'll watch that for you specifically. Luke?
Thanks, Warren. Yeah, we just got a tornado warning.
Okay.
That just came out. So we were talking about how these storms are not, they're up off the ground, but this one might be able to pull it off. So we have seen rotation this morning. That's back, and the National Weather Service has said, okay, well, there's enough that we see here that let's put a warning out on it. Now, it's not confirmed, but we're going to treat it that way, all right? So we're talking about our northern storm that's up here. So there's KC. This is the one that we've been tracking that went through the Smithville area, Farrell View. We were just looking at some of those winds with it. We're north of Lawson. Tornado warning now in effect until 4:30. This red box that we see right here, so it's messy. This is messy looking now. We were talking about this inflow notch, how this thing's just breathing like crazy, but it'd be over Turney, Lathrop, some of these spots. Now, what we've got to do, if we want to see and tell you where the tornado could be, we have to get back to, on our side, the winds. We need to peer inside the storm and see where, oh man, if we could get that.
Yeah, it's got a really good
it does. It really did. It cycled up, it spun up. I can't get the most recent scan, but this gives us a really good idea of where the tornado could be. We're looking just southeast of Turney, northeast of Lathrop. We don't know if one's there, but we do have a tornado warning, and of course, you'd rather be safe than sorry. If you're up and you're watching us, then this is one where you want to get to. There, you can see the scan just came in, the update. It's spinning a lot. I can see why, even with the storm being off the ground as far as it is, it's got a lot of rotation to it. So get to your safe spot, get to your shelter, your basement, of course. If you don't have one, then a bathroom can be a good spot, or just as many walls between you and the possible tornado as possible. So that could be an interior hallway, a closet, something like that, as we see good reason why there could be a tornado here. Now let me show you exactly where it would be. We're talking 35, so it's past Turney. This right here is 69 Highway. This is Interstate 35. We're southwest of Kerr. We're just north of Lathrop. We're in Missouri, so we're on Missouri, the Missouri side right now. Again, this warning, we're looking at Caldwell, Clinton counties, goes till 4:30.
about 50 miles per hour.
The thing with that is whenever we tell you where the tornado is, then the scans take a couple minutes to come in. So you need to be thinking, oh, well, it's not where he's saying it. It's actually a little bit out ahead of that. Where we see it right now, it might actually be kind of right in here. This thing's just kind of spinning. You can just imagine what we're seeing is all this flipping around, all this getting turned and twisted. So it's probably like right in here is where we see that. Got a good shot of it with our radar. Kingston, Barwick, let's see if there's any little communities in here that we might miss otherwise. This is 69 Highway. This is 35. Here's Kerr. Kerr, you need to be getting in your shelter if you're up and watching us. We are in Clinton and Caldwell counties in Missouri. So right now it would be in Clinton County, and then it'd be moving toward Caldwell and going, what did we say, 50 miles an hour? So I'll get you a track here in a second, but before I do, just to give you a crystal clear picture of where we can best estimate that this is, it's still southwest of Kerr. This is State Highway, looks like HH, let me confirm. Yes, State Highway HH. This is 121 Highway. This is 69 Highway. This is 35. Just lost it. It'll come back here in a second. There we go. And then North State Road D. This is Kerr. So it's going to be west of Northwest State Road D. State Highway HH is kind of right along that spot in eastern Clinton County, moving quickly across the county line into Caldwell County. So Kingston is going to be headed your way. There's a chance that we have a tornado, radar indicated. A lot of spin here. We don't know if it's going to be able to drop one down to the ground because, again, these storms are way up off the ground. But whenever they spin like this, doesn't matter. You got to say, all right, Mother Nature, sometimes she plays by her own rules and things look a certain way on paper, and then you get a tornado that can drop, and that's what we're seeing here. So tornado warning continues again till 4:30. So let's track this one out. 50 miles an hour, moving, is it east? It says east. Got a little bit of a northeast jog to it. They extended, you can see this new flashing yellow box back behind me. That's the severe thunderstorm warning portion of it, where whenever you see it do that, that's going to be some nasty RFD anyway. So even if it's not producing a tornado, this storm has cycled up, and what they will do is they'll spin air around, and then on the backside it shoots down as really strong straight line winds. So oftentimes tornadoes come with strong straight line winds, what's called RFD, rear flank downdraft. And on the south and west side, those are some cranking straight line winds, even if there's no tornado there. Okay. I'm going to have to pull this view out because it's going so fast. Give me just a moment. Again, tornado warning. We're in Missouri, Clinton and Caldwell counties. About to exit Clinton County, move into Caldwell County if it's not already there because it's moving so quickly. All right, here we go. All right, so we've got Kingston, 426. There's Gomer at 438, places that just know that this is a very fast-moving storm. It's spinning, and it's got potential for a tornado. This is a tornado warning. There's Breckenridge there, and that would be about 448. Here's Chillicothe, so 508. We're getting pretty far down the line now, so we'll kind of stop there. But these are the areas, if you're within this cone shape, then there's a potential that you have a tornado that's moving your way. Warren, I'm going to kick it over to you for a moment and see if you've got anything coming in on chat.
Sure.
Or if you see anything else on your side. And while you're doing that, I'm going to look at the straight line wind with this because it's pretty rowdy.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So nothing new from the National Weather Service in our chat. That's where we would keep tabs on if there's any reports, any storm spotters out, emergency management relaying stuff. And so this was still radar indicated from when they issued it. No updates in that regard. One thing I do want to mention, though, the considerable severe thunderstorm warning that's in place for Kansas City, it was extended with this parent thunderstorm that now is moving east with that tornado warning that Luke mentioned. So I want to get you a new just information on that warning there specifically. That's going to be until 5 o'clock. So moving east pretty fast. One good thing that I'm seeing This southern part of the thunderstorm here, it's now moving into the heart of Kansas City, and I took the lightning product off just because there's so much lightning. But this severe thunderstorm warning that has the white outline for the South Metro, that's also considerable, and that's also for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. They have not extended that, though, as the leading edge is getting closer to the bottom of the polygon there. And what I'm potentially seeing is this might be gusting out. There's a line right here, this green line, that might be the gust front that's actually pushing out too far ahead of the parent thunderstorm, which would be a good sign because that could actually be weakening, even though that's probably a strong wind gust. But I'm maybe seeing that northern storm be the stronger feature here, at least as of now. And if you just quick look at the velocity products here, again, we're trying to see those strong straight line wind gusts. I'm definitely not seeing as much in the South Metro as we were. So again, it's still a warning, but at least a trend that I'm noticing. Some of the stronger wind gusts up near your storm, Luke.
Good analysis, Warren. I mean, to see if that thing's going to be outflow,
Right.
it's going to be driving away, that'd be good. Now so we're just now entering into Caldwell County. So we're in Missouri right now. We're north of Kansas City, and we're looking at this tornado warning. And I was showing you, even if there's not a tornado with it, we just updated here, but we had a 78-mile-per-hour ping on one of these pixels here. So there's 72. There it is, 78. So see that right there? This is where the Doppler radar is looking into the storm, and it's tracking how all the raindrops are moving. And it's saying, hey, some of these things are moving at 80 miles an hour, which means that there's 80-mile-per-hour winds within that. And this could have 80, 90-mile-per-hour straight-line winds on top of the possibility of a tornado. So a dangerous storm that we have up here. If you're in western Caldwell County or extreme eastern Clinton County in Missouri, we've got a dangerous storm here with a tornado warning, and we're tracking that for you right now, okay? So this goes until 4:30. It's 4:14 right now. We're in communication with the National Weather Service to see. The thing is, we don't have a lot of spotters up here. It's nighttime. This thing is probably wrapped up in rain, so we can't get a real good picture at it. And if you're in this zone, just know that we see the thing on radar spinning, and you would be best served if you and your family could get to a safe location. All right, so it'd be the best thing to do. Even if you don't have a tornado shelter or you don't have a basement, you could get to the interior room in your house. Get away from windows is the big thing. I need to look at the hail with this because it could have wind-driven hail, and you can bust out windows. You get 80, 90 mile per hour straight line winds, and that alone can cause quite a lot of damage. So point is just, if you can, if you're up, get to a safe spot. Turn your TV way up so you can hear us as this thing's coming through. Take your device with you so you can track this with us on kctv5.com or on our app, anything like that. Just have a way that you can maintain awareness and stay informed as this slides on by. So where would we see the tornado? It's likely up here west of Kerr. Right there would be the most likely zone. Here's another spot. That looks a little bit more straight line windy to me. That right there is where we could have extreme straight line winds. The rotation though, here let me look at a different way. Get rid of this warning. I'm going to switch radars. See if we can get another different look at it. There's another spot over here north of Elmira that's got some stout winds with it. I see that's right there. That's going to be some gusty winds. That would be our potential tornado. It went back on me. Okay, it's coming down. The rotation's coming down a little bit. Might be cycling down a bit. So there it was. You can see how bright it was. This is that was at 4 a.m. So that was 16 minutes ago. You can see why they put the warning on it there between Lathrop and Turney. And then as it's crossing over, it's still there. It's still, if we had a tornado, it would be right there on the county line. It'd be just east of 35, right on the Clinton-Caldwell County line. We're in Missouri. That's where it could be. And if it's not there, then we could still have the really stout straight line winds. So just know this is a dangerous storm, likely just west of Kerr or near Kerr, moving east at about 50 miles per hour. Fresh track going to come in for you now. Too close, too fast. Got to zoom it back out. Nice to see. It's a good trend that we see. It's not as wrapped up as it once was. All right, Kingston, 4:30 at Kingston, so that's about what, 12 minutes away. And then here's Breckenridge on this east-northeast track. Polo, it's going to stay north of you. Bramer probably stays north of you too. There's Chillicothe. It's getting pretty far out. This has not been persistently rotating like this, so I'd be a little surprised if we make it all the way out to Chillicothe with a tornado threat, but we'll see. Of course, we're going to keep a very, very close watch on that. And then also, I'm going to switch winds here, and we're going to go to our straight line wind tracker. And I want to see if this thing is still punching out 80-mile-per-hour straight line winds like it was. Yeah, and Polo, there's another spot there. You may not have the tornado threat there, but wow, do you have some strong winds. They're saying tornado possible with the, there's a considerable warning, Warren, that is south of where the tornado warning is, or it's kind of all one big, huge warning.
Right.
It's got tornado possible with it.
So they're watching for more maybe notches on that leading edge or something.
I'm wondering, I'm thinking so. Like you see these hot spots that pop up over here, so just west of Polo. Just know if you're here, like Polo or just north of Elmira, that's something else. This is where we see stronger, you know, the red next to the green. That tells us that there's rotation there. This looks a little bit more broad and more punchy straight line wind. Let's see what the straight line wind could be. 70, could probably be 70, 75 mile per hour straight line winds. So that's in southwestern Caldwell County in Missouri. So multiple hazards going on here, entering Caldwell County. In spots it could be like this right here, 80 mile per hour, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. That's a potential tornado. There is a tornado warning till 4:30 that's on that, so we're tracking all of that. One more thing is the hail, and it was coming down, but the way that this thing had cycled back up, I wouldn't be surprised to see if it's got that with it too. Now, hail's not big. Hail looks sub-severe, actually. So even coming into the KC Metro, a lot of this, you might have some hail, but I don't see big hail right now anywhere. Probably not even severe levels of hail with any of these storms. Their wind, it's possible tornado in Caldwell County in Missouri, and it's a lot of heavy-duty rain, a lot of heavy rain coming in. Okay, Warren, I'll kick it back over to you, see what you've got coming in. We've got, looks like a new flash flood warning that came out? Okay, let's talk about that for a moment.
Yeah, so the northern Kansas City Metro now pretty much all under a flash flood warning. And so this is something that we've been talking about now for over an hour. Big concern on significant rainfall. Northern 435 loop, those of you in Leavenworth County also, and then, you know, Platte, Clay, Jackson, Wyandotte counties, you are included within this. This is until 10 o'clock this morning. That goes through the entirety of the morning commute. Too much rain falling in a short amount of time and adding more on top of this. We have more thunderstorms that are tracking in from the west. So we're concerned with low-lying areas. We're concerned with creeks, streams, rivers. We're concerned with those spots, that always flood. Those are likely flooding or starting to flood now. And what you're seeing, look what is coming in from the Flint Hills, central Kansas, more thunderstorm activity. Even if it's not severe later on this morning, we're likely going to see a few more rounds of rainfall over the same location. Not something that we like to see. We're early enough now for the morning commute that roads are probably pretty quiet. And of course, we'll have our Taylor Johnson here all morning. She's going to walk through those hot spots, especially in the Kansas City Metro, where we're seeing the flash flooding. But that's a big concern of mine specifically. I'm going to watch for any reports. We're going to take a look at the scout cameras, all that stuff coming up here.
Thank you, Warren. Yeah, let's, for the Kansas City Metro, I think point is, yeah, we've got some wind, we've got some hail coming in, but just kind of underscoring what probably is going to be the biggest issue for most of us is flash flooding, what just came out. So Warren is going to be watching that for you very closely. In the meantime, we do have this tornado warning. I'm going to get us right back to this, and I got to say, this cell is showing two areas of possible spin. One is this tornado warning right here. This is Caldwell County, so we're in Missouri now. This goes till 4:30. It's turning a bit messy. If there's a tornado here, which we're not saying for sure that there is. It's radar indicated. We've seen a lot of spin. This would be entirely wrapped in rain. You would not be able to see this. Just know that, because the spin is like way over here on the county line, and all that rain is out around it. And it's pretty common that if you've got a tornado, just imagine it's going to wrap curtains of rain around it. And this one's got miles and miles of rain all around it. So just know that. The other spot that I see, and this is what the tornado warned storm had done previously, we saw this inflow notch. Now the National Weather Service has this yellow box with the white around it. That's a considerable severe thunderstorm. It's a level 2 severe thunderstorm, not your base level. It's the next level up. And what they're saying is we got to watch this spot too, because over here east of Lawson and north of Rayville, we're getting the same process where this is starting to ingest a lot of warm, juicy air that these storms love to thrive on, and it's gobbling all that up, and it's starting to spin. And you can tell because look how it's got this little hook in it right here. So it's wrapping this rain around it, and then it's trying to get something going there. That's another area that we're going to have to watch. Don't be surprised if this gets a warning on it. Right now it does not. But something that we're going to have to track here. Let's get back up here in Caldwell County. Tornado warning. If you're just waking up, it's 4:23. Warren and I have been tracking the threat for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail, and we've been looking at the flash flood threat, and now there's a tornado warning. We've been on much of the morning for a good hour and a half now. Let's switch gears over to the wind and spot where this thing may be. So this lets us look inside the storm and see if it's cycled back up. What good news here, Warren, is it is certainly broadening. I'm going to imagine that this warning will be allowed to expire. We don't know this yet. Oh, yes.
Expires.
Okay, there it is. Just came in. National Weather Service tornado warning for East Central Clinton and Central Caldwell counties will expire at 4:30. That means it's not canceled, so it's got 6 minutes left on it. You know, technically, but the rotation has gone so broad here that it just, that's not tight rotation. You've got some there and some there that are trying to meet up, but they're just too far apart. So this warning will be allowed to expire here in a few minutes. So tornado threat looks to really be dropping off sharply for Caldwell County in Missouri. Did go till warning goes till 4:30. We'll keep half an eye on it just in case it were to cycle back up. But let me show you what we're talking about. If we just go back a little bit, that is tight rotation. You can see how the bright colors meet up next to one another. That's where you could have a tornado. As we go forward, it's cycled down. That's how these would want to do it. These types of systems would want to do it like that, where they're brief, they wrap up, and then they do what we call a cloud, which is where they kind of wrap themselves out, and then they're done. They just don't last that long. Now what we have to watch is that same thing happening down here by Rayville or north of Rayville, and starting to get a little bit of right there. There's something a little bit there. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Okay, with that said, let's go back to our straight line winds. Oh man, strong straight line winds. We were looking at this earlier where if you've got the potential for a tornado, then you have something else that's going on the back side of the storm that's pretty common that can bring really strong straight line winds. And it looks like we might have some of that. Oops, sorry. Trying to get this radar right. There we go. So the bigger threat with this, the tornado warned storm that we've been talking about is probably straight line winds now, where between Polo and Kingston, we might have some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts or higher. Here we go. Our radar is estimating, if we're getting, there you go, 64. There's probably some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in this zone. Okay. Between the zone, so Cowgill and Polo, there's Kingston right there. In that zone tracking east at about 50 miles per hour, so Bramer and Ludlow, you guys might be getting into some pretty nasty straight line winds. Okay, so that tornado warning, if you're just joining us, is going to be allowed to expire. Threats coming back down. Let's get back to the metro. And we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning and a flash flood warning. We've got multiple hazards right now in the Kansas City metro. Look at all the boxes that we've got. They're just everywhere. With that, let's spot here while I've got the winds, where the strongest winds may be. The reason for the considerable severe thunderstorm warnings has been hail and winds. The hail threat has been coming down, but the winds have been kind of cycling and spotty. And right now it looks like about Gladstone to Liberty. In that zone, we might have a 60, maybe 70 mile per hour wind gust, probably closer to 60. Avondale and Clay Como, that should be shifting to the east, maybe even southeast eventually. Let's check in on okay, so now it's just moved. Got a new radar scan. Over Liberty right now would be the strongest winds, probably about 60 mile per hour wind gusts there. Nowhere else right now is anything jumping out to me. We'll check in with Warren here in just a bit and see if he's got anything coming in on the reports. But before we get there, let's go to the hail. Something else that we want to watch with these. I think, again, the bigger thing is going to be the flooding. So current hail. We've got a spot over here that we're going to have to watch. It's on the west side of the metro. That's some severe hail that we've got moving in just north of Stony Point. Let's track this. Let's go back and forth a little bit. It should be moving kind of east-northeast. So this is going to be going over the Northland, it looks like. So Bethel to Stony Point. Parkville looks like it's going to stay just south of you with this hail. This could be up to about probably quarter-size hail or so. Then Wellborn, this right here is I-29. So where it hooks up and goes up north there by the airport. Gladstone, maybe I'm thinking like the north side of KC, so like KCK, North KC, Avondale, some of the spots that may be under the gun for that hail core. We're going to have to watch that one. A little bit up there by Liberty, but it's not severe, it doesn't look like. So that's what we've got with that thunderstorm. So we've got some gusty winds up by Liberty that are probably about 60 miles per hour. We've got some hail that is moving in on the northwest side of the 435 loop, so we'd be looking at like KCK, and then we've got the big thing, which is going to be the flash flooding. So let's go over to you, Warren, and let's look at that flash flood threat.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so taking just a wide picture look here, these are the thunderstorms in Kansas City. I know this is a lot going on. There's significant lightning, significant rain, and now a new line of very strong storms coming through Topeka. So all of this still pulling through over the next few hours. That is why we have such a big flash flood concern. We've already seen multiple inches of rainfall in a short amount of time. The northern Kansas City metro has really seen the worst of it so far. That is why a flash flood warning is in place until 10 o'clock this morning. It looks like a new flash flood warning just went in for Lawrence and northern Douglas County and also Jefferson County. So this is where the heaviest of the rain has fallen, and we are going to see impacts for the morning commute. Ponding on roads, creeks, streams, rivers very swollen as well. Multiple inches of rain, again, has fallen, and we are expecting even more. I do want to show you our high-resolution data here. How much more rain could fall? Well, we can see another 1 to 2 inches of rain. Some spots maybe even 3 to 4. It depends where those storms continue to track over. You can see that stripe near Interstate 70. So that is eventually going to make its way east as well. I know you've been quiet this morning out to the east on 70, those of you in Lafayette, Saline counties, but this is definitely going to be a significant rain event out there this morning, the biggest of our concerns. So I'm going to keep tabs on that. We're going to start to see some reports, I think, as that morning commute keeps going and will continue to progress. Luke?
Yeah, we're going to be here with you all morning long. You know, we have been monitoring these threats for days now. Hopefully you feel well prepared. I mean, we've had a first warn weather day on this since, what, Friday? And we've been first warning about today for about a week now. And the concern has been, one, severe weather, but two, this, flash flooding. And during our morning commute, you're starting out your week, and this is what you wake up to. But we've got a fire hose of rain that is pointed right at us. Here's some that's moving through the metro now, and we all know that the metro does not drain very well. We've got, you know, anytime you get over a couple inches in a short amount of time, then you're looking at 35 in Penway. You're looking at, what, I-70 and Grand, all those typical spots that flood, we're probably going to see that this morning. And in some spots, we could have, standing water, and it's on the table. Flash flooding is why we've got the flash flood warning out there now, and there's more to come. That's from this cluster, and Warren was just showing you this whole other fire hose that's aimed right at Kansas City. So this will probably be lasting through at least the early part of the morning commute. We're not sure exactly, of course, how all this is going to play out, because you've got a couple different cells going on, a couple different clusters that are moving in slightly different directions. But our computer forecasts are having this linger around. There's 5, 6, maybe by 7 or 8, it finally starts to get a little kick and move on out. We're not sure of that. It depends on how this stuff that's over there by Topeka ends up moving. And then by probably 8 or 9, we should be wrapping up with rain, though we may still have impacts left over from the heavy rain. So that's just kind of how that looks to track out from what we can see right now. Estimated rainfall so far has been in spots upwards, especially north. Warren was talking about this earlier. North of Kansas City, we've been seeing 3, 4 inches of rain in some areas. The heaviest rain, though, this stripe is shifting southward now. So that's where we're going to start to see some of the reds and the oranges is going to be over the KC Metro as we go through this morning. And let's see what they've had. Some of these spots up here have been like 3 inches plus. There's 3.8. I just clicked right there. So we're probably going to have something similar to that in Kansas City by the time the morning commute's underway. So just to give you a lot of heads up with that. Let's check. Wow, there's a whole, look at all these flash flood warnings. I mean, there's the one over the KC Metro. There's this new one that Warren just talked about, and then Topeka back all the way into Manhattan. And all of that is sliding eastward. Okay, let's check in on some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. If you're just joining us, it's 4:34. Newscast typically starts now, but we're going to stay with you as long as there's a threat in Kansas City, especially with these severe, not just regular severe thunderstorms, considerable severe thunderstorms. The next level up, potential for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and the flash flood warning. We're going to stay here with you. If you're just getting started this morning, you're just waking up, we do have some strong storms plowing through Kansas City and surrounding areas. At times, we even had a tornado warning that just expired. That one was in Clinton and Caldwell counties in Missouri. That is now gone, so there's an update for you. This looks to be transitioning into a gusty line of storms. So this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We're in Missouri. Whenever we see them do this, and there's a little kink in there too we're going to have to check out, but whenever we see them kind of take this shape where it looks like a bow, like you're going to shoot a bow, they tend to get a lot of wind that's pushing in on the back side of them. They kind of tap into the jet stream. They get like jet stream level winds. So we've got our tracker out. That's what we're looking at here. So the First Warn 5 weather tracker is out and on the roads this morning. We're going to be looking for any flash flood issues whenever we see them. We'll go there. We'll show you what it looks like, and we'll report it back to you. And that's a live view of the Country Club Plaza. So we've got heavy rain. Doesn't look bad there, though. Okay. Yeah, you can see how it's much heavier on the north side of the metro. Trackers in Shawnee Mission Parkway and what? Okay, west toward 435 is where they're going. So let's look in here on this storm, and then we'll make our way back to the southwest. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. They're still saying tornado possible, which is interesting. This is the same general area where we had a tornado warning not long ago. And we've got 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The hail's coming down. The hail was huge earlier, but now that we're seeing everything kind of congeal into these clusters or these lines, the hail threat comes down, your wind threat typically goes up, and the flash flooding threat goes up. So this goes till 5 o'clock in the morning. We've got just under a half hour left on this. We're looking at Carroll, Jackson, Lafayette, Ray counties in Missouri. This is northeast of Kansas City. I want to look at this tornado possibility with this cell. And it would probably be this little notch right here is what we're going to have to track with that. Yeah, that's where there could be, it's not a tornado warning, it's not tight enough, but we're seeing something go on here. And you can see these really strong winds that are straight line winds, no doubt. You're going to have strong straight line winds. This is going right along, what is that, 116 highway? Let me confirm. Be right along, I believe, 116 highway in Missouri. So this is in Caldwell County, Cowgill, moving toward Black Oak and Bramer. And maybe there's some rotation there, but it's not tight rotation, but some strong straight line winds are possible there. Okay, so that's that cell. Now let's go down into the KC Metro. We did have some stuff around Liberty that was rather stout. And that's probably our peak wind right now is around Liberty. Might have some Missouri City too, somewhere around 60 mile per hour wind gusts. I would doubt that I'd be surprised if there's 70 mile per hour gusts in that. It just doesn't look quite as strong as what we're seeing to the north. But again, these things are up and down quite a lot. So if it's saying 50, then there's probably 60. And I know a lot of you are concerned about hail because your car, and you're probably about ready to get out and hit the road here before too long if you're waking up early with this. Good news is hail for the metros, nothing severe. We did have a report earlier of pea-size hail that was coming in. I think it was out of Parkland that we had that, or excuse me, Parkville. That would make sense. Probably some pea, small hail there, dime-size hail, something like that. And then maybe a little bit that's over here on the east side of the 435 loop. We'd be looking at like just north of Centropolis. There's the stadiums right there. It's a stadium complex. So we'd be looking up in that general area. Could be Worlds of Fun area. Have a little bit of hail there, but there's more with this other cell that's a bit stronger that's just south of Bramer and north of Richmond. Back to the traditional radar, rain is the thing. Flooding is going to be the big deal for us this morning, especially as once we get hit with this round, it should take some punch out of the atmosphere, and our risk for severe weather in Kansas City doesn't go away, but it does start to drop a little bit, but the flash flooding threat will remain for at least another probably 2 or 3 hours. The warning goes until 10, I believe, the flash flood warning, until 10 o'clock for KC. So multiple hazards for us this morning. Just to review, we've got considerable severe thunderstorm warnings with 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Hail threat is there, but it's coming down. And then the flash flooding. Flash flooding is what it's going to predominantly be for much of the morning. Okay, let's go back over to Warren. Warren sounds like he's got an update for us.
Yeah, just wanted to bring a report out of Cameron, Missouri, just north of the Kansas City Metro. We've had some reports this morning of some hail and a little bit of minor damage out there, but Cameron specifically here, it looks like the icon just populated on, but a semi overturned, and they said 5 miles-ish south of Cameron. So I'm assuming that is right on 35, and that seems to be where that icon just populated right here. So that is creating an issue. We have some information from our chat with the National Weather Service here, and the city of Hamilton and that area, Cameron Fire, reporting that there was a lot of trees down south of Cameron along the same corridor right by this accident here. They're trying to divert traffic. I think it's a mess out there right now. Thankfully, it is early enough in the morning, but that is a problem. If you are a commuter from Cameron to Kansas City, there's going to be a mess when you get south of town there, or if you have to commute south on 35 regardless from northern Missouri. So one thing to watch out for there is a report of an overturned semi here, and we'll let you know anything new that comes in from Cameron specifically. I do want to go back now to the overall radar, and the strongest part of this line of thunderstorms has been this northern chunk here. So this basically started off as one cluster, and it's acting in 2 parts now. This cell specifically is racing east. This stuff here, it's turning a little bit more widespread and slower, and that's going to cause more of that flooding issue. So I think this morning, at least as of now, what we're seeing as the strongest part of this line is what we've been tracking that had that tornado warning that was close to where that semi was overturned. So they'll have to potentially do some damage assessment there today. But near Bramer, kind of moving toward Chillicothe. Chillicothe, you are now in a severe thunderstorm warning. These have considerable tags on them, so that's a level up from a base severe thunderstorm warning. That considerable tag is for 70+ mile per hour winds. Not to mention, look at all of this. I mean, look at all the lightning. It is significant. So that is a sign these storms are not pulsing down just yet. They are very strong. We've used the word a few times. They're healthy and they're breathing well. And so I think this is really what to watch for the winds. And then when you go to the metro, we need to watch for the flash flood threat. What we would have seen if this was still strong straight line winds, we probably would have seen this extended a little bit more, but it doesn't show a whole lot of hot spots with those strong winds. So flash flooding an issue, but you might think, well, I live in the 435 loop out south of the metro. Where's my rain? It has been a cutoff, significant cutoff, tracking basically near 70. And if you live in the South Metro, you haven't gotten a whole lot, but we do have more coming in from the west. You do have an opportunity to get some rain out here throughout the course of the morning. So we're going to continue to track now this line of thunderstorms that does have a warning for Lawrence, a severe thunderstorm warning, and south of Topeka that will move this way eventually. Luke mentioned it earlier. I think this line is about to start kicking in a little bit more. So we're hoping that can happen. We don't want to deal with this flash flooding, but that is a big concern of ours at this time.
Hey, thanks, Warren. Awesome. Really appreciate everything you're doing over there. This flash flooding may be already a problem in Kansas City. Stanley, can you hear me? Caleb, can you hear me? Hey, whoever's got their ears on, I just got a voicemail from a viewer. It says that they're reporting in Riverside that the creek is flooded and people are being evacuated. Don't know. This is not confirmed. I just got a voicemail, and it goes to text, so voice to text on my phone, and just sharing that we're getting reports in Riverside, so up there on the Missouri River in Kansas City, that there may be some pretty significant issues there. So just passing that along. If you're in that area, please just let us know. We should be up on the Facebook stream and the YouTube stream as well. If you're in that general area, let us know what you're seeing, as long as you can stay safe with it. So. Something else I just want to point out, this is unforecastable, how these cells, watch, there goes a cell, and then there's a third one. How many cells will pass over where you are you don't know it until it's like happening. So the point is, that's why we've got the flood watch. The flood watch goes all the way through 10 o'clock this morning, 7 p.m. tonight for the flood watch. The flash flood warning goes through 10 o'clock this morning. How many of these cells are you going to pass over your area is a question that we will all have for the Kansas City Metro throughout this morning. We've already had multiple cells, 1, 2, 3. This is a 1-hour loop. It's just been pouring because we keep getting hit. How many more will pass through is the next question. And Warren was showing you this, but just to kind of point it out, you still got all this mess back over here to the west. And if you're south, you're down here in Overland Park, south side of the 435 loop. You're down here by Belton. You're thinking, we are not even getting any rain. It's coming. I mean, we're all going to have that mess to deal with. But this is going to be a kick, this transition point right here, where the storms are going to start to move in out of the northwest to southeast. So rather than just kind of parking like they are right now, which they're going to do for probably another hour or two, then we'll finally get that kick to sweep them on out. And the way that looks is like this. All right, so let me show you what I'm talking about. There's our storms that linger. There's 5. There's by 6 o'clock, they start to get the push so that's an hour and 15 or so, according to this computer forecast, which is faster than other ones I've seen. And then by 7 to 8 o'clock, they're starting to move east and out of our area. Notice as they do, we get something like that. That would be a nasty windstorm on the east side of our metro, or east side of our coverage area, if that happens. But it's probably going to be another hour and a half to 2 hours of really significant rainfall in Kansas City, from what we can tell right now. Severe threat comes with it too. Looks like we've got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Warren, you may have touched on that while I stepped out for just a moment. This one that's over here by east of Chillicothe.
A little bit, but I think putting a track on it's probably helpful.
I'll track that whole thing, and we've also got a rotating part of this storm too. So if you're just waking up with us and you're northeast of Kansas City, we're going to break that down in just a second, but look at the lightning here. Last night we had round number 1, and I came in at midnight. I came into the office at midnight tonight, and that thing just kept going and going and going, and disrupted my sleep pretty badly. And I bet a lot of you have that this morning too. So it's a Monday morning that's a little bumpy for a lot of us here. So not as much lightning with the cells that are over the Kansas City Metro. That's one sign that tells us that they may not be as potent with the wind and with the hail as what we have up here to our northeast. Lightning can be an indicator of how strong and how healthy a storm is. And that line's the most intense that we're seeing right now. A little bit of a drop off in the rain over here between Leavenworth and Bonner Springs, but I don't think it's going to last that long, as we've got this next cluster that's coming in east of Lawrence, or right around Lawrence. That's all going to be moving in, so just know that. Okay, let's go up here and do a little radar tour. I'm going to pause everything for you. Look at this cell. And let's look at where the threats may be. I see a little hail core right here. There's a little notch. We're going to be watching these notches all morning long. That's where we could have a quick spin up. Yeah, Cameron, getting reports. Warren was just telling you all about Cameron. Cameron looks like they took it pretty hard. We tracked that cell coming through Cameron, and we had those strong, at least straight line winds. There was a circulation with that cell. So we're not sure if that could have been tornado damage or if that could have been straight line wind damage. Let's get to, first off, where there could be maybe some spin. All right, got to switch my radar. Here you go. And that would be by Bramer. If we did have, it's really broad, that's not tight enough for there to be a tornado, which is why there's no tornado warning. But this does have a tornado possible tag with it, this warning right here. What that means is it needs to be checked, it needs to be monitored. And right now we're still doing okay as far as rotation goes. It's there, but it's not strong. Now let's go to, these are straight line winds. And up here by Bramer and Breckenridge, these are probably 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in pockets. You'd have a big area that would be getting 60s, and in some spots you might even be cranking out a 70 or 75-mile-per-hour wind gust. Let's see what kind of, there's a 68. If I see a 68, there's a 75 in there probably. So around Bramer, south of Chillicothe, we'd be looking at what, eastern Caldwell County? Okay, thank you. We've got Taylor Johnson. She's getting mic'd up right now. A big story for this morning is going to be our commute and what do our roads look like. So she's going to get us taken care of with that. We've got our tracker out, our First Warn 5 weather tracker, and we're going to be bringing you updates throughout the morning with this flash flooding. As I look at the winds again, winds in Kansas City, we do have our severe thunderstorm warning, but I don't see anything that jumps out. You can it doesn't take a meteorologist to look at the difference in the colors here and see where the strongest winds are. I mean, that's as difficult as it is. And right there is where our radar is picking up on the stoutest winds, and they're probably 50 mile per hour winds in KC right now, though these things are cycling up and down. The hail, one more thing with that, and then we're going to, thank you so much. Check this hail real quick. This cell has peaked back up. This is by far the strongest cell northeast of KC, the one that's got the potential 75-mile-per-hour winds with it. Just west of Leslie and over here by Bramer, we've got, that's probably egg-size hail right there in that purple spot. Everywhere that's in blue could be severe hail. It'd be the size of quarters. And that storm is moving east. It was at 55. Let me check on that. We're going to get you to Taylor here in just a moment, and she's going to give us an update on what's happening with our roads in the KC area. Let's see here. Get us back to the traditional radar. And there's this warning. Okay, I need to see how fast this cell's moving. And we're going to track that one out for you. That one goes till 5:30, moving east at 55. Very fast-moving thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm right now. Considerable hail with it, and considerable wind is possible with it as well. Big area that I'm going to track out to the east. This is on the northeast side of our coverage area. Norborn at 4:54, 5:10. Carrollton, there's Brunswick at 5:52, and sliding east, big nasty thunderstorm there. Okay, reset the view on my radar. Get your bearings with us on the weather end, and you can see all these cells, all of these have been going through. Now let's get you out to Taylor, and Taylor's got an update for us as far as what we're seeing on the roads. Okay, Taylor, over to you.
All right, Luke, so just adjusting some things over here really quickly. But the first thing that I noticed as I started looking at our scout cameras is for our folks who are headed northbound on I-435 just before the Missouri River, especially over in these side lanes here. I'm seeing a lot of ponding right here. And as these vehicles go by, especially in this far right lane, you could see some pretty serious splashing there. So you'll want to be mindful of that when you're headed in this direction, especially because you can't really see either. There aren't any street lights there, so you can't really get a good look at what is in front of you until you approach it. So you want to be mindful of that. So this is the area here that we're talking about once again from our folks in Kansas who are headed north and then soon to cross the Missouri River. So this is the area we're looking at here. Another spot that is looking to cause some trouble, I turned off the radar so you can get a better look, is for our folks who are headed northbound on I-35 at that I-69 highway interchange. Also, if you're coming from 291 highway, there is some red here as we are looking at potential for ponding there as well. So I have the cameras up. Let me see if I can pull up the scout for I-35 northbound at 69 highway, because it looks like traffic actually might be at a standstill there. Let me pull this up for you really quickly. All right, so this is what we're looking at here. And it's not very clear, of course, because of the rain here on the lens, but you can see traffic looks like it's barely moving right here in that northbound lane that we're seeing. So we might actually need to get a call in here and see what's happening in that particular area. But again, this is northbound 69, northbound I-35 near 69 highway, the interchange there. Let me try to move this forward so we can get a better look at the map here. So this is what we were just looking at by the Missouri River, but I'm going to take you to what I was just showing you on the camera. So right here, you could see that it's stretching all the way back to about 291 highway if you are in the Liberty area, if you're headed maybe toward Chandler. So we're going to continue to keep a close eye on this and try to get more details, as it looks like traffic might be at a standstill right there.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you so much. So, yeah, we just, while you were reporting on that live, we had something come through on our end, Taylor, about Missouri Highway Patrol is helping with that semi that's been jackknifed. 35 up near Liberty Hospital.
The road here. Let me pull this back up really quickly.
They're thinking
it's so dark.
Hydroplaning may have caused it, but they're not
So
that's not
this
confirmed.
right here, if we can come back, this is that jackknife semi. You
Yeah.
see that shadow right there? So that's pretty bad. You can see that it has traffic at a standstill again in those northbound lanes. So let me pull up this map once again for you guys. You're seeing how we're working in real time over here. Okay, so if you are headed northbound, you will want to avoid that. Get on 291 highway if you can, take I-35, but if you are headed, if you're in the Liberty area, maybe headed toward Chandler or further north, 69 highway to that interchange, you're going to get stuck in that standstill again from that jackknife semi. I'm going to pull that up once again so you guys can get another look at it. It is across the road here. So there's the front of it right there. And then there is the trailer. And it looks like it might even be off to the side. Or they just brought the camera out a little further to give you a better look. So it is completely blocking traffic in this area. So keep that in mind as you head out in the next few minutes. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this.
Thank you, Taylor. We also, just so our viewers know, we had a report earlier. I got a voicemail. Somebody called me and left a voicemail saying that there's flooding that's pretty significant in Riverside, so, you know, Kansas City, up there by the river, and we're checking it out. So we're sending a crew to figure that out, or we're making some phone calls. We're trying to get information with that. Warren's got an update, too, with a possible tornado that may have occurred north of Kansas City. We'll get there in just a second, but there's a lot going on right now. And if you're just joining us, it's 4:54. It's almost 5 a.m., and we had several rounds of storms come through. These are multiple individual cells that have come by. I just got, on my end, a report of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts out of, it was in Clay County, Lake Wacomas. So I just wanted to check in on that real quick. We've got a couple warnings here that are about to come to an end. So this seems like things are starting to come down a little bit. The National Weather Service is putting out some information and seeing, like, in general, we've been talking about how in Kansas City, our area has seen the winds come down a little bit. The reason for all these warnings has been up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I just had a report. I want to check in on that. It may be a delayed report is what I'm thinking, but I'm not sure. So let's check out the winds and where they could be most intense across our area right now, just to confirm. But I think a lot of these are going to be dropped, and we're really going to be focusing on the flash flood threat as we go throughout this morning. So there's our tracker. Our tracker's out right now. That's the Country Club Plaza. It's not coming down as heavy there as it is in some other spots. I do not see a big wind threat right now in the Kansas City area within the 435 loop. Compare that with what we see up here, the significant storm that is near Chillicothe, just southwest of Chillicothe. There's Bramer, there's Breckenridge. Those hot spots there could easily be 70 or 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Let me check on this warning. I think that this is the one that's allowed to expire at 5. Yes, and that one's probably going to be allowed to drop. Now, there may be some more that come in later on. We've got this whole mess of strong storms that's going to be moving in from the west. and that's going to keep us in the rain, in the flood threat. Look at all this stuff coming over here, Lawrence, and there's Osage City. All that's going to be sliding our way too. So we've got it now. We've already got flash flooding now. We've got this coming in. There is a severe thunderstorm warning over here for Lawrence. It's a base warning. This one looks like what? Douglas and Franklin counties. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. But the big thing for us is rain and flash flooding. Okay, let's go to Warren, as we may have had if it wasn't a tornado, it was really strong straight line winds. We've got some damage reports coming in from around the Cameron area. Let's see what he's got with that.
Yeah, I just wanted to match this up with radar. This is what we were tracking earlier when there was a tornado warning. That was about 4:05-ish to 4:15-ish. You can see here when we use this velocity product, we look for that couplet of the reds and the greens, and we had a nice inflow, a good little notch here, a little hook here. So here's Cameron, Missouri. Those of you that have traveled north out of Kansas City are familiar on 35. Cameron, Missouri, and just south, about 5 miles, that is where we had that tornado warning and also have damage reports. So I want to show you those real quick. We do have a report, and I'm not sure of the status of it right now, probably still a mess. Just south of Cameron, about 5 miles, there is an overturned semi. And also, there's a state park around there, and I'm forgetting the name. I believe Wallace State Park. That sounds right. And that is where we also have quite a bit of tree damage. It sounds like there's a lot of trees. Yeah, Wallace State Park blocking several road lanes. So if you are commuting from Cameron or from northern Missouri south on 35, please be mindful of this. It seems like there is a mess right here, and I know our scout cameras usually don't go up that far, so we're relaying that damage information to you here. You can see more of these damage icons coming in, again, just south of Cameron. So that's one thing that I wanted to mention. We also have multiple flash flood warnings in place, and we're going to keep reiterating this is our biggest concern this morning, especially in the metro, as the strongest of the wind gusts continue to pull out to the east here. The stripe of red boxes you see for all of our counties are all individual flash flood warnings. The one for Douglas right here, northern Douglas, that's the Clinton area, and also Clinton State Park over into Lawrence. That is until 7:30. The actual metro, it's basically 70 and north. That is until 10 o'clock out there this morning. So multiple counties have too much rain that fell in a short amount of time. Please be mindful of this. Avoid those low-lying areas, roads that flood quickly, creeks, streams, rivers by your house that flood quickly. All of that can cause a big issue. Water is interesting. It's a little bit more of a delayed effect because you have too much rain. It kind of ponds or runs off, goes to those lower lying areas. So while the heaviest of the rain could be winding down, you still could have flash flooding out there this morning.
Yeah, and we still think that there's a lot of rain yet to come.
Right.
So just getting back to what's going on right now, a couple updates for you. One is the severe thunderstorm warning that we've had in Kansas City was allowed to expire. No longer do we have, at the moment, a severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas City. It's the flash flood. That what you see right there is a flash flood warning that Warren was just going over. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is from Chillicothe down to east of Richmond. That's going to be going, it's a nasty storm. It's got potential for 70, 75 mile per hour wind gusts, got some hail with it too. And then we're going to be watching for this. We're going to be with you this morning, all right? So here it is. It's 5 o'clock. Typically, we're starting the newscast and everything. We're talking about all the different stories of the day. But this is, as you get your day started, this is some dangerous weather that we've got. And quickly unfolding is a significant flash flood threat across the Kansas City area. Let's get out to Taylor. We've already had some issues, significant issues on roadways this morning. She's got updates for us. Taylor.
Yeah, so I-35 for our Missouri drivers is really where we're seeing the problems here. So this here is a jackknife semi. This is northbound I-35 at 69 highway. So you see that shadow there, that is that semi. It looks like the front of it is actually off the road here, kind of as if it's going down into the embankment. And as a result, traffic is at a standstill here. So this is a closer look again. So that shadow you're seeing across the road, that image, that is that semi there. So we are advising, if you are headed in this direction, maybe you're a driver coming from the Liberty area headed north, to avoid going northbound on I-35. If you could take 291 highway, maybe even, you wouldn't even really be able to get to 69 highway either. You might have to take 291 to 33 to get on 69 highway if that's the way that you need to go. But as far as making it north to I-35, anywhere between 291 up to about that 69 highway interchange, you are going to be stuck in that standstill traffic. So also I want to take us a little further north near the Cameron area. There is a report of a semi that has crashed there as well. So you can see that there's a slowdown in those southbound lanes. So we will continue to keep a close eye on that area too. So the biggest issue we're seeing right now is, again, for our drivers who are headed northbound on I-35 due to that jackknife semi. Going to take you back a little bit so you can see that that image again, and this is where that vehicle is. It's likely going to be a while before they get that up and out of the way.
Thank you, Taylor. Wanted to mention earlier we had reports that Riverside had some big issues with flooding. There may have been some evacuations going on. That's what our report said. We're not sure, but we're sending somebody out right now. We're going to have Gabby Luma, and she is going to be our reporter in the field. She's going to tell us what she sees there. So we're sending a crew in that area. And also we have Maya Engel, another one of our reporters. Yeah, if Maya's ready, let's see what Maya's got. Go ahead, Maya. Tell us where you are, what you're seeing, and what you saw on your way there.
Yeah, Luke, we are heading east on 152 toward Liberty, and we have gone through some areas that have seen some pretty heavy rain. Right now, it is more of a light rain, just a drizzle, but we have been seeing a significant amount of lightning. Of course, as soon as I say that, now we haven't seen any in a few seconds, but it's almost been every 10 to 15 seconds, different lightning lighting up the sky. So that's been the big story of the day. Like I said, the rain has been fluctuating, heavier in some areas. We did go through some areas of ponding too, specifically when we were on 435 going over the Missouri River. We did see some ponding there, so just something to keep an eye out. But like I said, we're heading towards Liberty, so we will check back in once we get to that area and keep you guys updated on what we're seeing on the roads.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you so much. What we expect to happen is over the next, Warren and I were just talking for a moment about what we see going on. One, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued for Kansas City. It's not a considerable like it has been. Pretty much everything from about 2:30 this morning until 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, was a considerable, which is higher than your typical severe thunderstorm warning. This is a base warning, but we could have 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail with this cluster. This is on the Kansas side primarily. So this new, I know it's probably getting kind of hard to see. Let me see if I can show you this, just the warnings. Or maybe I could just outline it for you. I want you to see what's new here and if you're included in that. All right, so we'd be looking at Johnson County, Leavenworth County, Platte County, Wyandotte County. So a lot of this is in the Kansas side. Till 5:45, this just came out, new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be out of this cluster over here that's moving in out of Tonganoxie. But the bigger thing is going to be the heavy rain that comes with it. We're already just starting to get some flood reports coming in, a couple things going on. One is we've had the heavy-duty rain. There's been flooding in spots, but now people are waking up and they're getting their week started, and we're seeing more of that come in because more people are seeing it. So this is going to continue to ramp up the flood threat and the flooding that we see actually occur over the next couple of hours. So we're still in kind of the probably second or third inning of the flood event for Kansas City and the metro. There's still a long way to go. We've got to get rid of this entire mess that's out to our southwest before we are clear. And that probably doesn't happen until 7 or 8 o'clock this morning. And then we're still going to have leftover impacts as we try to get that rain to drain away. Couple storms that we're tracking along with this that are especially notable. One is this one that's up here. So Chillicothe to Carrollton, this is a significant severe thunderstorm warning. It's got a considerable tag for 70, 75-mile-per-hour winds. There could be some large hail if you're from Chillicothe all the way down to Carrollton. Big area there. A lot of lightning. This is one noisy, one electrified storm racing east at about 55 miles per hour. We're keeping an eye on this for possible rotation. It has been rotating at times. This is one that produced a potential tornado near Cameron. We don't know if it was the tornado or the straight line winds. Both were there. And then there's another one that Warren has been watching south and west over by Lawrence. And that's that next batch that we've got to watch coming in toward the metro or point south. So let's go over to Warren and see what he's watching with that cell by Lawrence.
Yeah, So specifically, there's an area of interest that I have. Right now, it's a base severe thunderstorm warning, meaning it has up to 16-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So Kansas City, let's travel west on 70 to Douglas County here. But specifically, we're going to go down a little bit farther to this notch right here. So the severe thunderstorm warning is in place until 5:15, which is another 9 minutes. We'll see. They'll probably continue it or expand it. But I want to watch. One thing to note, this is the Kansas City radar, so it's a little far away. Could be scanning up a little bit higher. The Topeka radar, it has been down this morning if you like to just watch radar, if you're wondering why it's not working. But these bright pixels that you see, this bright green here, that is an area of interest up a couple thousand feet off the ground, but we're going to watch that. So we start to see a little notch here. I'm not saying it's rotating yet, but I have suspicion that it potentially could. And when you go back to the actual looping radar through here, we are watching a little bit of, again, this notch right here. So I'm going to watch that, and we'll also have some updates on flooding. We have flash flood warnings in place, a lot of rain. I'll get you some radar estimated totals, all that coming up in just a bit.
Thank you, Warren. That would be headed toward the south side of the metro, too, if it stays on its current track. So that could be more like Overland Park and Leawood.
Areas that haven't been touched yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of spots. The south side, south of I-70, hasn't seen nearly what we've seen north of I-70. You talked about 24-hour rain totals. That was my next idea, Warren. I'll just go ahead and jump on that if that's all right. But you can just see the cutoff here between the south side of the 435 loop and north. Up here by Parkville and Liberty, we just got a video out of Parkville. I'm telling you guys, we're just getting people to report it back to us. It's been going on for about probably an hour, but we're getting quite a few reports and quite a few videos coming in now of roads that are just flooded. I mean, running water across a number of spots. So just know we're gathering all that as we can. It's just after 5 o'clock this morning, and we're just in the beginning of this thing, but you're probably in spots going to run into some flooded roads. And just know that you've got that ahead of you for your morning commute, and it's going to be ramping up over the next hour or two. As far as how much we've had, let's look up here by Gladstone, 4 inches of rain. Now, I checked on this about probably a half hour, 45 minutes ago, and it was about 2 inches or less everywhere within the 435 loop. So it's coming up fast. We're tacking on a lot of rain fast. Let's look over here by Parkville. This is that yellow spot, and 4 inches of rain. There's a lot more on the way, guys. We got a lot more rain on the way. Get ready for what could be in spots a half a foot of rain. And that will cause significant issues in an urban area like Kansas City. I mean, look at all this that's moving. Let's go over to Taylor. Taylor, any updates for you? We've had problems with jackknife semis and other things. What's going on?
Yeah, so I want to give folks just another view of the slowdown. Well, honestly, not even a slowdown, the standstill that it's creating. So you see all of these brake lights here. This is I-35 northbound at County Road A. So you can see over here on the far right that there are some drivers who have gotten off and are taking these side roads to try to get around this. And it's stretching up pretty far to starting around 291 highway, going to move up just a little bit to the north. So you can see the purple now. That means that the lanes are closed. So you see just how far back that stretches, just past 69 highway, all the way down to about 291 highway in I-435. So that's a significant amount of road that is closed right now. So you will want to take 291 as an alternative, maybe to 33 if you need to take 69 highway, or those side roads are going to be your best bet right now to get around this because nothing is moving in that area at this time. And not too long ago, we heard from our Maya Engel, and she talked about I-435 for our drivers over in the Kansas area who are headed north and getting ready to cross the Missouri River. There is a lot of ponding that's happening there, especially on those lanes that are on the outer side. So in the middle lanes, it's not looking too bad, but the far right lane, the far left lane is where you will find a lot of ponding there, and it's very dark over there as well. So you will want to be careful and slow down, as you won't be fully sure of what's ahead of you until you encounter it. So definitely something to keep in mind.
Especially with it being dark, and sometimes whenever you get flooding and the ditches are flooded, you can't tell where the road is and where the ditch is. Hydroplaning is going to be a problem for us this morning, something to be thinking about there. Slow down, go slow, give yourself lots of extra time as you hit the roads this morning if you've got to get out and get going. So tracking what's new here. Again, we just had a severe thunderstorm warning issued for the Kansas side, where we've got potential from this cluster moving in out of the Tonganoxie area. There we go. Let me pause this and get the lightning off and see what's going on with this storm. Let's give this a track and see where it's most intense. This one we dropped a warning, and then it came right on back with this cell moving in. So let's see if we can see any hot spots here with wind. I'm going to switch our radar, try to get a better peek at this. There we go. And it's going to be the stripe right here from Leavenworth down to Tonganoxie's, probably into some 50 or 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and up there by DeSoto. There's some more over there. That's the one Warren was watching just moments ago. We got to watch that little notchy area. That one could have some 60 mile per hour wind gusts with it too. Let's give you a track on that. We'll look at hail in a moment. I want to get a track on this one too. Let's see what the motion is with this one. There's that warning. Moving east at about 40 miles per hour. It's going to pack a lot of heavy rain. It's got a lot of lightning with it. Noisy, noisy storms waking you up. If you're just joining us, we've been tracking severe storms all morning long. Okay, so that put it in Lansing at 512. What are we at? Well, that's where we are right now. So Kansas City, it doesn't say what side, but probably over here on the KCK side. On the west side, be about 439. We could have some 60 mile per hour wind gusts. The stadiums would be closer to 6. So we got about 45, 50 minutes before it's on the stadiums, the east side of the 435 loop, and then moving toward Blue Springs after 6 o'clock this morning. So watch that. It's not to the intensity of what we'd seen earlier, but it is a severe thunderstorm, and hail is possible with it too. Let's inspect that. It's small. The one by Lawrence has got some stuff with it. This would be non-severe at the moment over by Tonganoxie, where you see that. That's what's going to be moving into right along I-70, so the north side of the 435 loop or central Kansas City. That would be peas or dimes. This over here, though, is a big area of severe hail between Lawrence and Baldwin City. Okay, so we've got some video. You need to see this. Coming in out of Parkville from this morning, I've been waiting for this to come through on our side. Bill and Carolina, show us what you've got.
All right, yeah, this just came in north of Parkville off of Hamilton Street. And again, I think this is something that's going to be seen. This is going to be a common scene across the entire metro here this morning, with water just coming out of one of those creeks there in the area, flowing over the street and then flowing down the hill there in portions of Parkville, Missouri. And again, this is probably not an uncommon scene across the entire metro here this morning.
And when we see situations like this, it is why we tell people, do not drive in this. When you don't see the road, you just don't know how deep it is. You don't know what's underneath it. You could definitely get stuck. So situations like this, you just don't even want to attempt driving through. Make sure you just find an alternate route. You can see how fast that water is going through this area. We're going to probably be seeing situations like this, not only in Parkville, but in many other zones where we have those flash flooding warnings right now in effect. Those are going to be here throughout the morning. Yeah. And we've got the severe thunderstorm watches that we're also watching with the rest of our team.
We're also getting some more video in 9 Highway between Parkville and Riverside. Looks to have a lot of water on it and debris on it as well. If you're familiar with that road, again, that's the one that connects between Riverside and Parkville, Missouri. There's a lot of debris that probably has rolled down that hill from all of the water that has really come down here in the last few days. I mean, Luke just said we're at a possibility of seeing 5 to 6 inches of rain here from this event, because these storms are not over. The west side of the metro is still getting into some of those severe thunderstorm warnings. I know my rain gauge at the house checked at almost 2 inches of rain here from this whole event that started here overnight. And again, we've been on the air since about 3 o'clock this morning here tracking these storms. Let's get back over to Luke again, because
something I want to note though with Luke though, Luke, we've already been getting so much rain. You've mentioned just how busy this season's already been, and so everything feels like it's saturated already. Yeah,
this has been as far as number of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings go, this is number one. This is the record year. All right, we've been keeping records for about 40 years on the number of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings, and 2026 up to this date is number one. And whenever you get a lot of severe thunderstorms, you get a lot of rain with it too, of course. So it's been very wet. The ground is saturated. Flood watch has been in effect. Hopefully this doesn't catch you off guard. We've had a first warned weather day on this since Friday to say, hey, don't check out over the weekend. You got to be checking in, because Sunday and into Monday, this could be a problem. And that's what we've got now. All right. So this morning, the thing is, we've got some severe thunderstorms. We're tracking and spot some high winds, some hail, but flash flooding is the thing that we have to watch most closely in Kansas City and for your drive within the metro. I've got the Facebook stream up and questions. If you've got questions, we're going to do our very best to answer as many as we can. We want to help you get out the door and stay safe this morning. So just know that I'm monitoring that for you. So far on the north side of Kansas City, I mean, I'm talking about I-70 and north, we've had up to 4 inches of rain. And we've still got a lot more. This could easily tack on 2 inches. We could be at 6 inches of rain, no problem. Then that whole thing, if you're on the south side, you haven't seen as much. You're right now in better shape on the south side of KC, so south side of I-70, than you are on the north side. But all that's going to be sliding to the south, and we're going to get into it there too. So everybody in the metro is going to have heavy rain, and in spots we are already seeing flash flooding. It's just ramping up, and it will not break and not be done until we get rid of that line. As far as getting the problem worse, and then it's going to take a while for all that to drain out. We've got a rough commute. This morning's commute is going to be rough. Yes. All right, so Gabby is on 9 Highway. She's heading north toward Riverside. We're interested in Riverside because we've had some reports of maybe evacuations and flooding there. Let's go to Gabby. Gabby, tell us what you've been seeing and where you are right now.
Yeah, Luke. So we're on 9 Highway right now. We're actually traveling towards downtown Parkville. We just passed, I believe, Horizons Parkway. So right now the rain has definitely gotten a little bit heavier just in the last couple of minutes as we're driving kind of more towards downtown Parkville and Riverside. And we have seen some ponding, a little bit of flooding on these roads. Nothing significant like we have seen in some of our reports. So on these main stretches of road, not seeing like anything really crazy flooding. But again, this visibility is a little bit lower right now. So we are trying to take it a little bit slower just to kind of see what is in front of us. But as it is dark, again, that visibility really isn't too great. But definitely in the downtown Riverside area, we were seeing some flooding kind of up in the grassy areas. So you know that those roads in some of those kind of lower lying areas definitely could see some of that flooding right now. So we are continuing to kind of look for some of those maybe problem spots with a lot more of that flooding. So we'll make sure to check back in with you in a minute. Luke.
Hey, Gabby, can I ask you just a couple questions? Stay with us. Gabby, can you still hear us?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
It sounds like the report that I got,
Yes.
I got a voicemail about in Riverside there were evacuations ongoing. You didn't see anything like that there, just to try to clear up that. You didn't see anything significant in Riverside from where you were.
No, from where I was, I had not seen anything significant. And right now we're kind of going into Parkville. Oh, we just got some of that ponding kind of on the side of the road. I don't know, you can kind of see on the right side right there. Now we can see a little bit more debris here and some more of that flooding on the roads. But we didn't see anything like evacuations or kind of like anyone in Riverside right now. But we are approaching, you can see this water over the road sign. So we're just going to take it a little bit slower right here.
Yeah, it looks, just from our vantage point, looks like it just got worse on you. So far, it's good to know that, there's a lot of spots that are okay, obviously, but you hit areas that get rougher. And
Yeah.
we just had a video that was sent to us of your general area where we had water rushing across the road, and there was some debris pushed across the road. Maybe you saw a little bit of that there. Is that, it's dark, it's tough to tell.
Yes, Luke. Yes, we just saw that as we drove through that little area right there. There was some flooding on the road. There was a sign there that kind of said water over road, but we did see some of that flooding kind of approaching that. And again, it is dark, so you can't really see, too far in front of you until kind of your headlights show you a little bit. But the rain is starting to pick up once more now, so definitely harder as we're going more towards downtown Parkville, and we're just right along the river here.
Thank you so much, Gabby. That really does help. We're just, it's dark, it's early, everybody's just waking up, so we're just starting to get some reports coming in, and yours is so helpful. We really appreciate you. She's got another line that's coming in. I'm going to show you that here momentarily, but first I want to go over to Taylor. She's got some information for us too. Taylor, what are you seeing on your side?
All right, so Luke, you talked about how it's dark right now. Well, we do have now a stalled vehicle. Looks like there is a slide off. So this is I-435 eastbound at 169 Highway. You could see this white SUV here. And one thing that I noticed is that there is a person, likely the driver, that's been out kind of walking around trying to assess the situation. So on top of it being dark, you definitely want to be mindful of folks who may be getting outside of their cars if they do have those stalled vehicles. And it's already hard to see with visibility in the rain. Looks like another vehicle is pulling up to help them out. So just want to give you guys a close look. So this is one of just 2 incidents that we're looking at right now, this stalled vehicle here. But then the major thing that we are going to be watching is that jackknife semi that is across I-35 northbound just past 69 highway. And now the slowdown, or the closure, honestly, is stretching all the way down now to about 152 highway for our drivers in Liberty. So don't even think about taking I-35 north between 152 highway and just past 69 highway, because you're not going to be able to get anywhere. So these side roads are definitely going to be your best friend right now. 152 highway is going to be good for you, maybe even 291 highway if you can manage to get there as well. I also just wanted to take the map over to 9 highway, which is where our Gabby Luma was just now. Not seeing any major slowdowns, except for if you are crossing from I-635 on to 9 highway, then that might be just one spot where you're going to see a bit of a slowdown, but no incidents to be seen there, no crashes just yet on 9 highway itself. And we're looking at our tracker, which they say they're in downtown Riverside. So you can see the rain really coming down right now. Lights are on. Not seeing a lot of vehicles on the road right there in that area, but you do see those lightning flashes. So if you do need to head out in the next few minutes, if it's a must, reduce your speed. Make sure that you have your windshield wipers on, your lights on, and you're vigilant to those around you, but also the fact that you could encounter some of that ponding, as we are seeing a lot of it on the roads this morning.
Thank you so much, Taylor. Yeah, I mean, up there by Parkville, they've got another line coming in. I've got the Facebook chat up and going again, just we're here for you. So this is a 2-way conversation. If you see something, you can put it there. We're doing our best to sift through it. If you've got questions, we're going to try to answer them for you. So let me give you a breakdown. We've got several severe thunderstorm warnings. The strongest cell right now is this cluster that's moving east of Carrollton. It's all that lightning that you see. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that is including Olathe and Paola. I don't think, from what I can see right now, that the south side of Kansas City is going to get it as bad as the north side. I think our biggest flooding is going to be on the north side, because we've had persistent stalled rain along and north of I-70 that we didn't get as much of south. Okay, so just one observation. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking we have about another hour and a half of fairly heavy rain in Kansas City before it wraps up. This right here is the back side of it. Whenever this pushes through, it's largely going to be done. And these are, you can see the surge with these. Most of our storms have been going west to east, like this line. All right, so that line's moving that way. That's the one that brought cell after cell of heavy rain over I-70 and north. This batch right here has got more of a southeastward push to it. When that one clears, we're going to get over here into this drier air. That's probably going to take us about 2 hours. So we've still got significant rain yet to come in Kansas City that will exacerbate the flooding issues that we're already seeing. Looks like we've got our tower cam shot. That's the Country Club Plaza. That camera has not looked all that bad so far today. This new severe thunderstorm warning, let me show you. Warren had his eye on this. He was very keen in watching this cell coming in just south of Lawrence, and it has a little bit of a notch on it. We always watch these notches. And the reason why is that's where you can get focused wind. It can be stronger. It's where your severe weather could be. And also you can get some spin. Our tornado threat this morning is not high. These storms are off the ground. They're what we call elevated storms. It's really hard for them to produce tornadoes. It's not impossible. And we may have actually had one up by Cameron. We're going to be watching that. Okay, thank you. People talk to me through my earpiece, if you're ever wondering who am I talking to. But I do want to give you an update. If you're in Spring Hill, if you're in Johnson County, in Miami County, in Kansas, this is a new warning that we have not yet touched on. So this is going to go until 6 o'clock this morning. We've got another 35 minutes left on this as we watch the cell move in out of your west from Baldwin City and Ottawa. Ottawa, you guys just keep getting it. Ottawa is just a spot this season that seems like you catch every storm that comes by. Let me investigate where we could see the strongest winds, and then we're going to have, we've got a live reporter, and I want to see what she's seeing where she is. Maya Engel is out for us. So around Baldwin City, see that little spot right there? That could easily be 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be moving toward Edgerton. It's not everywhere in the warning. Not everybody in this warning is going to get severe weather. but that could move toward Olathe on the track that I see right now. Let's kind of go back and forth a little bit. I don't see rotation, but it does have some stout winds with it. We're going to be watching for this from Spring Hill to Olathe. Edgerton, you're next for gusty winds. 60 miles per hour is what the Weather Service is saying. Let me check it on my side. We've got 64, so it might be 70. Don't be surprised if this one doesn't get punched up to the considerable warning. That's the next level up. Now, let's check hail with this. And yeah, it's got some notable hail. Olathe, you guys are looking at this track of, this is where you see the blue is severe hail. That could be quarter size. Where you see it getting closer to purple, that's where it would turn into egg size. So let me kind of pick out this brightest color that I can. It's about 1.5 inches, somewhere between 1.25 inches, 1.5 inches size hail. If you're in Olathe, you're worried about your vehicle, maybe you've got some time, you could pull it in. This cell's been moving east at 40. So let me track that for you when you can expect it where you are. All right, so we're here, we're tracking storms for you all morning long until the threat is gone. There's 40 miles per hour with that. That's the hail core coming in. Gardner, you're at 5:40 for the arrival time with that. That's about 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, is that it right there? Okay, so yeah, this is Parkville, just so you know. That's Parkville right now, and that's where we've seen some flooding issues. This is the hail core I'm tracking, severe thunderstorm. Olathe be about 5:50 for you, so you've got about 20 minutes before hail could be moving into Olathe. There's Lenexa. We'll see if it gets that far north. It may. That would be right about 6 o'clock. Strong storm moving into the south side of the KC Metro. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to keep a close watch on that for you. It is not showing signs of rotation, but a severe thunderstorm with hail and potential pockets, small pockets of up to 60 mile per hour winds. Okay, let's go to, we've got Maya Engel. Is she ready to go? Let's go to Maya. Maya, she is out in the field for us. We've got our reporters checking in on what the roads look like, what's the situation, ground truth. Maya, what you got?
Hey Luke, we are now in Liberty and we're taking a look at the camera coming from our storm tracker truck. It just switched to black and white a couple minutes ago. We're not exactly sure why, so it's kind of hard to see exactly what's going on, but we wanted to pull over and show you this specific intersection. So this is at 291 and 152 again in Liberty. There is a significant amount of water on the roadway. When we were at that intersection, we were stopped at a red light. All the cars that were passing us, they were just drenching our windshield in that water that they were driving through. And you can really tell once cars do start moving. But again, now that the camera's in black and white, it is hard to tell. But just a lot of water across the roadway. You can even see that tree right in front of us is moving quite a bit from all that wind. And we still are seeing quite a bit of lightning. It's still raining. So we didn't want to get out and, you know, potentially risk any of our safety, but we wanted to just give you a look at this specific intersection. And I'm still hoping that some cars will start coming by so you can just see how much water you can, okay, there you go. You can start to see a little bit of that water. But again, I'm sorry about the black and white. It makes it a little more difficult to see, but just something to keep in mind here in Liberty. Lots of water on the roads, a lot of ponding. So just make sure you're keeping it nice and safe out there this morning. But Luke, we'll send it back to you for now.
Okay, Maya, thank you so much. All right, so here's our radar. This is paused for us right now. We've got a severe thunderstorm that's moving into the south side of the Kansas City Metro. So Olathe, Spring Hill, here comes a new scan. And we're watching right there. It's right just north of Edgerton where we've got a spot or two of maybe 60, 65 mile per hour winds. And we've got hail that's moving in too. So Olathe first, might get Lenexa as well. And that one should stay south of I-70 primarily. Still have this big, see how that swath of rain? This is starting to shift south and east, but we won't clear in KC for probably an hour and a half. It'll probably be about 7 o'clock before we're done. Going through some of the questions here on Facebook. Rain picking back up in Parkville. Yeah, Parkville, you're still kind of in the thick part of that rain band. So right there, you're in the middle of it. You still got a ways to go, and you've already seen flooding there. Yeah, Parkville, this is it right here. We've got Gabby Luma is going through Parkville, and that's our tower cam shot that we've got. And see if there's anything else that I could pass on to you. So just looking at our Facebook chat and stream, we're here for you all morning long. Let's go and see some new video. Bill and Carolina, they've got some reports to share with us, so I'll toss over to you guys.
All right, yeah, we do have a lot of viewer video coming in, and I get a lot of reports of water over a lot of the roadways here in Kansas City. This is video from off of 9 Highway. If you're familiar where those big tanks are that sit in between Riverside and Parkville, and the Phillips 66 gas station that's right there on the right side of the screen. This is where our Gabby Luma drove through here just moments ago as she was headed over towards downtown Parkville. But you can see a lot of that debris has washed down the hill that's on the north side of the road there and has ended up in some of that standing water on the road surface there. And again, they were able to get through here at this point. But again, a lot of these type of reports coming in from north of the river as well off 68th Street and 169 Highway. We're hearing about water over the road there that cars are having to go through the Quick Trip parking lot to get around that. And again, this is just in addition to all the other semi crashes that we've heard about this morning with the one that Taylor Johnson's been telling us near Liberty Hospital, where the interstate remains closed there, south of Cameron, Missouri by about 5 miles. Another crash involving a semi in that area as well. Now, I know we have another video from in Parkville, Missouri here from this morning.
Yeah, this one was actually from Parkville as well, as you mentioned. It was off of Northwest, let me double check this.
I believe it was Hamilton
Northwest
Street.
Hamilton Street. You can see the water just rushing right there. We are going to be watching this sort of flash flooding and flooding situations that are bringing debris. I mean, you just don't know what's in this water. You don't know how deep the water is. So make sure that you're just watching out for that. Something else that I've been seeing a lot of people online saying is about this hail that we've been mentioning, pea-sized hail. Some people saying they saw it, they felt it in Gladstone, by Zona Rosa at about like the 4 o'clock hour. We had some sirens that were going off in certain places. And something that a lot of people are wondering about, and maybe we can just give some insight from our team of Mets here, Luke and Warren. A lot of people are wondering about schools. Some people are saying, should I be attempting to even drive to work in this? You know, things are really starting to pick up in terms of like the wind and the rain and the hail. So thoughts?
Well,
and
okay.
I know we're not the ones to make the call.
Yeah, right. No, sorry, I've got somebody talking into my, there's a lot of just days like this, there's a lot going on at one time. I'd say that is, you know, always a personal decision. We've not had reports of any school closures or anything like that yet. I would say if you're in a flood prone area, if you know, whenever we have storms come by and your area floods, then how bad, how risky would that be for you? There's a lot of spots that you're going to be able to drive to work and you'll be okay. All right, just take your time, watch the hydroplaning. We've already had big problems with that. We had hydroplaning issues. It was a fatal accident that we had just last week. So personal decision for you. Just use extra caution. And as far as the severe thunderstorms go, if you're in the Olathe to Gardner area, this area down here, this would be a spot that if you can pause. That's a nasty storm. You're going to run into hail. I would not be in there trying to drive at the moment between Overland Park and Gardner with that cell coming through. This is a 3-hour loop, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cells, and then this is the last batch. This last batch is going to take a while before it can punch on through. It's probably got about an hour and a half, this thick rain band, but once it does, then we'll see our rain come down. Let's get out to Taylor. Taylor's waving her hands at me. She's got something new. What's going on, Taylor?
Yeah, so we do have another closure, I-35. This is southbound. We don't have a camera, unfortunately, so we can't show you the area, but Bill was just talking about a crash over in Cameron involving a semi. Earlier, 35 southbound was not closed as a result, but now you see that purple, it is. Northbound lanes too moving pretty slow between, let's see, this Lathrop up to about the Cameron area. So if you are headed this way, this is another spot where you're going to have to hop on 69 Highway if you're headed south, or maybe even if you can try to go north that way too, due to that closure. But of course, we still have this other one due to the jackknife semi, and this is just past 69 Highway for our drivers who are just a little north from the Liberty area. But what I have noticed, though, is that the backup is not as bad as it was. You see this yellow? Looks like they are probably starting to navigate folks off of the interstate, giving them a detour. So this looks like we're by Glen Hendron Drive, North Church Road. But again, if you are having to head in this direction, that you want to avoid going north on I-35 as of right now, and even south if you're coming from Cameron, because it is going to be at a standstill at some portions in both directions due to those crashes.
Thank you so much. Hey, there's a couple things coming through on my side. I want to look at this severe thunderstorm warning that's coming in. So if you're on the south side of the 435 loop, I'm looking over here at this guy. All right, this severe thunderstorm, Olathe to Spring Hill. We've got hail, we've got wind, and it's moving east. So some spots that haven't had a lot yet. I know a lot of you have been woken up. Been woken up by strong storms, a lot of thunder. I'm going to get to Warren here in just a minute. We want to talk about the flash flooding. He's got some information, going to time all that out for you. We've got Maya, we've got Gabby, our reporters that are out live. But first, let me show you this. The hail with this storm looks like it may be coming back up a bit. Gardner, that's a rather large swath of severe hail, everybody. So we need to watch this closely. DeSoto down to Edgerton, everywhere that's in blue, that's a big hail core that is producing, just updated for us. Large hail core here, it's just size-wise. Where it's blue, it could be up to the size of about a quarter, and that's the threshold for it to be a severe thunderstorm. Where it's purple, and that's going to be Olathe, it's coming in. All right, so between DeSoto and Olathe, let's see where we are right now. This is west 135th Street right there, just due west of Olathe. That's west 135th. And then this is Kill Creek Road that goes up and down like this. So Kill Creek and west 135th, we've got some pretty big honking hail that's coming in. Tornado warning, okay. Warren, take it.
Jackson, Johnson, and Miami. So that just came through. Want to make sure that we see that here. So that's that exact storm. And actually, let's go back in. This velocity, I was just looking at this. There's a really bright spot here right over Spring Hill. This is exactly what we're going to be watching here. This bright green that you're seeing, strong winds moving toward the radar there, and then you get a little bit of a discoloration on the backside here. So if you live in Spring Hill, you need to be in your tornado shelter. I know the sirens are probably just about to go off. This warning just came through here. So this is going to be what we're watching for. It's going to be moving. I'm going to get the real information on it right now. So this is going to be moving to the east at 40. So this is fast. What happens with these is they get a brief spin up on them. They could be producing a tornado potentially on the ground. We have radar indication currently. No one's eyes are on it. But since it's dark and potentially even getting rain wrapped, we need to make sure that you guys are staying inside, away from windows, lowest level of the structure that you're in, and again, away from those windows here. So near Spring Hill, we're talking, this is 169 in the heart of Spring Hill. This is just west of town here. So Clare Road dead ends right here, and then it becomes a little bit more of a field. But Spring Hill, now that latest scan right over Spring Hill currently. Again, moving east at 40. So this is a fast-moving system. These are the kind of things where the next radar scan comes in, and it's going to be even farther down the line. So if there is a tornado being produced from this storm, it is over Spring Hill right now and potentially causing some damage. If not, at least some strong straight line winds also could be picked up out of this. So we need to make sure that you are fully prepared for that. Luke, anything that came through on your end from any confirmation or anything like that? I'm not seeing anything, but
no,
it looks
I'm
like
not.
it's just radar indicated.
No, I've got some reports of hail.
Okay.
Shawnee Mission Parkway in Shawnee, Kansas. So that's out ahead of what we'd seen with that same cell it's up into here. This right here is where Warren was talking about. That's where the tornado is possible. If you're in this area, you need to be in your shelter, your tornado safe area, whether that's a basement, whether that's a closet or the interior part of your house. Spring Hill is where we're looking at right now. So Spring Hill, we're looking at Johnson County, Kansas, and moving east at about 40. Let me get you a track. These tend to not last very long. These kinds of, if there is a tornado here, then these tend to be rather brief along these clusters that come through. But it doesn't matter. I mean, if it drops over Spring Hill, then you've got a tornado over a populated area. So moving east at 40, I'm gonna have to redo this. I'm too zoomed in. So let me pull the view out here a little bit. And I want to get some tracks and location timings for people that are next in line. All right, so right about there is what we'd be looking at. So Stillwell, that would be 5:54. It's 5:40 now. You got about 15 minutes in Stillwell. So you've got time to, if you're just waking up, your phone's probably going off with the wireless emergency alerts, that kind of thing. You've got about 15 minutes if you're just tuning in before that rotation could be near you. There may be a tornado there. Belton, all right, you guys just got hit not long ago. You're being woken up too by the tornado warning. All right, so that's 6:05, just after 6 o'clock. And you've got, 25 minutes before Belton. And then there's Peculiar. That's on the south side that may miss Peculiar to the north. Beyond there, we've got Lake Winnebago at 6:20. I won't go any farther than that for now. So tornado warning. This is really on the county line between Johnson and Miami counties, near or just south of Spring Hill right here. is where that would be. Yeah, it did. It did drop south. What Warren's talking about, watch this. See how there was nothing there? And by nothing, I mean you don't see really bright colors. And then all of a sudden, right over Spring Hill, it just spun up. And then now it's dropping to the south a little bit. So this has got, it's a right mover. So whenever you see something like that, a storm that is moving in a way that is different from the surrounding cells, it tells us that it's kind of driving itself. And those can produce tornadoes. So good reason that there's a tornado warning here. This may have to be expanded southward into more of northeastern Miami County, just the way that it's tracking. So the track that I gave you was more of an easterly track, but then the update came in and it dropped southeast a little bit. So I'm going to draw a different zone to account for either which way. If it keeps going east or if it drops more south. Taylor, is there something big on your side?
Yes, so I'm gonna pull up the camera here. I was trying to zoom in on the map to give you guys a closer look, but you can come on over here to me. So I-35 southbound, this is at 167th Street. So you can see that there are at least 3 stalled vehicles right here on both sides of the road. Now, what brought my attention to this first and foremost is that the camera was zoomed in on vehicles at a standstill. So there is a little bit, actually they're turning the scout camera just a little bit so you can see right there how things are really slowed down in this area. Also, not too long ago, I had the camera over here as I was waiting on I-35 at Santa Fe. It was dry at one point in Olathe, but now the rain is really coming down there too. So this is the southbound lanes. If you were headed south on I-35, this is at 167th Street, so near the Gardner Edgerton area. You could see that it's really starting to pond on the roads. Several vehicles have had to move over to the side, so that might just be because the rain conditions are so high that they need to stop. But there are a lot of hazard lights on. Some folks are moving through, as you can see. But of course, you want to reduce your speed going through these situations here because it really is hard to see. You could really see some ponding happening right there as a lot of these vehicles are really starting to put their hazard lights on, even those that are continuing down south on I-35. So just continue to really be safe in this area right here. I also had something that just popped up. I-35 southbound past Lone Elm Road, they are reporting a 3-vehicle crash. So I'll try to get a look at that and bring you some updates.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you so much. Okay, so we've got a tornado warning now. This goes till 6 o'clock. This is for northeastern Miami, southeastern Johnson counties. We're in Kansas here. Northwestern Cass and southeastern Jackson counties as we cross over into the Missouri side with this warning. So here's the warning right now. There's Belton, okay? I drew a track earlier that was more of an east track, but we saw this drop south a little bit. That's where our tornado could possibly be if there is one there, near the Childs area, right on the county line between Johnson County and Miami County and Kansas, right there, just west of Childs. So that would be I drew the track a different way this time, just off of that last little jog that we'd seen. So outside of the warning, we may have some spots that I just want to give you an alert. All right, so Cleveland is one area. Harrisonville, 6:22 would be an arrival time there. 5:58 for Cleveland. There's Harrisonville. I won't go any farther than that. These tend to be brief. These things kind of tend to spin up and they drop and then they lift right back up. All right, so here's some city cams. You can see the rain really coming down. Flash flooding is going to be the biggest threat for a lot of us. I got to get back to the hail here in a minute too. Look at the lightning. That thunder's waking us up. It is rolling. It is loud. These are yappy, noisy storms, very electrical, and they pack a lot of heavy rain. So let me get back to our traditional radar and show you. There it is. All right, so it's got that kidney bean shape to it that we don't like. Right there is where we see that kidney bean shape. So that's where our tornado would be. Let me zoom in and get it an exact location for you. So Spring Hill, first off, Bonita, you're okay. Gardner, you're okay. Edgerton, you're okay. It's all from the tornado anyway, possible tornado. Where we would see it would be likely around, this is west 199th Street, right through here. This is 169. So it's near 169 and west 199th Street, a potential tornado. We do have a tornado warning here, right on the county line between Miami and Johnson County, Kansas, near the Spring Hill area or just east of Spring Hill. Okay, so that's that storm. I also want to let you know about Olathe and hail. All right, we've been watching hail come in on, this is the same parent storm. It doesn't have any rotation up here, but we've had hail, we've had high winds up here. So here's Olathe, and just, it's probably moving in right now, where you could have up to maybe quarter-size hail in Olathe. If it's not there now, it'll be there rather soon, as this is marching east at about 40 miles per hour. Around Gardner, Lenexa, I think it's going to move into Lenexa as well. So just know that you've got some hail and you've got some strong winds. There it is. There's the update. Just came in. So it's over Olathe. And next in line is going to be Stanley, Lenexa maybe, where you see the blue shading. All of that is severe level hail up to a quarter. It gets closer to the purple shade and it gets larger. I think all this is roughly quarter size. And then Stanley, so it's kind of running along the south. Right now it's along 35, but it's going to run along the south side of the 435 loop. So south side of the KC Metro, and then the tornado warning that is below that. So here's the rotating part of the storm down here by Spring Hill. Heavy duty rain coming through. That wrapped up a little bit in the latest scan. Severe thunderstorm warning goes all the way down to Lewisburg and Paola. Everybody's getting into heavy rain right now. Back side of the heaviest rain is up here, so we're clearing out a little bit in Leavenworth. Next in line is going to be like Parkville, where we've been hit pretty hard. That rain's going to be starting to tamp down a little bit as this band works its way through. Probably take about another hour 15 before it's really winding down, and for the KC area in general. Okay, we've got a camera that's pointed at this storm in Spring Hill. This one right here is pointed at that storm in Spring Hill. That lightning really lights it up too. Let's see if we can see anything on our side. What we'd be looking for here, everybody, would be, of course, a funnel and power flashes. It'd be tough to tell with this quality of camera, but not lightning strikes, but power flashes. If there's a tornado there, then one of the telltale signs at night or whenever it's raining really heavily is you will see power flashes. So down by the ground, you'll see it light up. We're not seeing that right now, but tornado warning continues. See if there's anything coming through on my side. Warren, do you have anything over there? Let's go to Warren. There's one way that we can confirm if there is a tornado. It's not definitive that there's not a tornado, but it can tell us if there is, and that's our debris tracker. Warren's got the debris tracker up. Show us what you see, Warren.
Yeah, absolutely. So this product that I'm showing you specifically tries to differentiate some maybe debris from normal raindrops, the correlation coefficient, if you will. So what we would want to see if there was any debris would be some brighter colors like right in here. This is that hook, that notch that we're watching for you, where we see some of that inflow, some of that rotation. So we would need to see some dropping in the colors here, not just this red uniform. So I'm not seeing a whole lot of that just yet, which is good. Again, that means that I don't have high confidence that there is anything on the ground. Nothing from the National Weather Service that indicates that there is anything on the ground. Of course, it's dark. We have some frequent lightning though, so people out ahead of it might be able to see, but it's early, guys. It's only almost 5:50 right now. So that tornado warning continues. Again, it's moving fast. That's something that's also worth noting is when you go back to our velocity product here and you see the rotation that's on radar, it's so quick. It's moving at like 40 miles per hour to the east, southeast. And so each scan, this couplet that we're watching is jumping more and more. So it should be on the Missouri side here very soon, as we are expecting to watch this rotation continue. Even with this latest scan that I'm seeing though, Luke, it looks like it's still there, but it might be muddying a little bit. So we hope we can just get it to dissipate out. But we'll be watching that. We're also going to talk through flash flooding. We have a lot of flood warnings and also a lot of reports of flooding. I'm going to send it over to Bill for some updates on that.
Yeah, I wanted to get back to that scout camera there. This is at a 69 highway and 199th Street, again, so east of Spring Hill, and that real heavy part of that storm is hitting this area right now. So if you live along the 69 highway corridor, it's about to get real noisy, real windy, and real loud as this moves. So this is the same camera that Luke was just showing us here moments ago, again, pointed off to the west, and you can just see how fast that wind is blowing there. The rain is just coming down in buckets. And this is like a similar situation all over the metro. But for this specific area, this is right where that tornado warning is that Luke and Warren have been telling us about. And it's really blowing that camera around something good. And again, this is off of 69 Highway at 199th Street. So down near the town of, I think it's Aubrey that sits down there, not too far from the state line, as a matter of fact, as this continues to push and make its way east pretty rapidly. Again, you can just see how the wind is just blowing that rain there, and it doesn't seem, I can't tell anything else than now the visibility really has kind of gone down, but the lightning is obviously still flashing there as well, Luke, as we're continuing to monitor this as it pushes east to the metro. But if folks just across the state line, again, Grandview, Belton, Raymore, folks in that area need to be getting ready for this because it's headed your way here next as well. Again, portions of south side of Jackson County, north side of Cass County, Missouri, as this continues to make its way through Johnson County, Kansas, over to the state line. And again, maybe letting up here a little bit. But again, it's still really impacting the south side of the metro here pretty good along. Again, this is the camera that sits at 69 Highway at 199th Street, excuse me.
Thank you, Bill. Yeah, you know, I'm reviewing all the chat that's coming in our way. The thing is, guys, radar is a tool. It's not necessarily, this is peering into the storm. And we need to treat it as though there is a tornado there. We're not sure if there is or is not. Looks like we got some new severe thunderstorm warnings coming out. Lee Summit, Pleasant Hill, Harrisonville. I'll get you that here in just a minute. But this tornado warning, we see signs that there could be something there. Spring Hill, you're okay. It's done. It's past you. All right, Spring Hill, you're okay. You're outside of the warning even. But the rotating part of the storm is still west of Belton. It's west of Riverview Estates. It's east of Spring Hill. Bill was just talking about 69 highway right here, and that's where we would see it. This storm's moving at 40 miles an hour. So it's, you know, it takes a little while it takes a couple minutes for the radar to update. So there you go. See, it just moved east. What we don't like is that little notch right there. See, this is the storm actually wrapping air around, and it's sucking it in right here. This is what we call an inflow notch, and that can be a sign of a tornado. And it is near south of Stillwell. If you're in this polygon, if you're in this red shape here, all right, so we'd be looking at Stillwell, Riverview Estates, Belton. You've got some time in Belton. I'll get you a track here in a moment. You need to be in your tornado safe area, whether it might be a basement. And if you've got that, great, but not everybody does. What you could do is go to your bathroom. All the plumbing in the walls will make it a stronger structure. A lot of times if you look at tornado damage, the bathrooms are one of the rooms that are left intact or left standing compared to everything else. The inside, interior hallway, get into a closet. You don't want to be next to windows. That's the big thing. Get away from windows. And don't worry about closing windows either or opening them. There's all these wives' tales. Don't worry about any of that. Just get to a safe area. Okay, so south of Stillwell, I'm going to go back to what helps us out, which is the radar winds. I'm with Warren. Right now, I don't see rotation that is anywhere near strong enough to produce a tornado on my side. Doesn't mean that the tornado warning's canceled. The National Weather Service still has it. Look at that coming down. All right, so this is near where the warning is on 69. So we're looking at Kansas right now, though it's going to be crossing over into the Missouri side here rather quickly. Southeastern Johnson County, Kansas, northeastern part, Cass County. And then it's going to be crossing over into, or Miami County, rather, excuse me, northeastern Miami County, and then crossing over into Missouri. So this right here would be Jackson County, and then this right here would be Cass County. So right along that line, 69, Highway 69 near Stillwell is where we would be seeing a possible tornado. Looks like it's losing some rotation from our end. Let me see if there's something coming through. Warning goes, they're holding the warning. So it's not allowed to expire yet. It goes until 6, and then we'll see if the National Weather Service elects to continue that. So just know that. This is an area where weather's dangerous, and there's a possibility of a tornado there, and you can see what it's doing on our cameras there. Just a rocking storm. Let's go up a little bit farther north because we've had hail that has been an issue up here. If you're just joining us, hail and wind with a severe thunderstorm. This is all a severe thunderstorm. That's one part of the severe thunderstorm, but this whole complex here moving through the Overland Park area. It's gone through Olathe now. Let's look at the hail. It was rather large. I would have loved, I know some of you are waking up and you're saying, come on, get to me, get to me, get to my hail. We've got whatever going on at my house. Whenever there's a tornado warning, that's going to be priority number one. And then we'll get to these other severe thunderstorms, and we have flash flooding too. Flash flooding is going to be the most pervasive issue this morning. Overland Park, you've got possibly some small hail. I want to check in just a moment on what you're saying on our Facebook chat. Moving toward Loch Lloyd, this is going to be crossing over state line here somewhat quickly. There's 69. Looks like it's southeast of Lenexa, kind of running along 69. There's Stanley, there's Morse. Next in line is going to be like the Red Bridge, Verona Hills, Martin City. So this is what you're getting at, like 435 in state line there, and it's going to roll east. Might eventually make its way toward Lee's Summit. You guys are going to have to watch for that. Not rotating up here, but we do have some hail and some heavy-duty rain. There's going to be some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with that as well. So that's what we're tracking with that cell. Okay, let's go to Gabby. She's at I-35 South. She's getting into some of this hail. Gabby, show us what you're seeing.
Hi, Luke. Yes, so we actually are approaching Metropolitan Avenue right now. You can see there's some stalled vehicles kind of just on the sides of the roads here. At least we have seen just over the last couple of miles or so. We also see just some flashing lights ahead of us. So you can see, check out what that is right now. But we actually just heard some hail on our roof right now. So definitely something to just be weary of, be cautious of as you're heading out this morning. But what we have seen is a lot of those stalled vehicles, cars have been in ditches near exits on the side of the highway. So if you need to exit, definitely just take it slow. I mean, just as a blanket statement for everyone driving this morning, take it slow. You can see the people in front of us. They have their flashing hazards on. We have ours on as well. So this rain, it definitely is starting to lighten up, at least just what we have seen. Very, very hard rain over the last 30-ish so minutes over here. But now it's starting to lighten up just a little bit, but still we are taking it slow out here. Just kind of seeing what's to our left over here. It looks like a crash on 35 South. I'm not sure if Taylor necessarily has information on that, Luke.
Okay, thank you so much. It's a mess out there. Here, let me get you a quick update on this tornado warning. All right, so this is now, looks like the rotating part of the storm might actually even be south of where the warning is. You see that little, let me pause it. And we've got an update from Taylor that we're gonna get you here in just a moment. Is it expired?
It expires the warning at 6.
Okay. All right, so it looks like this is going to be allowed to be dropped, which makes sense. That right there is what we were watching. We lost some of the rotation on, yeah, it does not look like it's there. We were watching that notch. Okay, so this tornado warning will soon be dropped here in 2 minutes. Looks like the possible tornado, if there was one there or not, it would have been in Spring Hill, is not, all right, no longer anyway. So we are looking better. Belton, Riverview Estates, Cleveland, we're crossing over now into northwestern Cass County. We're going to be okay. Tornado threat is lowering. Let's get out to Taylor. Taylor, show us what's going on, what you're watching.
All right, so what Gabby just passed when they were headed southbound on I-635 is this crash scene here. This is I-635 northbound at Shawnee Drive. You can see the emergency lights is moving pretty slow. Looks like more emergency vehicles are pulling on the scene here, coming from the south there. So this is also a construction area that we track every day. And so we always talk about too how when it rains very heavily in these construction zones that it makes it very prone for flooding there as well. So you will want to be extra careful here today. Looks like we're getting a pretty big presence of emergency vehicles coming to the scene. And again, this is what we just saw our Gabby Luma pass as she was giving us that update. So just want to zoom in really quickly to show you the area that we're talking about here. Looks like it is a bit of a slowdown in both directions, but the crash is southbound at Shawnee Drive. And then I want to turn our attention really quickly across the state line for our I-70 drivers. I thought I had that clicked up and ready to go. Let me see here. All right, so let's see if we can get this over to I-70 westbound. If you are passing the Benton curve, it's moving pretty slow. It's not moving for some reason on my map here, but I-70 westbound at the Benton curve, there is a stalled vehicle there that is causing a significant backup. You can see the drive time right now is going to take you at least 30 minutes if you're coming from 291 highway. And again, this is another area with consistent road work that's happening. Even over the weekend, if you remember, we had an I-70 closure for those westbound lanes that should be reopened this morning. But as you're headed toward downtown Kansas City as of right now, especially at the Benton curve, it is moving very slow there. At least a half an hour right now is what we're looking at.
Thank you, Taylor. Hey, I'm getting on my end some reports that Belton, the sirens are going off. Belton, your tornado warning is no longer there. It's gone, so we're good. We're getting a lot of flooding reports still filling in, and flash flooding, as Taylor was just showing you with the roadways, is a big concern. Let's go to Warren. He's got some new reports that are coming in on his end and showing us too what we can expect with this morning and how all the rest of this plays out. Warren.
Yeah. Lot of flash flood reports in residential areas, water over roadways. Leavenworth County has been a hotspot here recently for a lot of those new reports coming in. Anywhere you see a green icon here, it's basically I-70 north and the northwest, northern, and now northeast metro. That's where the stripe of this significant rain has fallen. Storms just tracking over and over and over the same area. So that's not a good sign. Multiple 3, 4, 5 inches of rain have already fallen, and it's still continuing out there. So let's go to Leavenworth County near Baser. We've had quite a few reports near Baser. We've had water up to garage doors, especially if you live near a creek, stream, or a smaller river. Those are swelling up really fast. Also creating issues for roads that pass just over them on bridges, and you know what I mean. Those spots that are prone to flooding in Leavenworth County are likely flooding out there right now. Then as we go into Parkville, we've also had a lot of reports of pretty significant flooding coming out of Parkville as well, especially in relations to Highway 9, a lot of water over roadway reports. Just a reminder, just to reiterate, it is never safe to drive through a flooded roadway. Water is so powerful, you really don't know what's going on underneath that water. It's dirty, it's churned up, and it can eat away at the road very quickly. It's not safe. Just a couple of inches of water can start to move a car. So please remind yourself that this morning. I know it's inconvenient. Find another route and turn around. As you look ahead now into the northeastern part of the metro, this was not far from Liberty here. This is actually just I-29 and 169 in the Northland. Northern Heights got some flooding in that direction. And I do want to go back to Liberty. There was a flooding report there. Let's just recap. There's flash flood warnings in place in this stripe of red. That includes around Topeka, but includes also Douglas County here until 7:30, and then everyone else until 10 in this zone here. Want a quick look at how much rain has fallen across the board this morning. Look at these numbers. I mean, you're talking anywhere you see green or yellow, up to 4 or 5 inches of rain, and it's been mainly north of 70. However, it is starting to now sink more to the south. I know if you live in the South Metro, you think there's not a whole lot going on. Well, it is now moving down into your direction. Luke.
Thank you so much. Okay, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Lots of questions about, is there a tornado? No, there's no tornado. All right, but Lee's Summit, Belton, Freeman, we've got 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in pockets. We've got hail. All right, that hail's up to about the size of quarters. Within this yellow box that we see, know that you may see that where you are. All right, so that's this whole area from Belton, Lee's Summit, Pleasant Hill, not tornado, but severe thunderstorm moving through. Okay, we've got Maya. Maya is reporting for us. She's out. Tell us where. Okay, 35 jackknife semi. This has been causing major issues this morning. Go ahead, Maya.
Yeah, Luke, we are on a Glen Hendron Drive that is just right next to 35 by Liberty Hospital, and we've been getting a look at this standstill traffic that has not moved all morning since this incident happened. So if you take a look, that is the semi truck that jackknifed, and that is what is causing all of this standstill traffic. Now, we did see a tow truck pull up about 5 minutes ago, so we know that crews are on scene working to get that semi truck back up and going so traffic can resume. But again, at this time, traffic is in standstill, and these folks are dealing with some heavy rain hitting their cars, a lot of lightning, and about 10 minutes ago, we also heard some hail. It did sound light, nothing too crazy, but some hail here in the Liberty area. So again, if you normally take 35, just avoid the area. And for more on your traffic conditions, let's turn things back over to Taylor.
All right, Maya, so we have a view from our scout camera, the vantage point that we just saw. Maya was able to give us a clearer look of the situation with that jackknife semi. But as she was saying that there are crews on scene to get it up out of the road, it has been across I-35 for at least an hour now. And what we have noticed, she said that she was at, I believe it was Glen Hickran Road. That is where I've noticed a change in the backup there. So Glen Hickran Drive, I want to say. So again, if you're headed north on I-35 right now and you are headed maybe even toward the Excelsior Springs area, you still want to avoid this spot. They are letting people off at Glen Hickran Drive. At one point, it was stretching all the way down to 152 Highway. So we are continuing to see progress there. And with crews being on scene, it will eventually get picked up. When, we'll have to continue to keep an eye on it. But I do want to give you another update really quickly on another crash that we were following on I-35 southbound, just south of Cameron. That is reopened there. It's moving slow, albeit, but it is reopened. At one point, it was just purple. We're good. Going to send it over to Luke now.
Yeah, I've got a new warning just came out. We just got a tornado warning for that same cell. It cycled down, then it cycled back up. Okay, so new tornado warning. This is we're south of Jackson County, so what we're in Cass County in Missouri. Let's get you this brand new tornado warning that just came out. We're looking at the Peculiar to Freeman area where we see this little spin right there, that little notch. So Cass County, we're in Missouri, tornado warning, brand new, goes till 6:30. So we've got Harrisonville, we've got East Lynn, we've got Garden City. Looks like it's right north of Freeman is where we have the potential for a tornado. What these things are doing is, one, the environment is getting a little bit more favorable for these to be able to form. And it's going to be a brief window, but they're doing it right now. But they're brief. They drop down and then they lift right back up. Similar to what happened in Belton, may have happened in Cameron last night, something that we're watching there. Spring Hill, we had it in that area. So just know if you're in this zone, tornado could drop and it could be a fast thing where it isn't there and then it drops down real fast. You can see the spin first, so you've got warning. It's not like they just come out of nowhere. But whenever we start to see just enough spin, it doesn't take a ton on a day like today, then we're going to get rapid fire tornado warnings. So this is going to be near Lake Annette. Let me show you exactly where it could be. Wow, it's not intense. Let me go back. It's not as far as like our end. What we look for is very obvious signs of rotation. This is not obvious because today's one of these days where it doesn't take a whole lot for these to be able to produce a quick tornado. Be near Lake Annette. All right, so there's Prettyman right here. Lake Annette is to the west. It's right there. It's south of Peculiar. Peculiar right now, you're okay. Unless this were to take some crazy shift up to the north, then you're going to miss it because this is going to be tracking to the east or southeast. But right in this area, just east of Lake Annette, is where we could have a possible tornado right now. This is Interstate 49, so it's southwest of I-49, south of Peculiar, northwest of Prettyman, and see, this would be 2 Highway. This would be north of 2 Highway. Okay, this camera right here is pointed toward Peculiar. So that's looking from us, it's the vantage point south, so we're looking at the storm. So this right here is State Highway C. So it's near State Highway C, and if you were just to run east of Lake Annette, possible tornado there. If there's one there, it's going to drop quick, and then it would probably lift quick. These are brief little things, but moving toward Harrisonville, if you're in this general area, get into your shelter, your tornado shelter, whether that's your basement, whatever spot you've had picked out, you're probably waking up. If you're just joining us, it's about 9 after 6 o'clock. And your wireless emergency alert would go off. Your phone's going to be going blaring at you because there's a tornado warning. And there's a possibility of one just north of Prettyman, northwest of that area, south of Peculiar, west of Harrisonville. Let me get you a track on this thing as it moves eastward. So coming up on I-49, I can almost see it better as I zoom out. There's that little notch right there. We're watching for these little kinks, these little notches that can develop. Warren's looking for it on his side to see if he can see any debris lofted in the air. Just give me a shout if you see it, Warren, please. But it'd be that zone. So north of Freeman, south of Peculiar. All right, let's see what we've got as far as speed on this thing. It's moving east at 40. And we're in Cass County. We're in Missouri. New tornado warning. I'm going to have to redraw that. Okay, so Harrisonville, you're going to be under the possibility of a tornado. There's a chance for it anyway. All right, so not all of these areas are in a warning, like Holden, you're not. There's Gun City right on the very edge. Harrisonville, 621, point of rotation that's moving towards you. There's East Lynn at 631. Here's Gun City at 636. It's 610 right now. This is running east at about 40 miles per hour. It's in like west central Cass County in Missouri. Area of rotation could produce a tornado just north of Freeman. If you're in that zone, then take precaution, take shelter, and get to the inside of your house, inside of a interior hallway, closet, away from windows. Stay away from windows for sure. And your basement's your best bet if you got it. Okay, let's see. Everybody else, I know whenever anything like that pops up, it can get anxiety going, and you're thinking, well, what about me in my area? This is the only spot right now where we could have a tornado, all right? So everything else, there's going to be some strong winds. I can see them up by Grain Valley, Lee's Summit. You guys have got some pretty strong winds, too. They're not rotating winds. These are straight line winds. You're going to have some hail. Warren's got hail for us. He's watching that. We can go to, okay. Anyway, there's some hail, and this right here, this whole yellow box is our severe thunderstorm warning. And within areas here where it's raining, and then in the core of the storm, we could have some hail up to about the size of quarters. But the most dangerous part is what we have with this area of rotation. Let me go to our Weather Service chat and see if there's anything coming through there. Not that it's for right now, but numerous trees and power lines reported down in Paola, Kansas. Just know that. That's something that happened from this storm from earlier. So same storm had a history of producing some really bad weather to its west. All right, let's see. We got a new scan. New scan just came in. Want to keep you guys updated with the latest stuff. So there it came just east of Lake Annette. And since it's been a little, I thought I had a new scan. Maybe I don't. That's the same one. I'm waiting for this to update. So it's going to be moving toward Harrisonville. Harrisonville, you guys need to be in your shelter. You need to be in your basement. Tornado warning. Okay. And this tornado warning, so it just got trimmed. See that right there, Lake Annette? You're out of it now. And I'm waiting for the scan to come in, but it's going to move to somewhere around here. So it's moving toward Harrisonville in a hurry at about 40 miles per hour. Okay, Warren, let's go to you. I saw you tracking two things. One is the possibility of debris, and see if you notice anything there, and also where we do have some hail. There's some people that are going to be getting hit by that.
Sure. So what we're looking for in this debris tracker is to see a discoloration, and I'll stop it here so it's not too much going on, but a discoloration where here's that hook, that notch that we're tracking from a wind standpoint. We would like to see some discoloration in here. It's still all pretty uniform. So at this point, I don't see any big signals that there is debris with this. From the National Weather Service, this is still radar indicated. There's no confirmation. Obviously, we want to treat it as such. Want to act like it is on the ground and take your tornado safe locations. But if you look at the hail product specifically with that part of the storm, there's not much. But you go just north on 49 between Grandview and Belton. That's where we have our hail core with this specific severe thunderstorm warning. So this part of the region, not in the tornado warning here in southern Jackson County, but we do have a pretty nice hail core. Let's get a quick estimation on this. When you get that kind of bright blue there, it could be over an inch. So over quarter size hail potentially near Belvedere, just south of Grandview, between Grandview and Belton, right on 49. This is all moving to the east pretty quickly. Luke, we have a ton of flooding reports coming in. I'm going to compile some of those. We have water over roadways, water over highways. I know Taylor has some stuff on that too. That's a big concern in the metro right now, so we'll send it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. I did just get a report from Cass County. And they have not had any reports of touchdowns or damage, so that's good. Hey, we're getting a new scan here. Let's see what we've got. These things have been quick, like one or two scans, and then looks like our radar may have missed a scan. It took a little while to come in. Tornado warning does continue. Rotation's not strong, but there may be something right near Harrisonville. It'd be coming on Harrisonville. If there's something right there, it's going to be passing through Harrisonville now or in momentarily. So there may be a tornado there. The possibility is on the table. It's like, yeah. So, okay, that's what our downtown. This right here is a camera pointed toward Peculiar. So we can't see much from that. You know, there's a big mess of rain between us and where there could possibly be a tornado. I got to say, rotation's not strong, but again, it doesn't have to be to drop something real quick on a day like today. So just know, Harrisonville, you guys need to just make your way to the inside of your interior hallway, get under. If you've got a staircase, get underneath that. It'd be a good, safe place to be. If you're just waking up and your phone's going off, this is why. Huber, you're probably going to be okay. So it looks like it's going to be tracking more east than northeast. So Orr would be okay. Peculiar, you're fine. Coleman, fine. Lake Winnebago, Raymore, Belton, all these guys back here, Riverview Estates, Lake Annette, Freeman, you're all out of the woods from the rotating part of the storm. Pleasant Hill, Lee's Summit, you're all fine. It's just this area that's along Harrisonville. It's right near Harrisonville, moving eastward through Cass County in Missouri. Let me pull the view out so you can kind of get your bearings. This right here is Kansas City. All right, there's the 435 loop. Here's the tornado warning down here by Harrisonville. So we're running east and southeast along I-49. Storm's moving east at about 40 miles per hour. We don't know if there's one there or not. The reports coming in from the emergency managers in the area they haven't had any reports coming in of damage. So that's good. That's good there. Now it looks like what's going to happen is this, because we saw the rotation kind of broaden out a little bit, I think that this tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire. It's going to be my guess. And then it will be an area that we watch and monitor. Let's see what happens here. There's an update. See, whenever it's flashing like that, it means an update. Let's see what. Oh, it is. Okay. Well, I was wrong. Goes till 6:30. So we've got another 13 minutes with this. So we're not going to drop that yet. If you're in East Lynn, you're going to be next. You've got a few minutes in Gun City, but this is a fast mover. Harrisonville right now is where a potential tornado could be. And then next in line, let's get you some spots here. Okay, Harrisonville right now, East Lynn 629, Holden 649, and we'll stop there because that's well outside of the warning area, past that. If you're not in this warning area, then you're not under the threat of a tornado. With the other thing that I don't want to get too far away from is the flash flooding. We're getting a lot of reports still coming in with flash flooding in the Kansas City area. So just know that we've got reports of closed roads. Taylor's watching all this for us. Parkville, Riverside. We've had a lot of issues this morning. Taylor, that's dangerous as well. There's a lot of people that are getting ready to head out the door and they're going to be hitting the commute. Can you quickly show us where some of the worst of the issues are on the roads, what you're seeing on your side?
Well, we know a lot of folks, they take I-35 northbound if you're coming from Kansas to get to downtown Kansas City. And if you're looking over here in these lanes, you can see it is flooding there. And several vehicles are going through this area. I mean, you could see the water really splashing up. And I know this could be one of the problem spots when we're seeing heavy rain like this. So if at all possible, get off of I-35 before you get to West Penway, because, you know, we have that cliche saying, turn around, don't drown, but you can't turn around here. So you want to be sure to keep yourself and others safe by getting off of the interstate, if at all possible, and taking those side roads to maybe get back on it at some point, because you are really seeing some significant flooding here. And it's even getting over to the off-ramp there as folks are trying to get off at that West Penway exit. Southbound is not looking too bad as of right now, but we are going to keep a close eye on that. So just want to zoom in really quickly and show you what we're looking at. And as a result of that flooding we're seeing, it is making northbound traffic move a bit slow between West Penway and up to about Broadway. So again, if you can maybe get off at Southwest Traffic Way, that might be better for you and probably the safest option, as it is still raining pretty heavily. And I mean, the ponding and the flooding there, it's looking to not be so great.
Thank you, Taylor. Appreciate that. Hey, I'm getting a lot of, I've got Facebook up, the chat, and I always want to try to answer your questions. And if you've got something to report, we always appreciate that. It helps us spread the word and tell everybody else. Yeah, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. Within the severe thunderstorm, there is a part that's rotating. That's the tornado warning. So yeah, if you're outside of the tornado warning, then you're not seeing rotation. But we've had some strong winds. They went through Lee's Summit, Pleasant Hill. Belton, you're good now. You might start to get some in Freeman too, but there's this cluster of potential 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's and it might confuse you. You might think, oh, I'm hearing things about a tornado, and no. This is unless you're Harrisonville and in this general area, Gun City, Garden City, Harrisonville, central and eastern parts of Cass County in Missouri, then it's not a tornado threat, okay? It'd be straight line winds, but they could be, you know, damaging straight line winds. There's also some hail that's out there in spots. Lee Summit just got about quarters that came through there. Just Pleasant Hill, it's going to be moving toward you. Greenwood, Lone Jack, you might get into some of that too. Raymore, you're on the back side of it. Worst of it right now is on the south side of Lee Summit, moving toward Greenwood, and probably just north of Lake Winnebago where you see that blue. Just heads up, that could be severe hail to the size of quarters. Where you see the gray, that'd be smaller hail. That could be to the size of about peas or so. Not necessarily enough to cause damage to your car, and not necessarily severe, but you might have some hail. You might hear that. So I want to point this out. The heaviest rain for some of us is wrapping up. So I'm concerned about the flash flooding. As Taylor's been showing you, as we've been showing you videos from this morning where water's across roads and we've got closed roads and hydroplaning and issues. This is the backside of the end of it. All right, we might still have rain, but the heavy duty stuff. This is the backside working its way through Kansas City. That heavy band is moving now southeast toward Raymore and Garden City. This is where we've been hit hardest, but this should start to wrap up on us. So we're still going to have impacts even after the rain lets up. But pretty soon it will be winding down, if not already, in some of our hardest hit areas like Parkville and Riverside and some areas like that. Here you can see a lot of our cameras that we've got. So I just wanted to touch on that. We are still concerned about flash flooding. It's peaked in a big chunk of the Kansas City metro as far as rain intensity. It still takes a little while for that rain to, run down the streets and get into the system and overflow, and then you've got continued flash flooding issues even after the peak intensity comes down. Okay, so down here by Harrisonville, let's see what we've got with the tornado warning. This has been extended now, goes till 6:30. We've got 8 minutes left on this tornado warning. This is Cass County in Missouri, and it's moving east at 40 miles per hour. Harrisonville looks like it is now past you. Let's get a latest shot, latest best idea of where it may be. Looks like Doherty, be right there for you if there's one there. So Harrisonville, you're outside, you're away from the rotation. Harrisonville, you're okay. It has moved past. Now we're down here by this Doherty area. This right here is what? Is that 7? Is that 7 highway that we have there? That's 7 highway. So east of Interstate 49, along 7 highway in eastern Cass County in Missouri, around Doherty is what we've got with this rotation moving east at 40 miles an hour. So it's going to be probably near or just south of East Lynn, near or south of Gun City as it runs eastward. So let me get a track there. This is kind of entering a rural area, but there's still people that live out here. And I want to give you a heads up. Again, have to redo that. Last we heard from an emergency manager, they did not have reports of damage or of touchdowns, so we like that. So right now it's in Doherty. Blairstown would be 649, kind of the next spot that our computer is able to grab and see. That'd be about 649, so 25 minutes there, and then we'll just stop at that. So there's eastern Cass County, and we'll see if it gets extended. Right now it is not in Johnson County in Missouri, but we'll have to watch for that. But there's Lafayette County to the north, so there's Johnson County. So we'll keep tabs on that. So tornado warning continues. We've got another 6 minutes on that. Warren, do you have any updates on your side? Are you seeing anything come in?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I have some reports of water rescues actually in Jackson County. This would be in the Kansas City metro. 2 came in. There was one that was at Truman Road and Cleveland Avenue, and then also one at Independence Avenue and Wilson Avenue. Those were both water rescues here just this morning. And when you go back to look at all of the flood reports that we have, anywhere that you see one of these green icons, most of the morning, the heaviest of the rain has fallen I-70 and north. It is now starting to pull south, so we are starting to see a few other icons pop up. Specifically, I'm seeing some significant flooding across Leavenworth County. So here's Leavenworth, here's Baser, and in between here, I believe that's K5, right, Bill? South out of Lansing. Okay, or is that? K7, correct, yeah. So around K7, There's definitely some flooding, kind of give or take here on both sides, Baser area. And when you look at the 24-hour or even the 6-hour rainfall totals, when we pull closer to the metro, some of these numbers are pretty significant. You're seeing a lot of greens and yellows. That's where we could have had already up to 5 inches of rain in a short amount of time. As we've been mentioning this morning, that's too much rain. The ground cannot absorb it. You've got it basically funneling into those lower lying areas first, and that's where we're seeing the creeks, streams, and rivers very swollen already this morning, low spots on the roadways and whatnot. Even south of the metro, where you didn't have much rain this morning, starting to pick up at least an inch of rain there. How much more could fall with this system? That's something that we haven't talked about a whole lot here, so let's get you the latest with our higher resolution computer modeling. We're seeing that heaviest band of rain start to pull south a little bit. So if you haven't gotten rain just yet down into, parts of Cass, Johnson, Missouri, over into Lafayette, Saline, Pettis counties, you'll start to pull some of this heavier rain as we move through this morning. So we still have flash flooding impacts even after the heaviest of the rain is done, but we are still keeping some of these bands of strong thunderstorms around, at least for a few more hours. Luke?
Yeah, thanks, Warren. Let's get back to the tornado warning and where we may have one. So far, just hearing from people that live in Harrisonville, the chat reports coming in from the National Weather Service as we communicate with emergency managers. We had rotation, but we have not had any indication that there was indeed a tornado. We still have the tornado warning that's in effect for another 4 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes. It expires at 6:30 unless they continue it again. And let's see what we have. If we did have one, it would now be southeast of Harrisonville, and we've been watching around Doherty. I'm still waiting for a scan update. This scan's getting a little bit old now, so it's probably going to be east, somewhere over here. This right here, that's, let's see what highway we have here. That's 2 highway. It's running kind of parallel or just south of 2 highway, east of Harrisonville, south of East Lynn. There's Doherty, and it's probably going to be just north of that or right along Doherty. So it's between 7 and 2 highway. Between those two is where it looks to go as it goes east at about 40 miles per hour. Not a lot of towns out here for me to time out for you when they're going to be there. But if you're in Doherty, still should be in your tornado shelter. East Lynn, to be safe, probably going to stay to your south. Garden City, it's probably going to stay to your north. You are in the warning, but it looks like rotation would stay north of you. Gun City, same story, probably stays south of you. But if you are in this area between 2 and 7 highway in eastern Cass County, good idea to be in your tornado shelter. There might be something there, or if there's not, there could be with the potential. There's still a little bit of spin there. It's not a ton, but it doesn't take a lot. Okay, let's go over to Taylor real quick. Taylor's got some updates on her side. We've been watching flash flooding, car issues, and what do we have, Taylor?
All right, Luke, I was about to call you Warren because he was on my brain because he was just talking about some water rescues for our folks who are on the east side of the Kansas City area. So we are looking at I-70 westbound. This is at Prospect, and there is some flooding happening right here under the bridge. There is a vehicle that looks to be stuck there, and the water is making its way out into the far lanes here. As you can see, folks are trying to avoid it. I just saw a school bus trying to get around this as well. So this is another area where there is a lot of construction and can make way for more water to end up on the roads when we're seeing these heavy rains. Looks like there is an ambulance that is coming around the bend here. But also I want to show you, in addition to this, this flooding, that there is a closure as you are approaching the Benton curve. So you can see this purple right here, kind of in between these 2 stalled vehicles, and then the flooding that we see. And this is as you are headed toward downtown Kansas City. And as we were just looking at that drive time, it's going to take you about a half an hour to get through this area. So we are continuing to keep an eye on this. The backup is stretching all the way a little bit past Jackson Avenue, past the Jackson curve too. So you'll want to be mindful again. So looking at this as you're headed toward downtown Kansas City, I-70 westbound, you want to be mindful of as you are approaching the Benton curve. But then also don't forget I-35 northbound at West Penway. We've been seeing some flooding there as well for our folks who are trying to head into the downtown Kansas City area. Now we do have our Maya Engel out to give us another check at what she's seeing. Maya, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Taylor, we are getting a really good look here at crews trying to recover that jackknife semi off of I-35 on the northbound lanes. We just pulled off onto the drive for Liberty Hospital's Medical Plaza East, right off of Glen Hendron Drive. And you can see there are 2 different tow trucks working, as I said, to recover that semi-truck. So this is, of course, good news for all those folks who have been stuck in the northbound lane of I-35 since about 4:30 this morning. That's when the report came in of that jackknife semi-truck. So it does look like relief is on the way. However, this is not going to be a quick process. The trucks have been here for about 20, maybe 30 minutes now, and it's hard to tell really how much progress has been made. It looks like they have been able to move the truck up a little bit, and it looks like it's right by the sign for exit 20. So it does look like progress is being made. So hopefully this roadway will be cleared and opened up soon. We will continue to keep you updated, but let's send things back over to Luke now.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you. Yeah, it sounds like they're making some progress there. It's going up on about 3.5 hours of coverage for you this morning as we've been tracking these storms with hail, with strong winds, with tornado potential at times, and of course the flash flooding. Some updates for you. The tornado warning was allowed to expire. No longer is anybody seeing a tornado threat at the moment. Now we do still have a severe thunderstorm warning from that leftover from that cell that was rotating. So that's east of Harrisonville. So Holden, Warrensburg, Blairstown, you might have some hail come in. You might have 60-mile-per-hour winds, but we've lost rotation. Good news there. Let's look at the rest of the area. If you're just waking up with us this morning, you've probably been up for a while because these things have just been noisy. It'd be hard to sleep through these. If you're in a bunch, the main chunk of Kansas City, the 435 loop, look at the lightning. It's moving out, so it's getting quieter. And this is the end. This is the back side of the heavy-duty rain, so it's sliding out. So we will see leftover impacts from flash flooding, and I've got a lot of reports coming in on my side of water rescues and issues with flooded roads, multiple creeks overflowing. We've got Indian Creek and 122nd and Warnell. We've got Bush Creek at Paseo. Line Creek has been overflowing. If you're familiar with any of these areas, we've got water rescues, Cookingham Drive and Rhine King Road. Multiple water rescue. We're looking at Jackson Avenue near 29th Street and Truman Road. So we're talking about Kansas City, like Jackson County in Missouri has been seeing a number of water rescues for us this morning. See just a lot of flood reports coming in. But what I wanted to point out with this is now that heaviest rain is sliding to the southeast, we will still have flooded roads through the morning commute. Your morning commute is going to be in spots dangerous and other spots slow. So just know that you should have extra time. If you're going to be out on the roads this morning, give yourselves a lot of extra time. And in spots, the water may be so deep that you can't pass through. The severe threat, though, is coming down. We don't have nearly as many severe thunderstorm warnings as we once did. And we have a tornado warning here that is over. This is Salisbury and Cambridge. I want to give you an update with this. Look at all the lightning. Notice whenever you have your strongest storm, it will be very electrical. And this one is just lit up with lightning. So this is going to be moving eastward. Let's see, what county do we have? We're way over here by Salisbury and Brunswick. So Sheraton, Macon, Randolph counties, tornado warning there. So that's moving out of our area, but just know that that's where the severe risk is going to be sliding. It's going eastward for this afternoon. And the flash flood threat is what we've got for this morning. Okay, Taylor, do we have updates on your side? Anything that you can bring us? You've been tracking so much this morning.
Yeah, let me try to finish putting this together real quick. It's only going to take me a couple of seconds.
Yeah, give me a shout whenever you do. You know, just looking at the hail that some of you have been woken up by this morning, we had a number of spots that saw hail. Let's take a peek at that, and just to kind of emphasize that you're winding down with that threat. So we had to go through Lee Summit. That cell is weakened, but by Harrisonville moving toward Holden, you could have some in spots quarter-size hail. A lot of it would be smaller than that, and then south of Oak Grove too. The winds are coming down too in many spots. This area over by Warrensburg, you may have some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in that zone, but it's not the risk that it once was. This is really now primarily just the flash flooding with some pockets of some strong winds. Okay, Taylor, go ahead and take it.
All right, so this is for our Kansas drivers. This is I-35 southbound at 75th Street. You can see there's a pretty large police presence here. And our Gabby Luma went through this area not too long ago, and she told us that she saw a vehicle that had spun out on the road. So you can see, though, a lot of flashing lights right now for our drivers who are headed in this area. Traffic is moving along in these far two left lanes. But, of course, you want to try to move as far from the scene as you possibly can. So it is causing a bit of a significant slowdown as you're headed into the Overland Park area. So, again, this is at 75th Street, I-35 southbound, a pretty large police presence as there is a mention of a vehicle that has spun out on the roads due to the wet conditions. We'll continue to keep a close eye on the interstates as we are seeing a lot of big issues this morning.
Question that keeps coming in on my side on the chat. We're watching our Facebook chat, our YouTube chat. We're here for you guys. Tornado warning? No, the tornado warning is gone. All right, so no current tornado threat. Just to emphasize that again, if your sirens were going off, which you shouldn't rely on sirens, by the way, but if you knew of a tornado warning, that is gone. It has been allowed to expire. This is the cell that's left over, and it's got some 60-mile-per-hour winds, got some hail with it too, and then the heavy-duty rain. Looks like we just had something that's new here. Do we have a new flash flood warning potentially popping up, at least an update? Okay, let's see what we've got. This includes the Kansas City area. This is the one that we've had for quite a while. And just saying, nothing really new, just saying flash flooding of small creeks and streams in urban areas. Yeah, we've seen a lot of that. So I'm not exactly sure what the update was that pushed through, but there was something there. Regardless, that goes till 10 o'clock this morning. That emphasizes that even though we're seeing the rain intensity drop off, it's going to take a while to get rid of all the water that we have built up. Let's go to Warren. Warren, I see that you've got the rain totals so far.
Yeah.
What are some of the hardest hit areas? If I'm a driver this morning, I'm wondering, okay, we've had, Taylor's helping us out on the roads. We've had Maya out. But just in general, who's been hit the hardest with rain?
Right. Yeah. So Southern Platte and Southern Clay County is really bad here within the 435 loop. Down 29 from the airport into downtown. That's been a hard hit area. Parkville, they're very terrain rich in there, so that's an issue as well. Leavenworth County, a big mess out there this morning. We also now have reports in the immediate Kansas City area. So I actually have a list of water rescues that I wanted to share with you. Clay County Water Rescue near Cookingham Drive and Re-Inking Road. At Jackson County, quite a few coming in. Brookside Boulevard and 59th Street, that just happened. Independence Ave and Wilson Ave. Truman Road and I-70, also into multiple at Jackson Avenue and 29th Street and Truman Road. So Truman Road's been a big mess this morning. You guys know that have lived around here long enough. Those areas like Brush Creek, I also have some reports from Brush Creek at the Paseo and Indian Creek at 102nd and Warnell. Those are all problem spots that are really swelling up right now. And this is so much rain. We've had radar estimations up to 5 inches of rain out there this morning in just a short amount of time. The ground can't absorb all that, and so it's going to continue to run off in those low-lying areas. So those are a few of the issues we've seen. Water rescues will continue to bring you updates and reports as they come through, but definitely a huge mess as we are getting ready for our Monday morning and in our Monday morning commute.
Thank you, Warren. Yeah, hey, we're going on now, 3.5 hours of coverage for you. On our side, on the weather side, this is going to start to drop off. This is going to start to switch into more of a news story here as we track the impacts, really the flash flooding and the roadways, those kinds of things. I do want you to know that on my side, we do have one severe thunderstorm warning. There's going to be some hail with this cell right here. It's a level 1, a base severe thunderstorm warning. So we're not looking at rotation any longer, though this one has twice cycled up and then down, and then it did it back up. So there's been times where this one's been trying to spin. It's not doing that anymore. So no tornado warnings, but we do have some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that. We've got some hail with it too. The heaviest of the rain is moving to the southeast. I bet a lot of you are wondering, okay, what's the day look like? And I do just want to take a moment and show you, this is one of the best as far as weather tech goes, looking ahead into your day. What's this rain? What are the storms going to do? This is about as good as you can get your hands on. So here we are this morning. You notice it picks up on this line of storms that is now heaviest south and east. Watch what it does. It's going to wind it down. Now, we still have a risk for strong storms this morning, east of Kansas City, and some of these could be rather stout, but look at the metro. We're clearing things out. Conditions will get better. And then as we go past about 9 or 10 o'clock, it should clear our area. And the rest of the day, for a lot of us, is going to be okay. There's this little low chance that we've got this afternoon. Little spotty thing here or there. Those would not be severe for the Kansas City area, maybe off to our south and east. But our weather will improve. It's already getting better. It's getting less severe as we speak. By the way, that right there is the First Warn 5 weather app. And if you ever, it's a good thing to have. You can look at this, the future radar on that app. It'll help you plan your day. You'll get every alert too. Let's go to Maya. Maya has been out for us all morning long. She's been tracking where some of the worst of the traffic has been, where some of the worst of the flooding has been. Go ahead, Maya. Tell us where you are and what's going on.
Yeah, Luke, so we are just off of I-35 where earlier this morning that semi-truck had it jackknifed. Well, good news for all of these drivers who have been sitting here for several hours now. As you can tell, that semi-truck is gone. It has been recovered and cleared. You can see the marks in the grass there of where the front of the semi-truck was. So that process is now over. You can see cars are finally starting to move after, like I said, several hours of standstill traffic. So very good news for drivers heading northbound on I-35. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you so much. Good news. Good news there. We do have, there you go, there's our radar. I wanted to show you this. You know, still a lot of lightning and a lot of thunder. It's getting better in Kansas City. I know a lot of you were woken up. A lot of you had just rolling loud. It got me. It got me. I did not get much sleep last night, so we're going to be tired. It's kind of bumpy for us as we get our week started. We've got Gabby Luma. She's going to join us here in just a moment, but first, Taylor's waving her hands at me over here. Taylor, you've got an update.
Yeah, positive one. Just in addition to what Maya was just sharing with us, that some of the road conditions are starting to get better. So not too long ago, it was going to take you about 30 minutes to get from 291 Highway to downtown Kansas City, I-70 westbound. But as you can see, the drive time has significantly improved, looking like it's going to take you about 19 at this point. Traffic is moving, which is good news there. But as you approach, especially the Benton curve, still keep a close eye out there because there has been a stalled vehicle and some flood waters, and we were seeing a lot of flooding at an overpass at Prospect Avenue. So please keep that in mind as you head into downtown, because not only are we dealing with the heavy rain conditions, but this is also a construction zone, which can also add to some of the issues that we could see. Now, really quickly, I just want to make a mention to our folks who are between Oak Grove and Grain Valley. We're seeing some slowdowns there as well. One of the last times that we had some significant weather in the morning, it did cause some flooding in the roads there. So it is moving a bit slow if you are headed westbound on I-70 from that direction. And then one more quick reminder, as Maya just showed us, that jackknife semi that we saw at I-35 northbound at 69 Highway. She showed us on the camera that it is clear, that scene. They've got it out of the way. So all of this should be improving very soon. So we're going to send it now back out to Gabby Luma. Gabby, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Taylor. So right now we are on 35 North, and we actually just passed College Boulevard, so kind of in Olathe, moving towards the Overland Park area. And what we've seen is just some steady rain and really some ponding kind of on the sides of the roads here on the highways. We have seen a couple of cars that have been stalled out either on the shoulder or even in ditches. So that's just another reminder for all of you heading out this morning, just to take it slow. There is no reason you need to be going super, super fast. Give yourself enough time in the mornings. And right now on 35 North, what we've seen kind of just in our southern more areas here in Kansas City is just kind of what we're seeing now on these roads. And definitely slick out there, rain covered, but you know, nothing of note really out here. But we are heading to that spot you just said, Taylor, I-70 westbound and Prospect Avenue. So hopefully we can give you guys a better vantage point there.
Okay, thank you so much, Gabby. All right, line of storms. Oh, yeah. Okay, up here on our top box, this is the I-70 crash, and you can see that stalled vehicle that's up on the top right part of your screen. So, you know, this isn't everywhere. Not everybody is seeing, but in spots, we have some pretty nasty flash flooding that has occurred on our roads, and we've had jackknife trucks. We've had water rescues this morning, and in spots, you know, interstates have been shut down, and we've got stuff like that. So That's one of them that we've been watching this morning. Down here's our tracker. So our tracker is out. There are some areas that are moving along okay like that too. So I don't want to make it sound like everybody's going to be seeing this, but just know that it's in spots. Update on the severe thunderstorm warning. That is well southeast of Kansas City. Kansas City, our severe threat, I'm not going to say is all done, but it's dropped dramatically. We really have dropped it down a lot. But this is a surging line down here. If you're in Holden and Warrensburg, Urick and Garden City, this area, this storm's going to have some potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's now surging. It was going east. Now it's kind of dropping southeast. There's probably going to be some hail in there, too. Let's see where that is at the moment. So, rough way to start the week, isn't it? Gun City, it's not huge. This is mostly non-severe. Where that blue is, north of Gun City, you might have a little bit of quarter size, which would be severe. But pea-size hail is what looks likely to me with that. But you might see some hail with that. I think the bigger thing is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds in little pockets along that as it plows on through. Just getting back to the Kansas City Metro, look at our rain. It's really dropped off. Our rain intensity is coming down in a big way. We're on the backside of this thing. Conditions as far as weather are getting better for Kansas City. Still some heavy rain to our south and to our east. There's Higginsville. It's off. This whole batch over here is rather strong. But we do have the thing with flooding and flash flooding is it doesn't end whenever the rain comes down. It just takes a long time. Whenever you get that much rain, especially over an urban area, then it accumulates, it stacks up, and then it still has to try to find its way out, and our drainage system just gets overwhelmed, and it backs up into the roads, and it just takes a long time before we see the impacts go away. Warren, if I could, toss it over to you and show you our viewers where we still have flooding issues. There's a big bunch of zones that are still under flash flood warnings.
Yeah, so these flash flood warnings are in place here until 10 o'clock this morning. So that's going to be for Leavenworth. That's going to be for especially southern Platte and Clay counties, all of Wyandotte, northern Johnson, and a good chunk of Jackson counties here. Again, till 10. As Luke just mentioned, it's almost a delayed response sometimes from water. You get a bunch of it that falls in a short amount of time. The ground can't absorb it anymore, and especially in areas that have some good terrain, it funnels. The creek, streams, and rivers then get swollen, so it's a little bit of a delayed effect from this. But how much rain has fallen? Well, a lot. Our 6-hour totals are pretty wild to see, anywhere between 3 to 5 inches of radar estimated rainfall totals, and it is still falling, but thankfully, as Luke just showed you, it's starting to taper off. So areas like Leavenworth County especially, I know a lot of your state highways are having problems this morning. We've had water up through basements. We had also a report of a shop that maybe we can get you guys a shop in Bonner Springs that is flooded. So Wyandotte County, Leavenworth County, southern Platte, and a lot of Clay. So that's where the worst of it is this morning. Please be smart. Do not drive through flooded roadways. Let's look how much more rain could fall out of this system here. And this is going to be a good sign that the heaviest of the rain can shift and get into areas that haven't seen a lot of rain this morning. And thankfully, it is going to be pulling out of the area here soon, but still another couple tenths and maybe another ½ inch of rain for the Kansas City Metro. Luke.
Thank you, Warren. I just got a report on my end that there's a car in the roadway that's inundated with water. This is out of Leavenworth County in Kansas, K5 and the 7 Mile Creek. Doesn't say there's rescues, but it's just a report that came in on my side. So, the way that this works is we get a lot of reports out of Kansas City because it's densely populated, and we get video and all kinds of things that comes in our way. But there are areas outside of the 435 loop that are seeing flooding this morning. I don't want you to think that we forgot about you or we're not reporting on you because we choose not to. It's just that we don't get nearly as many reports outside of the metro. There's a big area, a big chunk of our area that could, at least in spots, be seeing some flooding this morning. Let's go out to Taylor. Taylor's keeping a close eye on everything she can. There's a lot to keep up with, but what roads are having issues? Let's get over to you.
All right, so we're looking back again at I-70 westbound. This is what you were just looking at not too long ago in that box, Luke, that flooding that we've been seeing here at Prospect. So you see that the folks have been out here trying to get that water clear, and they are making progress. So I'm going to step on this side just to give you a better view. So the water is starting to move back just a bit, but the drive time is also starting to creep back up as well as they are kind of maneuvering about As you can see, there's one worker right here who just crossed into the far left lane. There's some emergency vehicles over there with their flashing lights. So they are working to try to get this clear. The positive news with this is that at one point, as you were going near the Benton curve, that it was closed. It looks like it has reopened. It went from purple to orange. So it is moving just a little slow as you make your way around into downtown Kansas City. Also want to turn your attention really quickly across the state line for our folks over in Kansas. So we had been looking at that crash where the vehicle spun out I-35 southbound at 75th Street. It is causing a bit of a slowdown all the way back to about 169 highway. So be sure to plan some extra time for your commute there this morning as you get past that scene. Once you get past that, headed into Overland Park, you should be able to break free just fine from that. But we are going to continue to keep an eye on I-70 westbound at Prospect with that flooding as they try to continue to get that all cleared up.
Thank you, Taylor. Okay, to our east, we got a new tornado warning. It's on the very eastern fringe of the KCTV5 coverage area. Let me move it way over here so you can see it. There it is. So we're looking at like the Marshall area. So Saline County in Missouri, Saline County is under this as we see a possible tornado here. So south of Brunswick, I'm going to pause this, kick that lightning off for you, and there it is. This is what we've been watching, these little hooks, these little fingers like that pop in. That's where you can get, this is showing us on radar anyway that this thing is spinning, and you can get a brief tornado touchdown under that kind of look on radar. So let's see what we've got here. This goes until, so we've got Sheraton, Howard, and Saline. The only county of those that's officially in our area, our coverage area, is Saline County, but still, we're probably seeing through all three of these, and know that right there, south of Miami, north of Marshall, east of Malta Bend, and that, if you were to triangulate that, there's signs of rotation, could be a tornado there. So let's see what they've got. They were saying 8 miles north of Marshall. This thing's moving east at about 60 miles per hour. Radar indicated, meaning that we see it spinning, but we don't know if there's something there. We should treat it as such. If you are in northeastern parts of Saline County, see central Saline County, northwestern Howard County, southeastern Sheraton County, that's where we could have a tornado. So let's see if I can better pinpoint that for you just in case you can see us out here. And there it would be just north of Marshall. Just north of Marshall would be, they said 8 miles north of Marshall. So it's going to be west of Slater. Here's Slater right here. There's Miami, and it's running right along, what do we have here? This right here is 41 highway between Miami and Marshall in Missouri. We'd be looking at Saline County moving towards Slater. That's where we could see a possible tornado. There's a little bit of rotation there. It's not super strong, but none of it has been this morning. But we've seen these quick little spin-ups. So if you're in this area, you should be in your tornado safe shelter. Get to your basement if you got one. Interior hallway, closet, something like that. Get away from windows. There's signs of rotation, and a possible tornado could drop there. So next in line would be Slater, then Cambridge. It's flying. This is a fast storm. 60 miles an hour is a very fast-moving storm right there. All right, so Cambridge. Slater 7:02, so 10 minutes in Slater. You need to be getting to your area right now in Slater. Cambridge would be 7:12. Fayette would be 7:33. There's Moberly at 7:56. So that's about an hour out from now. But it's going to cover a lot of ground very quickly. It's kind of far from our radar. We don't have a good view of it. It's dark. It's rain. Well, now the sun's out, but it's still rainy. We would not have a good view of it even if we had spotters up here on it, which I don't know that we do. So just know there's a lot of question marks with this one, but there's a possibility of a tornado that is moving towards Slater. We're looking at parts of Saline County. This is in Missouri. All right, so tornado warning new just came out. That's the only one that we have. If I'm not saying your county right now, then there's no threat of a tornado. There's a severe thunderstorm warning that we have that is southeast. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. You just brought me some water. By Warrensburg, but there's no threat of a tornado with this. Here, I'll take that, bud. Thank you so much. All right, so that's moving past Holden and moving towards Warrensburg. This one could have 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's not a tornado threat with that right now. So again, if you're just joining us this morning, 6:53, flash flooding and all these maroon boxes. They look kind of similar. These are not tornado warnings. These are flash flood warnings through Kansas City and all the way over here along running east on I-70. Severe thunderstorm warning. We've been with you for about 3.5 to 4 hours now. And then that tornado warning that is over by Marshall near Miami. We're looking at Saline County in Missouri. Possible rotations. Could be moving toward Cambridge rather quickly. It's got spin on it. It's a strong storm. Even if you don't have a tornado, the backside winds on this thing are going to be pretty fierce. So a dangerous storm moving through that area. What's happening here is I'm actually going to shift to a different radar view for you and get you a big picture. What's going on is our rough weather started yesterday afternoon. It was Sunday afternoon. And it was a big, long window from Sunday afternoon where we got into one part, the beginning part of the storm system, which was the warm front, and then not until we get a cold front to come through by afternoon will that end. So it's a big, long window where you can have potential severe weather. What's happening now is that we're on the backside of that, and all this is going to move eastward over into eastern Missouri and Illinois, especially northern Illinois. They've got a significant risk for severe weather there. Our severe weather is going to be dropping down. It's already much lower in Kansas City. But on the eastern side of our coverage area, we do still have some strong storms moving through, and it just doesn't take a whole awful lot for these things to try to spin up and drop a quick, a brief tornado, a brief little spin up. So that's what we're tracking for you now. Again, tornado warning just came out. Warren, are you seeing anything over there on the chat coming in? Or, we've been watching that debris tracker. This is pretty far away. It'd really have to be something. I don't think we'd see anything there, but just wondering if you've got anything to add.
Sure, absolutely. So as that tornado warning continues, excuse me, the flash flood warning that was added for a lot of this zone, for Carroll, Lafayette, Ray, and Saline counties. This is where the heaviest of the rain is now shifting, and that is a new flash flood warning in place. Multiple inches of rain has fallen in a short amount of time. So the impacts that we're now seeing from Kansas City extending over to the east, down the Missouri River, where the heaviest of the bands is. This new edition of the flash flood warning is until noon. I also want to relay, it looks like there's some schools that have been impacted out there this morning. So we're getting some information from our news desk here. Ray-Pac schools, a little bit of a delayed start. Oak Grove, a little bit of a delayed start. Guadalupe Centers, University Academy is closed today. Allen Village School and KC Mo opening up 2 hours late. So this is, while the heaviest of the rain in Kansas City is starting to dwindle, we have big impacts with this throughout the morning. So this is definitely something that's still going to have problems with our morning commute. We are still expecting those low-lying areas, the creeks, streams, rivers, they will be swollen all day today. So that flash flood warning in place in Kansas City till 10 in the metro. That new one that was just issued to the east, where that tornado warning is, that is until noon today. I'll see if I can find some new information and updates on any flooding areas, rescue areas in the metro specifically. But yeah, this is a mess that continues to unfold this morning.
It is, Warren. We were afraid that we could get into a multi-hazard type situation where you've got a lot coming at you at one time, flash flooding and severe weather, and that's what we've got. Hey, we're zoomed back in. We've got this tornado warning that is radar indicated, so we're watching for spin in the air. Our radars are seeing some spin in this thing. Let me just kind of get our reset here so you can see where we are. This is Kansas City, and we're way over here, but still Saline County. We have people that can see us in Saline County. You guys are our viewers too. We care about you. And we've got a tornado warning here. It's going to be moving right now. It's near Slater. Okay, Slater, you guys are running out of time to get to your tornado shelters. It's passing through here very quickly. Again, whenever you're talking about a storm that's moving 60 miles an hour, you have to take into effect that this scan, this radar scan, which takes a couple minutes, it's going to cover a lot of ground in a couple minutes. Think of how far you would go in your car down the interstate doing 60 in 2 minutes. And that's how much quicker this is going to be moving than you may think, because it looks like it's right here. It's further east than what you would see on the last scan, the most recent update. Let me peer inside the storm. There we go. Probably, yeah, they just trimmed it back. We just got an update here. Let's see what that is. Anything significant with it. It's still radar indicated. So Saline County till 7:15. We got about another 17 minutes on this thing. Be near Slater and I'll pull this, O'Rearville. Okay, so right there. That's where it would be. That's the wrong warning. So I moved it. So here's our update. Tornado warning. They're saying Slater, essentially over Slater, or just Slater or just south? It's tough to say. Radar indicated rotation. Get to your basement, get to an interior room. That's what we need to do if you're in Slater. Next is going to be Gilliam, and then maybe Cambridge, Glasgow, some spots like that. I'm going to get you a track. But that thing has been somewhat persistent with its spin. And it's still there. So now it's east of Norton. If you're in Norton, you're good. Sharon, you're good. New Frankfort, Cazell, think you're going to be okay. It's going to stay to your south. There's Fairville, you're okay. Stanhope's okay. O'Rearville, Slater, Gilliam need to be in your shelter, your tornado shelter. We're looking at northeastern or east central portions of Saline County right now before it crosses over, and then it'll be outside of our coverage area. But we do cover this county, and Cambridge could be moving towards you. This highway right here, by the way, let's see, this is 240. This is 240 highway. We're in Missouri, 240 highway. Tornado warning right now. The spot that's spinning is Slater to O'Rearville. So we're watching that storm very closely. Okay, let's get back to regular radar. And Taylor, I know another dangerous thing that we've got this morning is our roads and the flash flooding. We've had water rescues, we've had jackknife trucks, we've had problems. I'm going to keep a close watch on this, on the tornado warning. Is there anything on your side, though, that's coming in that we need to let the viewers know urgently?
Oh, yes, for sure. I-70 westbound has really been going through it this morning for our Missouri drivers as you make your way into downtown Kansas City. So earlier we were showing you near Prospect where there's a vehicle that's stuck in some floodwaters. They're trying to get that cleared. But now it looks like there may be a stalled vehicle or vehicle that has left the road here due to the flashing lights and the lens on the screen. It's not super clear to make out exactly what's happening here, but this is just also a second impact in this one area, especially as you are coming around the Benton curve. This is at Benton Boulevard, so keep an eye out for that as well. So again, I-70 westbound has really been dealing with some issues this morning as more people are trying to get into downtown Kansas City. Not only that, but it is a construction zone, a daily construction zone, which has been causing some issues there. Also want to take us back down to, for our Kansas drivers. So I've been looking at this crash. This is eastbound K10. So this is as you are headed toward that I-435 interchange. There is a 2-vehicle crash being reported there. Now this is a spot where we don't have cameras. So we are just going to continue to keep an eye on the slowdown and the icons here to see when that will get cleared up. It's also still moving pretty slow, I-35 southbound at 75th Street due to a 3-vehicle crash that was reported there as well. So continue to keep an eye out, slow down. We are starting to see some improvements on the roads as far as drive times are concerned, but you just never know what will pop up next and how it could impact your morning drive. So we're going to do another check-in soon.
Yeah, the improvements on your end too. Look at the rain coming down. All right, so the worst of the rain is over for Kansas City. It's sliding south and east, so that will take some time, but gradually we will see. There's been a lot of flooding across Kansas City this morning, and it's still out there. It's just going to take a while, but the worst of the rain is coming down, so we shouldn't be adding to it too much more. Now, we do have this tornado warning that is over east of Marshall, and it's on the very eastern edge of Saline County in Missouri, where we've got this little appendage, this little hook right here. There it is right there. So moving very near Cambridge. That's the one tornado warning that we have at the moment. We've had several of them this morning, and there you can see all the cameras that we've got. So there's the I-70 flooding. This is our weather tracker. Okay, she's at I-70. Okay, we'll get there in a moment. I want to give an update on this tornado warning, though. So right here near Cambridge, Saline County in Missouri, we have this tornado warning. Goes for another, I think, like 13 minutes. Goes till 7:15. So if you're in this area, there's good reason that you need to take shelter. 7:15, there you go. And also parts of Sheraton and Howard counties in Missouri. And let's see if we can pinpoint exactly where this is. There's Slater. Looks like Slater, it may just be past you. Last we looked, it was right on top of you. But I think it's flying. This thing is so fast. It's 60 miles an hour. So the scan here is old. The wind scans have been taking a while to come in, so I don't trust that. I think it's actually farther to the east. It should be right here. It should be right here, northeast of Slater, west of Gilliam, south of New Frankfort, southwest of New Frankfort. Let me kick this lightning off and we'll get some roads on it. If you're out here in this area, I want to let you know exactly where we think this thing is. Should be, there's a new scan that just came in. So it's essentially on top of Cambridge or Gilliam right now, probably just south of New Frankfort. Let me see if the winds came in, because I didn't trust, no, they're not in yet. They take a while. Sometimes they lag a bit. But south of New Frankfort, right here. So Cazell, Cambridge, Gilliam, even New Frankfort, I think it's south of you, but all of these spots get into your basement if you've got one, or go to the inside interior hallway or a closet if you don't. That's where we would expect, if there is a tornado, it would be in that area. We don't know if there is, or we can't confirm one way or the other. This right here is 240 Highway, by the way. It'd be probably near, just north of 240 Highway. Let's see if I can get it. So Highway M runs north and south. That's this one. This is 240 Highway, probably along or just east of 240 Highway, or of Highway M rather, and then 240, it's north in Missouri. And it looks like this right here is the county line. So it's just about to cross over the county out of Saline County. Then we're into Cazell, Holt, Oil City, and then probably make its way toward Forest Green, or Lewis Mill is right here to the east. So it's flying by at about 60 miles per hour. You don't have a lot of time for, before this is going to cover a lot of ground and be where potentially you are. So let's track this one out. Just for context, the fastest tornado on record is 75 miles an hour. It's a 1925 tri-state tornado, and it was clocked at 75 miles an hour. So 60 is, that's really up there. That's on the fast side. Cambridge, 706. Moberly, that'd be 750. We've got Sturgeon at 8 o'clock. So that's about 55 minutes away. That's really starting to get out there. So there's not a ton of towns out here that our system is picking up on, but we did read off a number of them whenever we were zoomed in a little bit more. There's Armstrong there. There's Glasgow. It's probably going to miss you to the north, but essentially Cambridge, Holt, Lewis Mill, Forest Green rather, and there's Cazell, all spots that we would want to be in our shelter. Okay, so that's that tornado warning. Warren, what are you looking at on your side? Anything coming in there? I see we got a new flash flood warning that just popped up that is on the south side. Yeah, brand new flash flood warning just came in. Do you want to take that? Or I can handle it.
Yep.
Okay.
You should have me now. We had to change out batteries.
Oh,
We've been doing this long enough. Had to change out batteries. All right. I honestly was just trying to get some eyes outside. I haven't seen outside. This is our tower camera. And we're looking now southwest of KC. So sky's starting to break up a little bit in that direction. Again, the heaviest of the rain in Kansas City has started to taper off a little bit. But the delayed impact of significant rain now has flash flood warnings for the metro, points to the east down the Missouri River, and now a new flash flood warning here that was just issued, and that's going to be south of Kansas City and south of I-70. So let's get a new look at that. That is the newest warning that was just issued here. That's also going to be until noon. So the warnings go, flash flood warnings from about 10 to noon this morning. This is for parts of Bates, Cass, Jackson, and Johnson County on the Missouri side. So Paola over to Harrisonville and Warrensburg. This was just added. Too much rain falling in a short amount of time. One thing I also, when I initially came on, I want to mention, R7, the Lee Summit R7 school district is opening 1 hour late also. That is a running list of school districts that have delayed starts, and you can find that. They just created a web story at kctv5.com to check as well. All right, we're going to send it out to Gabby Luma. I-70 and Prospect, there was big flooding there earlier. Gabby, do you have an update for us?
Yeah, Warren. So right now we're actually on Truman Road, just passing Benton Boulevard right now. We were on I-70, and there are still crews kind of working to clear a car, I believe, that was stalled there in that flooding, but that flooding has actually subsided. So what we're seeing now is definitely traffic moving a little bit faster that was on the highway. Now, of course, we're just on a road now, so a little bit different, but we're not seeing too much ponding really or flooding on any of these normal roads here. And then even on the highway, you could see kind of where that flooding had subsided past I-70 and Prospect there. So definitely keep your eye out on the road for any of that flooding, ponding, and just take it slow. But what we're seeing right now is okay for the most part in our area. So we're going to send it over to Taylor, because I'm sure, Taylor, there are some other spots that you're seeing right now.
Yeah, Gabby, and really quickly, I just want to start with what you were just telling us about I-70 at Prospect, how that flooding has subsided, and that is the case here. As you can see, the water is gone. There is a lot of debris right here up against the wall on the other side of that vehicle here, but the good news is that we are not seeing those flooding issues anymore. Traffic is moving along just fine, and even as I move on this side, you can see that the drive time is even getting better. Less than 20 minutes now to get to downtown Kansas City if you're coming from 291 highway. So just want to zoom in really quickly to show you how things are improving. Eastbound, not looking too bad itself, but westbound looking a lot better. At one point it was closed as you got into the Benton curve. Not seeing that issue anymore either. Going to send it over to our Maya Engel now, who's downtown.
Hey Taylor, yeah, we are on 35 heading south towards downtown, and as Warren mentioned, the rain has definitely let up a bit, so we're just seeing a slight drizzle right now and not too much water on the roads anymore, so it looks like we're getting a little bit of relief, but we are heading to Indian Creek near 102nd and Warnall, where there have been reports of potential flooding, so we are going to keep you updated on what we see there. But as far as road conditions go and weather, it does seem like things are starting to lighten up a little bit.
Thank you, Maya. You know, a couple things I want to update on. One is going to be the tornado warning that we have that is still there for Saline County over here in Missouri. It's this one. Here, let me kick the lightning off. And what we watch where the storm would be rotating would be, you can see right there where it kind of spins and you get this hook. So that has moved out of Saline County. Looks like the rotating part of this storm has moved out of Saline County. So this is going to be moving, that's now officially out of our coverage area. We still have the warning there, but the rotation has appeared to have moved out. Give it just a little bit of time. Give it like 5 minutes if you're in extreme northeastern parts of Saline County in Missouri for that to completely clear. But it looks like that has slid out. So now it's going to be moving towards Salisbury. Maybe Armstrong, or maybe just north of Armstrong would be next in line if you can see us out there. The other thing, Warren hit on this earlier, but now we're going to see flooding issues pick up here, we think somewhat quickly in this zone. So we're talking about Warrensburg, we're looking at Kingsville, Harrisonville. Notice we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, those have all dropped. There's still some strong spring storms, but they're not severe any longer in a lot of these spots. That severe risk really dropping down, all right? The rain for Kansas City is really dropping down. For some of us, it may even be over, but where we see this stripe of heavy rain is essentially what dropped all this rain and gave us these warnings up here to the north is now settled down here. And we had a number of rounds already. The ground is saturated, it's inundated, and it just can't take that much more. That's why this warning got issued. So if you're in Freeman, Lacine, Adrian, Garden City, Kingsville, Warrensburg, Harrisonville, Leeton, some of these areas that are south of Kansas City, you're probably going to see your conditions worsen rather quickly. That's what we saw this morning in the other warnings, is it didn't take long to go from we're doing all right to, okay, now we just can't handle anymore, and then the creeks and everything started to overflow, and we had waters on roads and that kind of thing. So we had a lot of issues with that. Just to look at Kansas City, you see the box for the flash flood warning, but the rain nearly gone. I mean, the rain is really coming down. That's going to help us out. It's going to take a while. We have been overwhelmed with the amount of rain that we've had. Our drainage system just couldn't handle it. And in an urban area, everything gets exacerbated because it all kind of funnels down together. Everything runs off of concrete and asphalt and blacktop, so it just doesn't go into the ground. So that's why our drainage system gets overwhelmed so quickly. So we do have that box, and that goes until 10 o'clock this morning for the flash flood warning, but the rain is looking so much better. The event, weather-wise, is calming down for Kansas City. It is going to get worse with flooding to the south. The severe weather is going to be moving to the east. This line right here is going to be moving toward eastern Missouri and then into Illinois, and that's where they're going to have issues later today. Our severe risk is really coming down for this morning. Okay, I want to show you this because I would want to know this. What's it look like for the rest of the day? And I'll just kind of highlight what I was talking about, where this is that line that's down causing the new flash flood warning that is south of Kansas City. Watch what happens as we go throughout the rest of our day. Still some strong storms. This is by 8 o'clock this morning as that batch moves out, moves to the east. But let's get you into the afternoon. All right, there's 10 o'clock. we're looking so much better. There's 11, there's noon. We don't have severe weather in the forecast right now. So it's been a rough month for us. It's been a rough couple weeks, but it's all moving out today, and the rest of our forecast is looking much better. Let's go to Taylor. Taylor, what are you seeing out there now? You brought some good news here recently. Any more of that?
Well, this one's not so good for our folks. You guys got me? Can you hear me? Okay, we're good now. So this is not so good for our Kansas drivers who are headed southbound on I-35 from downtown to 119th Street. You can see the significant backup. This is due to a crash that we've been telling you about this morning at 75th Street that has been there for a while now. So this is at Shawnee Mission Parkway. The camera there that we're looking at this backup, especially these far to right lanes, they are hardly moving right here. So just want to zoom in really quickly on our map to show you the backup that we're looking at. So the crash again at the 75th Street area. This is what we're seeing right here. And you see that backup stretching all the way past as it's going into Merriam. So just past Shawnee Mission Parkway is where it's really starting to get slow as a result of that. So again, this is the area that we're really going to be looking at as it is the biggest slowdown we're seeing as of right now. Now, we showed our Missouri drivers not too long ago that I-70 westbound into downtown is looking a lot better after they got some flooding out of the way. Also, another area that's looking a lot better is West Penway, I-35 northbound, making your way into downtown Kansas City. Earlier this morning, it was starting to flood there, and we were advising people to get off the interstate if they could, but now you are looking to be in good shape. So I just want to walk us back one more time to show you how things are looking. This is I-35 southbound. If you're coming from downtown Kansas City, making your way to Olathe, just past Shawnee Mission Parkway, approaching 75th. As a result of a crash, it's going to take you about 30 minutes to get to your destination.
Taylor, what a headache. I mean, a lot of us last night, we didn't get any sleep. We've had rough weather come by. Some of you maybe even had some damage, and then you've got that with your drive. It's not a fun start to the week, is it? But it gets better after this. We've got a new flash flood warning, I do believe. Warren's got information on that. Let's go to Warren.
Yep, so the flash flood warning in place for the Kansas City Metro is until 10 o'clock this morning. If you take a bigger picture look, though, all of these maroon colored boxes, rusty red, whatever color this is, are flash flood warnings. So that does include Leavenworth, all of the Kansas City Metro, especially I-70 and north, now down the Missouri River and out to the east. This is the new warning right here. And then also through Cass and Miami and Johnson County on the Missouri side. So this specific new warning here is for Sheraton, Lynn, Macon, Randolph, kind of getting out of the region here, but that is until noon on Monday. You get the picture here. There's a lot of rain that has fallen in this quick amount of time, and the ground's having a hard time ingesting all of it. So definitely going to be a mess for many more hours. We have crews out in the field. Going to send it out to Gabby Luma. She is, remind me, Prospect? Okay, Prospect and Emmanuel Cleaver. Gabby, how are things traveling this morning? Are you seeing low spots with flooding, or does it seem like the rain tapering off is really helping us out? Might have just lost. Okay, no audio on Gabby right now. I'm going to send it back over. Taylor, do you have something? You look like you might have something.
I can jump in there really quickly. So I'm looking at I-470. Yep. This is for our drivers who are coming from maybe the Lee Summit area. So westbound, just past Blue Ridge Boulevard, there is a crash scene here at this split. So you can see traffic is moving around the bend just fine, but this far right lane as you get around the corner is the area that you really want to pay attention to and where you can really start to run into an issue with the slowdown there. So it's just a small pocket of a slowdown, but there is a crash there nevertheless. So definitely keep an eye out for that. Even if you maybe are making your way to the Grandview Triangle, maybe you're getting ready to head south on I-49. Also, just want to take us up really quickly back to 169 highway. If you are headed southbound, you can see it's red here. So it's moving pretty slow if you're making your way into downtown Kansas City, getting ready to cross the river in that area as well. Now, this is another spot where we don't have cameras that we can show you right away. So just be mindful. If you're making your way southbound on 169 highway, going near Briarcliff, to be prepared for a slowdown there as well.
All right, Taylor, back to the radar we go. And again, no current severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings for our coverage area. We do have the flash flood warnings, which are the boxes that Warren was just talking about. If we just go on a little tour, first off, I want to show you, this is now punching outside of our area, but look at all the lightning with this one. I mean, it is just super full of lightning, just packed. That's super noisy going towards Salisbury. But you compare that to our other storms that we have, and that is an indicator of how potent, how strong thunderstorms are. And you can see that they're winding down. So again, on the weather side, this is settling down. Now, we still have the rain, and that's why this warning here is new. We're going to have persistent, like each of these are little cells. There's one, there's one, there's one. They're lining up like a train. And it's what we call training thunderstorms because it's like they're on a track, and you get hit with a round of heavy rain and then another one and then another one. You get 5 or 6 of them lined up, and you've got problems. And that's why we think that there could be, likely will be, it's expected to get worse as far as flooded areas down in this zone, which is why the National Weather Service put out the flash flood warning. But just kind of taking a peek at it, because a lot of you have been bumped pretty hard. You got thumped with some strong storms this morning, some severe weather. Over here by Warrensburg and Knob Noster, I just want to see if there's any hail lurking around in any of these. The winds here could be up to 40 or 50, but it's not severe thunderstorm level. And then there's another one over there by Gun City. So yeah, around Warrensburg, I wouldn't be surprised to see that. A little bit of hail there. All right, that would be probably pea size, be little bitty things, but enough that you'd notice it, you know, if you're driving around, tink, tink, tink on your car. It wouldn't cause damage, though, most likely. There's another spot there just east of Harrisonville, real patchy. These are strong spring thunderstorms, but they are no longer severe. We're not getting severe level hail or wind in any of our area, but we are still getting flooding rain, especially south of Kansas City. Okay, let's go to Maya Engel. She's at 71 Highway. All right, let's go to Maya.
Yeah, Luke, we are, like you mentioned, heading south on 71 Highway near 63rd, and not a whole lot of rain going on, so no issues on the road. It's been so helpful now that it's getting a little brighter, so now we're actually able to see what's going on, because visibility this morning was definitely difficult with the darkness and then mix that with the rain. So this is certainly a relief, especially I know for my driver, Edwin, who's been driving around all morning. But as of right now, things are smooth sailing. The rain has stopped for the most part. We're not seeing any flooding or any ponding on the roads where we are right now, but we are going to continue to keep driving. And as I mentioned, we're heading to Indian Creek to see if there's any flooding there. So we will continue to keep you updated, but so far right now things are looking pretty good. We'll send it back to you guys.
Good to know, Stanley, or sorry, talking to my producer. Maya, thank you so much. That really does help us out. I just got a picture that was emailed to me out of Harrisonville, which took a severe thunderstorm earlier, and there's a massive tree that got knocked over. So we're still gathering a lot of those reports. A lot of you have had strong storms or severe storms this morning. You had damage too, away from just the flooding that we've seen. You said toss over to Warren. Warren, what do you have over there? There's something new coming in on your side?
So let's just do a full recap here. And we have mostly a decaying line of thunderstorms kind of still producing a lot of really heavy rain, but they're not overly severe. So that's a great sign as this large complex continues to move out to the east. So the strongest part of the thunderstorm here in the complex is now moving out of our coverage area. Still, the flooded roads and the significant amount of water falling, that's going to be the biggest concern out there. But let's just take a zoomed in look at Kansas City specifically. And you can see almost virtually no rain in the 435 loop now. So that's going to give the roads an opportunity, as we just heard from Maya, which is a great sign, that a lot of those flooded areas are now starting to see improvements. I'm concerned a little bit less with the roads now and a little bit more with those low-lying areas, the flooded creek, streams, and rivers. That's where my concern really goes to, that those could then flood the road. So I'm not, it's not the ponding on the roads anymore, just from the rain specifically. It is now those flooded areas with the inundation of water that's from those local streams and creeks. You drive down the highway and there's those short bridges that have the creek or stream running under them. Those are the spots that we really have to watch out for. So while we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings anymore for us, those flash flood warnings will stay in place for a couple more hours now. Kansas City is until 10 and everyone else is until noon here in these other boxes. So how much more rain could fall out of this system? That's one big question that we've had a lot here recently. Well, unless you live southeast of town, you're pretty much done. But if you are in Cass and also Johnson, Missouri, over to Saline, Pettis counties, and even into Bates Henry. You could pick up a little bit more here, maybe upwards of an inch in specifically Johnson and also Saline counties. So that's a look at what's ahead as far as how much rain could fall. But thankfully, again, the silver lining here for at least Kansas City, Luke, is that we're seeing radar really take a big downtick in coverage.
Yeah, we like that. All right, so here, let me show you this. This is our latest radar scan. This is over the past hour, and you see it dropping down south. So now it's you guys down here. If you're in Johnson County, Missouri, the Warrensburg area, Harrisonville, excuse me, in Miami County, in Kansas, some of these areas are going to get worse before you get better. So we're getting better now in the KC metro general area. Let me show you where we had up to about 6 inches of rain. There may have been a half a foot of rain in spots. We were talking about that. That was the threat. We could see a half a foot. And it was pretty close up here on the northeast side of the 435 loop. And this little pink spot that you see, that right there is a 5.5 inch estimation from our radar. So we're looking at west of Liberty and near Gladstone. It's like Parkville, Gladstone, near Liberty, and then downtown areas have been some of the ones where we've had the most reports coming in. Let me take you to this too. We've got how does the rest of the day play out? I just want you to know as we're planning your day, we've still got the leftover issues this morning, but by 9 or 10 o'clock, this is really wrapping up across our area, all right? And then the rest of the day, I won't give it the all clear. You could see one of these little spotty storms try to fire up. There's like 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. But we have had so much severe weather here lately and so many big, powerful storm systems that we're just kind of always on guard. Let me show you the 7-day forecast here real quick. As we've got some storm chances, but we don't have severe. The whole pattern's going to flip. We turn cooler through this stretch. We get rid of the 70s and 80s. It's been abnormally warm and abnormally humid, which is why we've had extra juice in the air for strong to severe thunderstorms. Spotty spring showers right now. No severe weather in the forecast. First warm weather day in effect for today because of all the mess that we're having this morning. But after today, it is much, much better. And it's not a severe pattern for at least a little while. We get a break. Let's go over to Taylor. Taylor, again, watching the roads. That's the thing, is even with the weather coming down, we still have the roads that are slowing us up, and we've got problems. So what you got, Taylor?
Yeah, so this time I'm looking at I-35 northbound. So this is at Southwest Traffic Way. So let's turn your attention here to my left. As you can see, there is a vehicle that is off the road, kind of into the grass here. Looks like another is pulling up next to it. Maybe they're trying to get around it potentially. Not sure what's happening right there, but it is causing a slowdown for folks who are trying to make it from Southwest Traffic Way on to the interstate. But then right here in this corner is where I'm seeing some rushing water. It's not clear if that's exactly flooding or maybe it's just runoff from earlier today. Also looks like we have a person out on the road too. So just keep an extra eye out in this area in particular, Southwest Traffic Way to I-35 northbound toward downtown Kansas City. There's a lot going on right here that is creating some hazards, including a vehicle that looks like it's stuck. Another one down here too, right underneath that bridge. So going to continue to keep an eye on that. So just want to zoom in really quickly, show you the area that we're talking about here. So again, if you're making your way to downtown Kansas City. Now here's our drive times in other parts of the metro. I-70 westbound to downtown Kansas City is looking so much better. At one point, we were looking at about half an hour due to all the conditions on that side of the metro, but now that has been cut in half, which is good news. I-35 northbound, not looking too bad either. Going to keep an eye on I-470. I showed you a crash there not too long ago near Blue Ridge Boulevard if you're going near the Grandview Triangle. So hopefully that'll be cleared up soon to improve that drive time there.
Thank you so much. All right, Taylor, that was a wild video going on. It looked like people were trying to go up that hill to get around whatever the water was, and that one guy got stuck.
Yes.
Maybe is what was going on.
And then
I don't
a
know.
person walking. It's just a lot of hazards. So we really want to be extra vigilant on days like this because you just never know what you're going to encounter on top of the wet pavement and the slowdowns. It's even starting to slow down a little bit more. The folks trying to get on that ramp from the ramp onto the interstate. Yeah,
big issues there. Okay, I'm getting some questions. I'm just checking out our Facebook stream. Always try to check the chat there. If you know, some of the questions are, can we go back to bed? If you have the luxury of going back to bed right now, yeah, do it. You're okay. There's no severe weather for Kansas City or for our general area. It's the flooding, it's the rain. No severe thunderstorms. Did Spring Hill get a tornado? We don't know. There was a tornado warning. There was rotation right over Spring Hill. We have not had reports of damage come in, so I would say odds are low from what we see right now, but just we did have several tornado warnings earlier today. And looking over from what the National Weather Service is saying, we've got this training setup here. Miami County, Kansas to Johnson County, Missouri. This is an area, guys, if you're in this zone, just know that this right here is what we call training storms because it's like they're on a track. This is the next spot. If you're down here, you're going to have flash flooding in spots most likely. So just know Warrensburg, Harrisonville, you get one right after the other, and that's what we had this morning in this zone, all right? And we had all the problems that you're seeing now. It's a little different because it's not an urban area, but still you're going to have flooding Warrensburg, Holden, Harrisonville, Archie, Drexel, places like that before this whole line clears out, which it will. It's going to be clearing out here before 10 o'clock. Hey, I just want you to know, we have been on since 3 o'clock this morning. Whenever weather gets nasty, it's our promise to you. If it's dangerous, we're going to be here for you. We're still going to be here for you throughout the morning, all right? We're going to transition over to KSMO, Channel 62, KCTV5.com. First Warn 5 weather app. You can go there. You can go to the KCTV 5 weather app or just the news app. We're going to be there. For now, though, we're going to send you back to programming. Join us at KSMO, KCTV5.com. Thank you so much.
Baby girl who she told me earlier in the night, very few people knew that name, so she said it would be pretty impossible for him to guess it. And then he showed her the name. She reacted. That's when I reacted. And then that's when I also heard some commotion in the crowd. And I thought it was protesters, which is something all of us are used to at events like this. But as soon as I saw men in uniform rushing toward the head table, I knew this was not just protesters. And then I heard the word down, 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 get down. And you can see it unfold. The president got down, and then I was on my knees and hands crawling off of the stage. So it was a very surreal moment, Gail. It happened so quickly and in some ways in slow motion all at once.
Ouija, let me echo what Gail said. Your grace and dignity and holding that room together all night was remarkable. My compliments to you. Talk about the next 30 days. The president has been emphatic that he believes this dinner should go on again. I know as well as you how complicated that is to put together, logistically and otherwise. What do the next 30 days look like from the Correspondents Association point of view?
Well, Major, you're right. President Trump, even that night, the reason why he was held for so long, in part, was because he was adamant he did not want to go. He kept saying the show must go on. And then we spoke that night, and he made very clear multiple times that he wanted to reschedule this dinner because he said we cannot let them win, especially during a dinner about free speech. In terms of what happens next, right now I'm just allowing my membership to process this. It was very difficult for a lot of journalists.
Just because it's not raining where you are, everything looks better. Okay, Taylor, let's take it over to you, see what updates you have on your side.
All right, Luke, so I think I figured out why we were seeing those vehicles driving up on the grass they're trying to avoid these floodwaters here. So if you are looking at this on-ramp from Southwest Trafficway to I-35 northbound, now that they've brought the camera angle out a little wider, you can see that there is some significant flooding right here. See that black car right there driving through it. So these two vehicles that we saw up here on the grass, we were trying to figure out why are they driving up there. That is because they are trying to avoid those waters. So really, they were able to get out of harm's way as far as that is concerned, but there are still some vehicles that are still trying to get by, and this can really become an issue, as we have seen several water rescues this morning already. And then even earlier today, I-35 near West Penway is where we were seeing a lot of flooding, especially when the rain was coming down super heavy. So we're going to continue to keep a watch on this area. But again, it looks like these vehicles are just trying to move out of the way. So Southwest Trafficway, the on-ramp to I-35 northbound is where we are starting to see some more flooding. I'm going to send it over to you, Bill.
Yeah, Taylor, those spots or those low spots just tend to collect that water. It becomes an issue there along I-70, also near 57th Street. And then as we saw earlier this morning at I-70 and Prospect on the Missouri side. Now, again, we do want to thank you guys for sending in all your weather videos. We're going to take a look at some that we've been seeing here earlier this morning. Again, this is an event that started overnight. Really, like Luke said, we've been on the air covering it since about 3 o'clock here this morning. This is one of the first videos of water over the road in the Parkville area. This is going to be just north of downtown Parkville on Hamilton Street. But again, as that rain just continued to pour over the area, it collects and obviously flows downhill. If you're familiar with Parkville, Missouri, it sits at the bottom of a hill, and all that water is now rushing down towards downtown Parkville. And it collected a lot of debris with it as well. The next video comes from 9 Highway in between Riverside and Parkville. If you're familiar where those big tanks sit at, if you remember back during the floods back in the 90s, they were inundated with floodwater. Well, they were inundated with floodwater today as well. And also that, again, washed a lot of debris down the hill from just to the north of 9 Highway onto the road surface itself. A lot of that had to get cleaned up and picked up. And we're hearing 9 Highway is open and moving okay. But again, this was from earlier this morning around 4 o'clock as folks were trying to get out and about. But you can see all of that road and tree debris that had just been skirted all over the place there, causing some issues for drivers here earlier on this morning. And again, with a lot of that lightning that we saw with this storm, it was so electrified with a lot of that lightning before it exited here earlier this morning. Also some hail video. We've seen reports of quarter-size hail down in the Overland Park area, pea-size hail in others. A lot of people have been sending in their pictures. You can see some deck furniture here. Again, unfortunately getting pounded by hail. Hopefully it didn't damage it too much. And I know we've already had a lot of this heavy hail damage from earlier today. And of course, I know the roofers have been out as well, and they've been inundated with projects trying to get people's roofs looked at to see if they're going to need repair. Pea-size hail cured them from near 87th and Metcalf here. Luckily, not causing too much damage as it falls down in this walkway here. So again, luckily for that. But again, others not so lucky from when we saw some of those quarter-size hail as well. And I think we have another couple videos here. And again, thank you for sending these in. You know, we have a staff of so many, but that looks to be like maybe a sewer backed up or a rainwater drain backed up, probably pushed the cover off that, and that's pushing water both down the street and up out of the manhole as well there. Do we know where this video was taken from, guys?
This is at Sunrise and Lawn in Northeast. This is what Bonnie told us.
In the Gladstone area? Okay. Near the Gladstone Elementary there. Okay. And Carolina had the crossroads there as well. So definitely, again, just a lot of rain. And I know, Luke, that I recorded over 3 inches of rain just today alone in my rain gauge at home. Now, I will put the caveat on there that that rain gauge has been kicked a couple times by my neighbor's soccer ball, but it still recorded over 3 inches of rain. And I know this is a big event across the metro, and I wouldn't be surprised if some people recorded upwards of 4, 5, maybe even 6 inches of rain, especially there on the south side where those storms have been training here all morning from west to east.
So you recorded that. Can you see it on your phone? Is it like updated?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. You're right. In spots, I'll show you this in a second, where we've had maybe up to a half a foot of rain. So yeah, this is where it's bad now. This is where it's, you know, the heavy rain, just one right after the other. And we could stack up easily, you know, 3, 4 inches of rain. Where we may have had a half a foot is up here. So you guys were talking about Gladstone earlier, and you had that crazy video. Look at this. All right. So where we had that water bubbling up from the ground below is right there. And that spot is 5.5 inches estimated on radar. So we had 5 to 6 inches of rain in the Gladstone area. That little pocket right there is the highest I've seen. There's another one over here by Parkville. We had a lot of reports in this general area that started to That's where we got our first reports. That's where a high number of our reports came through. Now, we had a lot of questions about school delays and places that have been hit with, hey, let's at least have a delay this morning. Warren, I saw earlier you had a list that was going of delays.
Sure.
I think that's pretty important. Let's show that. You just got that together for us. Let's go to Warren.
Yeah, so if you hear any of your districts here or can read them on the screen, you have at least a delay or potentially a closure. That's Ray-Pec, Oak Grove, Guadalupe Centers, University Academy, Allen Village School, Lee Summit, that's a big one, De La Salle High, and Lone Jack all have delays of some kind. Obviously, contact your school. I'm sure there's something sent out. But just in case you haven't seen it yet this morning, the only one that's closed is the University Academy. Now, that's because of too much rain. Too much rain caused flooded roadways, creeks, streams, rivers, rural areas maybe in some spots having a hard time with just getting people to school safely. The good news with this, if there is good news when you're talking about flash flooding, is that we're not adding any more rain here in Kansas City. Our rain is done for the morning for the most part. You might have another random shower or two, but the significant rain is done. And as we move here over the next few hours, I'm expecting the line of the heaviest rain and thunderstorms to pretty much pull east-southeast of KC. This is still a very noisy line getting into central Missouri, but it's getting more out of our coverage area. So we'll send it out to the east. But those of you in the Marshall, Saline County, down into Lafayette, Johnson, and Cass, and then just over into Miami there, you're going to have rain longer than the rest of us, and then finally pulls down into the Pettis County, Benton County, and Henry County area, and then look what happens. We might even get to see a little peak of sun later on today. All right, we're going to send it out to Maya Engel. She is at Indian Creek. This is a huge spot. I know, Maya, that you're new to the area. This is always a massive mess, and it looks like today is definitely a mess out there behind you.
It's definitely a massive mess here at Indian Creek, right near the intersection of Warnell and 103rd. You can take a look that the sidewalk that's coming through the area is underwater. So we are dealing with some flooding here. And then if you look back at the actual creek, you can see just how fast the water is moving, how high the water is right now. And not only is it just water moving through here underneath Warnell Road, but we're also seeing a lot of debris. So this is definitely a very messy area. I know we've been at this quick trip here at the intersection before and typically see a lot of people riding their bikes or walking on this walkway, but it is parts of it completely underwater. So definitely not going to be wanting to be out and about walking around that today. It's something that we will continue to keep an eye on. We'll probably be here for a while and let you know what else we are seeing here. But for now, reporting live, I'm Maya Engel. We'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Maya. I know that area well, and I used to live around there, and you're right. That one, that's impressive, though. I mean, you don't usually see it even after a big rain event get that high. And that Indian Creek runs all the way over to Leawood, and there's some parks that are around, like Tomahawk Park, and I'm sure a lot of those areas are seeing flooding too, because it's all one big connected system. I wanted to show you this for what's next. Already down here by Harrisonville, which, by the way, we're getting a lot of storm reports out of Harrisonville. Harrisonville took it pretty hard, where we at least had straight line winds. That's what we're thinking, of about 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. But now I'm showing you the rain totals here. This is anywhere from about 3 to 4 inches of rain down here in Johnson County in Missouri. Cass County. We'd be looking at Cass County in Missouri, where we've had like 3, 4, that's estimating 5. Hold on here, let me see. Yeah, it's estimating 5. And guys, look, that's up. It was 3.5, so we just got an update. Now we're estimating about 5 inches of rain. We got to watch this spot down here because look what's going on now. I mean, we still have heavy duty rain falling in this area and also into Johnson County. So this spot right here, they're getting it now, and we could easily eclipse half a foot of rain in some of these areas. There's Harrisonville right there. They're on the back side of it, but they might top 6 inches before it's done. And then we've got Johnson County in Missouri that's coming up with it next. Okay, so here's our tracker. If we look at our cams, we got our tracker. This is one of our scout cams, and this is our tower cam. Weather getting so much better in Kansas City as we're done as far as big threats from severe thunderstorms or heavy duty rain, all that sliding on out. So the rest of the day and the rest of this forecast, thankfully, finally is looking less severe weathery. All right, we don't have any severe weather as we look ahead, and this is sliding east as we go deeper into this afternoon. Let's see if there's any hail lurking around in this. That's something that we've had a lot of reports of today, is hail, and it has really dropped off. In fact, I don't see any spots right now that have even sub-severe level hail. That's the first time this morning I've been able to say that. And the thunder and the lightning is something else that has been very prolific this morning, and that is settling down for us as well. Checking in on my reports, and we are getting a lot of what happened last night and early this morning. Now that it's daylight, it's 7:43 right now, so a lot of stuff is just coming in. We're going to be seeing if there was any potential tornadoes. There may have been one near Cameron. We had a semi-truck. I'm going to show you where that was. Semi-truck that was flipped up here from a storm that went by in Cameron, Missouri. There may have been a tornado there. A couple spots where we may have had at least brief tornadoes from last night or this morning. Again, that threat's all gone. It's all moving out to the east. I'll show you where some of those storm reports are. I'll have to hunt for that in just a little bit, though. So anyway, point is, this is our main concern right now as far as weather goes. The rest of us, this is the leftovers of what we will have to deal with until about 10 o'clock in the Kansas City Metro before that warning is allowed to expire. Okay, Taylor, on your side, anything else with, you know, there's so many roadways that have been impacted, and there's so many spots, too, that are just the consistent, we see them all the time, like I-35 and Penway is one big one. What are you showing us here now? It looks like there's a lot of standing water there.
Now, this is a big trouble area. I remember last summer we had a very huge morning storm that caused significant flooding on 23rd Street off of I-435, and that's what we're seeing again right here. So all of this where you're seeing my hand, that is flood waters. There's a vehicle right here that is stuck in the middle of that water. It looks like there's a tow truck right there, and then traffic is at a standstill on the other side. So this is near Manchester Traffic Way, not too far from the area of the stadiums. So both directions, if you're trying to cross 23rd Street, you're not going to be able to because those flood waters are completely covered from what we're seeing right now. Several tow trucks are out there as well. So with that water being as deep as it is in that one white vehicle we're seeing here stuck in the middle of the water, it's likely that there may have been a water rescue out there. We'll have to get more details on that. But we're going to send things out to our Gabby Luma while we try to work to get more information on this. Again, this is near 23rd, and I want to say like Television Avenue or Television Street, which is a problem area when we do see significant flooding. So it's happening again. Out to Gabby now.
Hi, Taylor. Yes, we are currently on Emmanuel Cleaver Boulevard, and we are heading out to that area at 435 and 23rd Street right now. We're actually right off of Brush Creek, though, right now. And I will say that Brush Creek is very flooded. There are sidewalks kind of on the side that you cannot see the street lamps. That's really kind of how you can gauge, how you can tell right now. So that's actually to the left of us right now. So if you're driving along Brush Creek, if you were planning on, taking a walk, maybe walking the dog at all this morning along Brush Creek, I would definitely reroute because all of the really walkable areas over here are definitely inundated. But we will check back in with you once we arrive at 435 and 23rd.
Thanks, Gabby. We've got a camera that we're going to try to point down there. We can see sometimes, we should be able to see just how flooded that is. Of course, Brush Creek, it's handling a lot of runoff from the surrounding areas, and it can get swollen rather quickly. But yeah, I'm not surprised to see that. I did want to show you this, though. This is the storm reports over the past 24 hours. So really since yesterday evening is whenever we got going with all of this. And just zooming in within the 435 loop, I mean, every bit of green that you see here, all of these are flood reports. So they have just been all over. Nobody was away and free of flood reports within the 435 loop. I mean, just about everywhere. We had some very strong wind reports and some hail as well. Let me show you over here by Olathe. We were watching this cell come in. That was a really particularly strong cell earlier this morning, and multiple reports of hail. That one was about quarter size, 1 inch. That's about $half size. A number of those. We had up to ping pong ball size. That was possible with that one. And then I want to go down a little bit farther to the southeast where we had a lot of wind damage reports So here's Harrisonville. We're getting a lot out of Harrisonville. I'm not getting that particular report coming in yet, but there's one just north near Raymore. This is where we did have some circulation. Down power poles, down wires near Peculiar. There was rotation in this area. It was actually just a little bit farther north, but thunderstorm wind damage reported there, and we're talking strong thunderstorms. Rotation was over here by Spring Hill as well. Trees down. We had a down fence at a residence, and that was early this morning. We watched that one come through rather early before the sun was up. And then if we go up north, I'll show you this by Cameron. Particularly strong storm up here. And there's a whole bunch of reports. I'll just try to pick on one. Shingles blown off of a house, had property damage reported there. This is one that could have been potentially, we don't know, potentially a tornado. Trees across US 69. So just one that we're getting some information coming in through there. If you just take a big, broad view of how many storm reports we had, there were just strong storms all over. They swarmed us last night. And at the moment, again, it's just this cluster right here and the flash flooding that's ongoing and getting worse in portions of Johnson County and Cass County in Missouri. That's our two target spots right now. All the severe weather pushing out to the east. Okay. Do we have, let's see, we just had Maya. What's that? Brush Creek. Yeah, let's pull up that Brush Creek camera. There we go. Okay, so this is what Gabby was just telling us as she was driving by Brush Creek saying, if you wanted to go down there and take a pup for a walk, don't do that because it's all swollen. And you can see water's over, I don't see it necessarily over the sidewalk in that area, but I'm sure it is in other spots. It's getting pretty close to the brim as you look at the bottom of your screen. So that's what we have in Brush Creek. Conditions are getting better. That's what the drainage system's designed to do, is to pick all that and just flow it on out. It just takes a little bit, but we should be seeing improvements in a lot of areas. And other spots, like when Taylor earlier was showing what we had seen with all that water across the roadway and that water rescue that was off 23rd Street, something like that, 23rd and Television, something like that. That's so much. It's just in some spots it's going to take quite a bit for it to start to settle back down. So we're going to get back out to Maya here pretty soon. She's out at Brush Creek or Indian Creek. Indian Creek's another spot that is prone to flooding. Let's go to Maya Engel and see what she's got out there.
Yeah, Luke, I just wanted to give you guys a better idea of this flooding that we're talking about. So I'm here on the sidewalk, the path that people use to walk their dogs, to bike, and right about here, it is completely covered with water. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the path normally continues right underneath the bridge. But even if I tried to go where the path would be, the water is so high you'd have to duck. It really is just a mess here. And I mentioned this earlier, but you can just see how high the water is and then how fast the water is moving, and it's also carrying a lot of debris with it. We saw some pretty large tree limbs coming through as well. So this is definitely an area, I know Gabby mentioned this too, but if you typically walk your dog around here, avoid it because it is very underwater and you cannot go past it. And again, we're right underneath Warnall Road, so just avoid this area if you can. It doesn't look like there's too much impact on Warnall Road. A little bit of ponding right above the creek, but nothing too major for all those drivers out there. But we're going to send it back to you guys for now.
Thank you so much. Wow, it's running. It is running. So here's a 3-hour loop. I usually show you just a 1-hour loop, but here's the past 3 hours. And you can see how all that first is actually multiple rounds, but this is the last of 3 that came through the KC area before it started to switch off to the south. And now we're lined up here by Warrensburg and Harrisonville. This is Brush Creek down here. This is, what do we have? US 71 northbound at 19th Street. And that's slow in spots, but other areas are moving along okay. It's hit and miss. There's been a lot of flooding this morning, but it's hit and miss right now on where the worst of the slowdowns are. So Taylor's watching that for us. Taylor, if you've got something, just shout at me, and we'll kick it back over to you. As far as rain totals have gone, looking at about 5.5 inches near Gladstone, west of Liberty, near Parkville, and then we're keeping close tabs down here. Peculiar, Cleveland, Freeman, Harrisonville. Let's see what we're at now. We were at about 5.4 on one spot that I'd picked. So this is still about 3 to 5 down here. There's 5.8. So we're up to nearly 6 inches of rain, nearly a half a foot of rain. It's still raining down here. So we're looking at sections of Johnson County and Cass County in Missouri for the greatest flood threat right now. Taylor, what's going on?
Take us back out to I-435, off of I-435 at 23rd and Television, this problem area that we saw last summer with some pretty severe storms that happened during the morning time. So this white vehicle was in the middle of the water. They were able to get it pushed up just to higher ground. But at one point, the scout camera did zoom in a little bit more, so I was able to get more perspective. So this white little object that you see here right in front of it is a vehicle there that's stuck in the water. Looks like it was about tilted to its side a bit. And then there's another vehicle that's stuck right here by these trees. So traffic is at a standstill on either end. As you can see, folks are actually turning around. They're making U-turns there at that intersection because, as you can see, it is completely covered in water. I believe our Gabby Luma is headed in this direction to give us a better look. There are some tow trucks on the scene, but as of right now, we're still waiting to see if they're able to get these other vehicles out of there. Haven't seen any people in the water. At least as of right now, but we will continue to keep a close eye on it. So again, let me just pull it up on the map so that you can get a closer look. This is on the east side of the metro area. This is at 23rd and Television, just off of I-435, so not too far from Manchester Traffic Way, not too far from the stadium complex either. So just keep that in mind as you head out over the next few minutes. That is an area that you want to avoid.
All right, I'm getting a report out of Independence that we have some flooding on Roanoke Boulevard. At least between Carnes and Wyoming Street, and we had about 4 inches of running water on the sidewalk. So, and the sidewalk is higher than the road. It's since come back down a little bit, but in Independence, Roanoke Boulevard, between Carnes Boulevard and Wyoming Street, we have had reports of running water. This is our flood watch. It goes through 7 p.m., so that means that it's going to take that long. I mean, we got the rest of the day before this entirely comes back down, so just know that. And I'm checking in too on our Facebook stream. If you've got questions or things that you would like to know, we've got our chat section open. We're here to help you. We've been here for you since about 3 o'clock this morning. And on my end, as far as the radar goes, again, it's all south. We're pretty well done. I mean, we might get a little afternoon shower or thunderstorm in Kansas City. If you're south of Kansas City, you're in the hot spot right now. We really got to watch Johnson County in Missouri. You've got the most left to go down here. Still portions of Cass County, but mainly into Johnson County as this cluster is just lined up one right after the other after the other. Now let me show you this. We've gone through this a couple times this morning, but just to give you another picture, if you're just joining us, the storms are lining out to the east, and by about 9 or 10 o'clock, off they go. And we are back. We'll probably see some sunshine today. We'll watch for 1 or 2 of these to go. Might still have a strong storm. The atmosphere is still going to be a little bit primed as a front comes through. This is by about 4 o'clock this evening. So Sedalia, Warrensburg, Marshall, kind of in this zone, might still see a strong storm there, but not for Kansas City, not for the places that have had it hardest so far. And then I'll show you this, just the lay of the land over the next week or so. It's so much better. Whenever you see 70s and 80s, which we've had a lot of, then that's a sign that the atmosphere is a little bit too warm for this time of year and it's juiced up for strong storms. Now we're talking about 60s. We get past today, it's cooler, this is normal or even a little bit below normal. We've got some rain chances, but the severe pattern is shifting and it's not severe for us as we look ahead. So we get a nice break on this crazy season. Warren, what do you have over there? We've been talking about rainfall. How much have we had?
Yeah, got a little stat to throw your way here. So just here in the last almost 8 hours now, since midnight, we have officially at the airport, which is our official climate site, seen 3.21 inches of rain, and that's just in 8 hours. That is a lot. That is why we're having the flash flooding out there. But for the month of April, as it's obviously been stormy and rainy for many weeks now, 7.5 inches of rain. And I just looked, our normal for the month of April is 4 inches. So we are at a big surplus as we roll in. I mean, we got, 3 days left of the month, but still, we will end the month at a big surplus. That means everything is going to be very lush, very green. You can hear that grass growing out there right now. And so we'll see, as we get into the heart of the summer, we usually are going to be begging for rain like this. Got a little too much today, but definitely sitting at a big surplus for the month so far.
That's probably double the normal for the entire month?
Yeah,
Something
normal
like
is 4.05.
Oh, wow.
So almost.
Wow, look at that. Okay. Okay. All right. So here, I just want to show you this, the risk for severe weather for the rest of the day. Really done for us. I mean, we're in a level 1 for this afternoon. There is a front coming through. It's not impossible. It's just not expected. But over here, this level 2 that we've got, I was showing you this earlier around Warrensburg and Sedalia. Later on, just so you know, you might have one of these that pops up, and we'll keep a tab on that, but not for Kansas City. These over here are not likely to be severe, and we're probably done with high impact weather in Kansas City as far as what's falling from the sky. We still have the leftovers for now. Okay, so that's the latest on my end. We're going to be going to, we've got our 8 o'clock newscast. We're resetting here, and we're going to be gathering everything that we've got from what happened last night, yesterday evening even, and all the way through this morning. All the flooding and all the wind reports and possible even tornadoes in spots, and what's going on currently as far as the roads go. So radar for this morning, this is a loop over the past hour, and down here, Warrensburg and Sedalia, we have no severe thunderstorm warnings. This right here, all that cluster of strong, all the lightning that you've got, that's blowing away. That's outside of our coverage area. There is a tornado warning, but that is outside of our coverage area. We tracked that storm earlier as it went through Saline County in Missouri. These are non-severe but strong. They don't have hail with them, but from Warrensburg to Sedalia, you're getting pounded with some pretty heavy rain, and you've got gusty winds too. If you look at this line right here that's out ahead of us, that's telling us that these storms are exhaling. They're pushing rain-cooled air out ahead of them. That will put them on a weakening trend, but still producing prolific rainfall. Southeastern Cass County and Johnson County in Missouri, that's where we have spots that could be approaching a half a foot of rain. Our biggest concern here in the near term for that. Meanwhile, flash flood warning for Kansas City and locations east, either from 10 or expiring at noon, as we have ongoing impacts from what happened last night and this morning. Here we go. We're going to reset and get the news started for you. 8 o'clock coming up now.
KCTV 5 News starts now with a First Warn Weather Day.
We begin with that First Warn Weather Day. Your time right now is 8 o'clock.
Looking towards Brush Creek here, just off the Country Club Plaza. Again, swollen to its banks. It's come down a little bit, but we've had a ton of water come through the metro here over the last several hours. Again, KCTV 5 has been on air since 3 o'clock this morning, bringing you continuous severe weather coverage, including, again, all of that heavy rain, several severe thunderstorms, howling wind. We had hail, even some possible tornadoes up near Cameron, Missouri, and maybe even down towards Spring Hill, Kansas.
It has been a busy morning and a busy start here to the day. Mother Nature really did wake us up with those strong storms this morning. It is why we have that First Warn Weather Day in effect. So we begin our coverage with First Warn 5 meteorologist Warren Sears. Warren, you've been on air since about 3 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, Luke got here really early, right around midnight. Then I came in around 3. We've had you covered here all morning, and we've pretty much been on the entirety of that stretch. Strong to severe thunderstorms. We had some tornado warnings, but the biggest concern still that lingers is flash flooding. So no severe warnings at this time, and I expect that severe threat to really be falling off for the most part. You can see the stripe of heaviest rain now moving to the southeast of Kansas City. Those of you down into Henry, Johnson, also Pettis and Benton counties, you have the leftover of this activity. Kansas City really seeing a downtick in this coverage. We've mostly seen a drying trend, which is helping our roads, but still really adding some pretty significant rainfall numbers here across Cass and Johnson right now. And again, drifting into northern Henry and northern Bates counties and then over into Pettis. So the rain's still streaming in here. We might see the flash flood warning get extended even more down to the south. But thankfully, we're not adding much more to our numbers here in Kansas City. Look at what we've seen. This radar estimated rainfall across the board. Yeah, anywhere between 1 to 3 inches in Johnson County and 3 to 5+ inches of rain in the Northland. Leavenworth County, Wyandotte County, and Clay, Platte, and also Jackson counties have really seen a significant amount of rain. So that's why those flash flood warnings are in place still, even though the rain is tapering off. It's a lot of rain that funnels into those low-lying areas. That's going to stay in effect for Kansas City until 10 o'clock this morning. Big picture look, though, all these red counties are going to stay in effect until about noon. That does include this stripe down to the south where the heaviest of the rain is falling out there right now. So that's a look at the current conditions. And the next time that we talk, I'm going to walk you through the rest of the day today, how much more rain could fall, and what happens once we're finally done with rain out there this afternoon and through the next few days. That's coming up here in just a bit. Taylor, let's take a look outside. It's a mess.
a big mess. This is 23rd Street. This is our view from our scout camera at I-435. So 23rd Street in television. And this is an area that we have seen before. Last summer, I want to say it was in July, we had some significant severe storms that caused really bad flooding in this area. As you can see, it is really underwater here. So there is one vehicle they were able to get out of those waters. It's on the back of a tow truck, but there is another here. There's also another right there. And as you can see, vehicles who are coming toward this intersection are actually having to make a U-turn because there is no way to possibly get through. I remember last summer we had some water rescues there, so we're just waiting to see if we're going to get any information related to that. Now, this is the area that we are talking about. Again, that is 23rd and television, just off of I-435 southbound. But then also just want to give us a quick wider look at the metro. Some of the major issues have really been moved out of the way, but it looks like I-70 eastbound coming out of downtown Kansas City is starting to move a little slow. We'll continue to keep a close eye on things. And speaking of which, we do have our reporters on the ground. Our Maya Engel, I believe you're at Indian Creek right now, where we've been seeing some significant flooding there as well. How is it looking at this moment?
Yeah, Taylor, Indian Creek is roaring this morning. Take a look at what we're seeing. The water is moving so fast and the water levels are so high. You can see a tree limb also going down the creek as well. So we're seeing a fast moving water, fast moving debris, and a whole lot of water on the sidewalk too. Normally the sidewalk here goes right underneath the bridge, but from that point on, it is completely underwater. It is flooded, so you are not able to access the sidewalk this morning. I have only been in this area for a couple months, so I've never seen the water levels this high at this creek. I have been here quite a few times. I'm sure you guys back at the station probably have a better idea at how this compares to other flooding events, but it is messy and it does seem pretty significant here at Indian Creek, right above Warnall Road. Now, luckily, it's not impacting the road. There's no water on the road at this time, so that is the good news for any drivers. But let's send things back over to you guys at the desk for now.
Yeah, that water is moving along there. Our KCTV5's Gabby Luma has also been kind of moving around the metro from Parkville to the Plaza and is now headed to East Kansas City, a problem spot that we have seen before at 435 and 23rd Street, also Television Place. Gabby, what's your commute looking like there?
Yeah, Carolina. So we are actually just a couple of minutes away from 435 and 23rd Street, that Television Place that does get a lot of flooding. But what we've seen on our way out there is really just a lot of what you're seeing in front of us. You know, you're seeing definitely the road is still wet. There are some spots kind of on the sides of the roads here with some of that ponding. As you can see, just these cars on our left, you can see that that water just coming up as you drive through there. So always a good idea to take it slow, especially on days like this where you know the road is going to be wet and it will not be dry for a bit of time. But again, the roads where we're at so far looking somewhat okay, but of course we know as we approach this location, we know that flooding is normally always pretty crazy. So we'll make sure to check back in with you once we arrive.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that water just sitting off to the side of the road there here from the scout cameras. Man, that's another thing you got to watch out for too, is that splashing water. As everybody comes by you, they can throw that water up on the windshield and visibility becomes nothing in an instant. You guys be safe out there. We'll check back in with you coming up in just a little while. Now, the storms from yesterday, we're going to take a step back to yesterday. They didn't wait long to cause problems. An early round of severe weather hit Miami County, knocking down some huge trees out near Wellsville and catching residents there off guard.
And Miami County even having that tornado warning here this
today,
morning. Yeah. KCTV5's Morgan Rydell reports.
Yeah, whole trees came down, some of them ripped out at the roots, big piles of debris sitting around. It's a scene that we found all down the block here.
We have a lot to be thankful for.
Tamara Quick was home alone when the storm hit her home. She was in the basement and could hear trees and power poles coming down.
I couldn't even see out the windows. It was like snow white. It was so intense and the wind was blowing.
After the storm blew through, she came outside. She found most of her property still standing, but nearly a dozen healthy trees toppled.
I just think I'm grateful that there were no animals close by.
Miami County Undersheriff Matthew Kelly was on scene along 247th Road.
Right now we just don't know that if it's a tornado or if it's been straight line winds. We do have some significant damage, including structures, power poles, trees.
Luckily, Kelly says there were no injuries.
We're confident that everybody that had a structure hit in this specific area is safe and is okay.
And so I'm a survivor, and I have a lot to be thankful for.
A few neighbors here have had their barns blow over or even blow away. Evergy has been in the area making repairs. Reporting in Miami County, Morgan Rydell, KSTV5 News.
And storms like those from yesterday and again this morning are key reasons that underscore why you need a way to receive these weather alerts. The First Warn 5 weather app is a great way to have those alerts pushed right to your phone. And again, Luke and the team will have you covered here in the app during these bouts of severe weather.
Developing this morning, a man is dead after opening fire on Kansas City police officers overnight. This happened on St. John Avenue in northeast Kansas City just before 8 last night. Officers responded to a domestic disturbance call involving a weapon. When the man got out of a vehicle, walked to a nearby porch, and then started shooting at officers. Officers returned fire, killing him. We're told that no officers were hurt. The Missouri State Highway Patrol, though, is now investigating.
Person is dead and several others are in custody following a shooting near one of Kansas City's most beloved late-night restaurants. KCPD says multiple groups opened fire on each other in a parking lot near Town Topic just after 4 o'clock yesterday morning. Now, off-duty officers got on scene quickly, but still one man lost his life.
What we often see, and we are beginning to see, is that as the warmer weather approaches, more people are out, more people are about, there's more interaction between individuals, and not everybody knows how to handle conflict and manage conflict resolution in a way that is appropriate, healthy, and safe to the general public.
KCPD goes on to say that Town Topic has done a good job keeping officers on site, and that presence helped get people into custody quickly.
Phil Lavoda is stepping back from the Jackson County executive race, and he's being pretty blunt about why. The interim executive says he can't govern and campaign at the same time without shortchanging county residents. Lavoda filed to run again just 3 weeks ago, but now says his heart isn't in it. His exit reopens, filing for 5 days ahead of the August primary.
All right, I want to give you a live look from our tower camera. Actually, no, this is from just off I-35 and Summit Street. Looking pretty nice finally after, again, some strong, loud, electrified storms moved through the area. And now finally we can take a little bit of a breath as we get ready just to Warren have to deal with actually now some of the flooding I have to see because of all the rain that's fallen overnight.
Yeah, that's why we are going to leave the First Warn weather day in place today, because even though the rain's tapering off, flooding is usually a delayed impact. So all of this rain fell. It's now funneling, channeling down into lower lying areas, running off. And so that's going to continue to be an issue this morning. That's why flash flood warnings stay in place through midday. The heaviest of the rain and thunderstorm activity, though, is continuing to pull to the southeast of Kansas City through lunchtime. You can see here by about 10 o'clock, most of us will be winding down. That's still about 2 hours from now. But those of you in Pettis, Benton counties, you might have a few lingering showers. Then, as the front sits over us into the afternoon, there might be another thunderstorm or two that's able to form, of which could be on the stronger to severe side. But that threat is away from Kansas City. So we're going to take a deeper dive into the rest of this week. I know there's been a lot of severe weather. We'll get to what you can look forward to coming up in your full First Warn 5 forecast.
So coming up, we are going to hear from the public affairs manager for the Kansas Department of Transportation. As we know, these storms have pretty much inundated several roads across the metro this morning.
Local, live. This is KCTV5 News this morning.
Closed captioning by St. Luke's Cancer Institute, all for making cancer care personal.
Welcome to Job Connection, calling all electricians, machine operators, and technicians. Join Winchester, the American legend. Be a part of something legendary and make a difference for the U.S. warfighter. Winchester.com/careers. Look for Job Connection at kctv5.com.
$1 a year? That's the rent for this Jackson County landmark. The dispute over its lease has history on hold. The county says it was supposed to be restored.
And that never happened.
But the tenant says he's being blocked from finishing the job.
I did my part. I've spent over $200,000.
I'm KCTV5 investigative reporter Samantha Boring. The fate of this historic building hangs in the balance. I'm asking who's responsible for preserving it and what happens next.
Tonight at 10 on KCTV5.
It felt like nobody really cared.
Every kid out there should be able to see themselves as a hero.
Had you not seen our investigation, what would you have done?
It's overwhelming, it's disappointing, and it's frightening.
Could someone lie?
Yes, absolutely.
How do you respond to that?
I work hard for my money.
It was the worst experience of my life. It's just like kind of too hard to get into, honestly.
He took his last breath in my arms.
We've got to get pilots informed about this.
A lot of the kids are getting them illegally. I mean, you can go online and buy stuff.
I know that I'm a part of a big project, and it feels amazing.
What's the worst case scenario if nothing changes?
If this doesn't change, will people get hurt?
I thought we were going to die.
As we sit here today, no regrets.
This costed me my childhood. This is cyber warfare.
Honestly, it saved my life.
Investigate TV Plus, weekdays at 3 on KCTV5.
World-class soccer is coming your way, Kansas City. From the final draw in D.C. to the finals, we are here every kick of the way. Interviews, insights, and analysis you'll see only on KCTV5. Sports Director Marlia Campbell and soccer analyst Roger Espinoza have you covered on Kansas City Countdown with daily tournament updates, matchup breakdowns, and all things soccer in KC.
Kansas City Countdown, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Aging Untold.
Knowledge is power, and we're bringing the knowledge.
A new one-of-a-kind show that shines a light on the real issues of aging in America.
It's really about health span, not lifespan.
Aging Untold, weekdays at 10 on KSMO TV.
Look to Luke, Taylor, Carolina, and Bill. Weekdays on KCTV5 News this morning. They'll be looking out for you. KCTV5 is streaming live and free right now on KCTV5 Plus. Local, live, welcome back to KCTV5 News this morning.
Hey everybody, good morning. Trying to get you a camera here as we look out with your Midwest Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing camera. This is actually, I believe, over Lawrence, I think. And sky's starting to break up a little bit out west. Still pretty cloudy here in Kansas City. We are dealing with the impacts of the flash flooding from this morning, winding down on the rain though. So I'll help you map out the rest of your day and the rest of your week coming up in your full First Warn 5 forecast in just a few minutes.
Well, Warren, and the impacts from that heavy rain includes flooding in many areas across the metro this morning. Some of those common trouble spots on the roads, creeks have also swelled and created a whole lot of issues.
Yeah, so joining us now on the phone is Delaney Tholen with the Kansas Department of Transportation. Delaney, we've checked the CanDrive website and obviously the Scout website as well. Well, let us know about any problem spots that you're hearing about, maybe south on 169 Highway, 69 Highway, and spots near Spring Hill that we know had some really significant winds come through earlier this morning.
Good morning. Yeah, that's great that you guys are utilizing CanDrive. There's a lot of really useful info on there. Not so much flooding impact in the southern part of the metro, but in the northern part of the metro, we've got a few roadways that are still closed without an exact timeline for reopening.
What are some of those roads that are closed currently north of the metro?
Right now, and they were just entered in CanDrive here in the last 30 minutes or so, so you might not have seen them yet. We've got K32 from roughly K7 to 435 here in Kansas City, K5 in Lansing from approximately Eisenhower to East Mary Road, and then a little west of the metro, just north of Lawrence, US 24, US 59 has a segment that's closed because of water over the roadway as well.
And Delaney, let's just talk about drivers because they might not know that some of these impacts are out there. Where can they go maybe to see these latest closures? Would it be that CanDrive? And then maybe any reassurance or any advice to those drivers if they do have to get out there today?
Yeah, so CanDrive is the KDOT real-time travel condition platform that has road closures for construction or weather-related impacts. So it's always good to know before you go, allow yourself extra time for travel. If you do see water over the roadway, do not try to cross it. Turn around, don't drown. Each of these areas is a spot that when there's heavy, fast rain, that each of them nearly always flood a bit. So I think locals kind of anticipate it. So plan alternate routes if you know there are areas in your neighborhood or on your commute that are notorious for flooding. Avoid them, but check the maps before you go.
All right, Delaney Tholen with Kansas Department of Transportation. Appreciate your time this morning, and thank you for the updates there on the CanDrive website. We'll make sure to check those out so we can continue to bring the updates about the flooded roads here across the metro here this morning.
Yeah, thanks, Delaney. Warren, we have been seeing
Travel safely, y'all.
We have been seeing a lot of school impacts, delayed starts and such. So where is the storm moving to now?
Yep, so some of our southeastern counties are still dealing with some heavy rain and thunderstorms right now. No severe weather, but for the Kansas City metro, rain is tapering off. So those impacts will only improve throughout the morning. And Taylor will have traffic updates for you. But we've really seen some beneficial improvements on the roads. Now, this afternoon, I do expect those conditions to be fine. There's maybe a random shower or a quick pop-up thunderstorm out of the metro, but 77. We should, as long as the sun can break out, which it's starting to do so out west. You can see that sun breaking out there should allow those temperatures to climb pretty fast. Now, those of you that are in southern Cass, we've got Bates, Henry, Johnson, Missouri, Pettis, and Saline. You still have a stripe of very heavy rain and some lightning embedded within this as well. Not severe right now, but the severity here is the flash flooding. So there is still a flash flood warning in place. Those of you down here, Pettis County, Henry County, and Bates County, you're just now getting rain out of all this. It's been storming for everyone else for a long time. Now Kansas City getting a break, but those flash flood warnings are definitely still going to stay in place at least for a few more hours. Since midnight, the airport's received 3.21 inches of rain. The month of April, 7.5 inches. Now, as we go into the rest of the afternoon, that severe risk will shift off to the east, as you can see here. And those of you down to the southeast might be able to pick up an extra inch of rain out of this. All right, so we're taking a look at your Security Bank 7-day forecast. Look at these numbers. Great. Very spring-like. All right, guys, stick with us. We'll be right back.
Know first with the KCTV5 First Warn weather app.
I'm fine. I'm telling you, I'm fine.
Stop moving around.
I'm fine.
Health concerns? Get expert advice. Consult a nurse. It's free.
I'm attorney Mike DePasquale. If you've been hurt, don't get hurt worse by the insurance company.
I had thousands in medical bills, but the insurance company tried to get me to settle for a lot less.
We never settle for less. We got her $100,000.
I was severely injured at someone's house, and the insurance company refused to pay.
We don't take no for an answer. We got her $900,000. Don't settle for less than you deserve. Call me. I've got this.
Remember the 1970s? The radio had a dial. Changing the channel on the TV was a job. A lot has changed. But one thing has not changed: Washington's regulations on local stations. Regulations that make it tough for local TV and radio stations to compete with